0011 piece, starting from the Veterans of Roger's Crew Chapter 001. He, I'm the user of the brain fruit, just hand over your brain. His consciousness finally settled on the cold front of the 100-ton King truck in front of him. Boom. Who among my family members understands? He seemed to hear the unique electronic music of the Cybertronians, and it was a lowly sound. I thought it was a speed bump. Talk to my insurance. We are all living hard. Zhou, I'm so unwilling to give up. I still haven't used up the 512 GB of study materials in my USB drive. Then, there was endless darkness and a tearing feeling that penetrated deep into the bone marrow. When I opened my eyes again, it was a completely unfamiliar world. The salty sea breeze, carrying the wild scent of the primitive jungle, rushed into my nostrils. Huge, never-before-seen trees blocked out the sky, and strange bird calls and animal roars could be heard one after another. There was rough gravel under his body, which hurt him. What the hell are you doing? Is this still China? A childish and weak voice was heard. Kyle sat up in panic and began to feel around. Fortunately, my arms, legs, kidneys and penis are all intact. What a big-headed ghost. It doesn't look good for a little kid about 3 years old to be stranded on a deserted island. The memories of the previous life were like broken lenses, unable to piece together a complete picture, and the memories of the original body were also chaotic, with only a vague memory of having encountered a shipwreck. Amidst my confused thoughts, hunger was the first to sound the alarm. Then came the cold, and the sea breeze blew through his thin, tattered clothes made of unknown material. And there were those hair-raising noises coming from the woods. Kyle shuddered, his instinct for survival overcoming all the confusion and unwillingness. He rolled and crawled and found a low cave that was half hollowed out by the waves, which could barely shelter him from the wind and rain. The cave smelled foul and damp, but Kyle didn't care. He huddled in the deepest part of the cave, listening to the roar of waves hitting the rocks outside and the faint chewing sounds coming from the jungle. System. Grandpa ring. The tentative question was drowned out by the sound of the waves, and Kyle calmed down completely. Good news, traveling through time. Bad news, hell begins. I'm Kyle Grills, not, and I'm going to show you how to survive in some of the most extreme and dangerous places. Thump 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 thump. As a small-time lung mist in peacetime, Kyle would at most boast I can do it too, under wilderness survival videos, but now Kyle's only tough mouth is his. Kyle took a look at himself through the puddle in the cave. He had black hair and golden eyes. Although his face was thin and immature, he could vaguely tell that he would have a handsome appearance that would rival that of the readers in the future. In order to avoid premature death from B, there is only one goal now to survive. 3 years. 3 whole years, do you know how I got through it? His body grew at an incredible rate, becoming stronger and more agile. It even far exceeded the physical fitness of children in his previous life memories, which made Kyle realize that this world was unusual. Years of running, climbing, and fighting have made his muscles smooth, strong, and full of explosive power. Hey, we got some food again, guys. Kyle skillfully handled the hair in his hand while muttering to himself and occasionally letting out a strange laugh. Today's lunch is roasted rabbit, some unfamiliar fruit, and some Q palau. Let's eat, brothers. Ah, Sigui, hiccup. After wolfing down the cute rabbit, Kyle sat on a rock, ready to enjoy an unknown fruit picked from the island. This fruit is all white, with layers of concentric circle patterns on the surface. Hiss, I feel like I've seen this somewhere before. What is this? Never mind, whether it tastes good or not, you, Brother Kaizi, will know once you try it. As soon as the first bite of the fruit entered his stomach, Kyle's face turned pale and blue, and his stomach churned, as if 10,000 goblins were impacting him. Ugh! Even though Kyle had eaten a lot, he had never eaten anything so disgusting. He spat a few more times, trying to dispel the despairing smell. It smells like fermented, stinky socks that haven't been washed for a month in the summer, mixed with a stinky rat that's been dead for 3 months, stewed over a high fire for 49 days. It barely has a quantum of odor. Kyle grimaced, feeling his taste buds being severely strengthened. He shook his head vigorously, trying to get rid of the devilish smell and the strange appearance of the fruit from his mind. There are more important things waiting for him. The sun is still high in the sky and the daily compulsory classes have not yet begun. He had been doing this for 3 whole years. Now 6 years old, Kyle's small body contained strength and agility that was far from his age. A beautiful day starts with a naked run on the BEA. Kyle stepped barefoot on the slightly damp sand, each step sinking deep and then popping out powerfully, at an astonishing speed, leaving behind a string of small footprints that were quickly smoothed out by the incoming tide. Next came strength training. He had already figured out the jungle and found an ideal gym. There were rocks of various sizes and shapes scattered there that were suitable for him. Lifting, moving, throwing, and throwing, these monotonous movements were repeated day after day. His muscles, which were much tighter and more defined than those of his peers, had long been accustomed to the sore and burning sensation. During training, he would occasionally curse the national treasures of his previous life, and sometimes, when he was in the mood, he would hum a few catchy songs that he had dug out from some corner of his memory. The squid of that day squid up. He growled, the veins in his arms bulging slightly as he easily lifted a rock that was almost twice as tall as himself, then threw it out, hitting the sand in the distance with a dull thud. Agility training relies more on the jungle itself. This primitive jungle full of dangers is his natural obstacle training ground. Kyle leaped between fallen trees, swung through the woods by grabbing hold of thick vines, and nimbly avoided the small beasts that rushed out from the shadows to attack him. His senses had long been honed to the sharpest blade, and every slight movement of the wind and grass, or every slight friction of the branches and leaves, could quickly form a judgment in his mind. As for fighting skills, there are no sophisticated moves. They are just life-saving skills developed through fighting on the brink of life and death. They are simple, direct, and deadly. He would use his homemade spear to practice stabbing, chopping, and sweeping against thick tree trunks, striving to make every movement fast, accurate, and ruthless. Take my monkey stealing a peach move. Pa, 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 what the hell am I practicing? Seriously, Kyle, you have to be the man who punches Bear Grylls and steps on D-Day. He would occasionally stop, breathe heavily, wipe the sweat from his forehead, a cunning look that was inconsistent with his age flashed in his eyes, and then he would put on a stern face and continue to devote himself to the boring training. The setting sun began to cast a layer of light and shadow on the sky and the sea. Kyle sat on his own viewing platform, the edge of a towering cliff, overlooking the endless blue waves. The fatigue after intense exercise arrived as expected, but there was a strange sense of satisfaction in the soreness. This meant that he had survived another day and pushed his limits a little further. Kyle subconsciously flexed his arms, flexing a pair of solid biceps that didn't fit his slender frame at all. These muscles were the result of real training, not something some pointy-headed guy could just copy. Homelander? No, 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 I don't eat beef, Kyle muttered. Bad news from the fitness world. A 6-year-old Superman is lifting weights online with the power of 9 dragons. These fantasies with a bit of evil taste are his medicine to fight loneliness. In the boring life day after day, he has to find some fun for himself, right? But beneath these jokes, there was also a hidden confusion about his own body. His growth rate, strength, and recovery ability were not what a normal human cub should have. Even if the food on this island is unique and the environment is survival of the fittest, it wouldn't have caused him to become what he is now, right? The last ray of sunset completely sank into the sea level, and scattered cold stars began to twinkle in the night sky. Kyle stretched and prepared to return to his simple but safe cave. As the night deepens, the waves gently hit the beach, making a rhythmic swish sound, occasionally interspersed with the chirping of unknown night insects. Kyle was lying deep in the cave, on several layers of large, dried leaves, which barely formed a bed. In the past, after a full day of intense physical exertion, he would fall into a deep sleep almost as soon as his head touched the pillow. But tonight, something was amiss. The chaotic thoughts are like the beach after the tide has receded, with all kinds of random thoughts and images surging up. The shadows of the jungle, the vastness of the ocean, those strange yet real creatures, and that damn white fruit that tastes as good as olige. That smell. Kyle couldn't help but shudder at the thought, and his stomach started to feel uneasy again. But it wasn't just the torturous taste that tormented him, but also the pattern on the peel. Circle after circle, like concentric spirals spreading out on water. Spiral pattern. He seemed to have seen this unique pattern somewhere before. Just like an incomplete puzzle, the most crucial piece is always hidden behind the fog of memory, appearing and disappearing, making him itchy and inexplicably irritated. Etc. Spiral pattern? Extremely unpalatable. A bolt of lightning struck his mind without warning, dispelling all the fog. A long-forgotten yet extremely vivid memory surged out like a flood. That was the memory of his previous life, a bizarre and imaginative world, full of passionate adventures, fierce battles, pirates with different personalities, navy who swore to defend justice, and a fruit with magical powers. Those fruits usually have unique spiral patterns, and they can give the eaters all kinds of incredible superpowers, but as a price, the eaters will be rejected by the sea and become landlubbers. And the most well-known and impressive thing about them is that they taste like the most unpalatable things in the world mixed together and concentrated 99 times. Devil fruit. Kyle sat up in shock from his dying illness, his eyes wide open in the dark cave. The spiral pattern, the outrageous smell, and his own body, which had already displayed strength and recovery speed far beyond that of ordinary people even before he ate the suspected devil fruit. All of this, reflected in the concept of devil fruit, seemed so logical, and yet so unbelievable. Countless clues were strung together like scattered pearls. The huge creatures with strange habits on this island, the boundless ocean that seemed to have no end, and the vague sense of disharmony that he had always felt. This world seemed to follow a set of physical laws and power systems that were completely different from what he knew. He recalled the scene when he had just crossed over, the sudden shipwreck, and the vague fragments of his original body's memory, a world filled with endless oceans and countless islands. Fuck, it's a devil fruit. These words were almost squeezed out from between his teeth, with an uncontrollable trembling and a hint of excitement that he himself was not even aware of. Here, his voice was as thin as a mosquito, but it carried the absurd feeling called fate. This is the world of One Piece. Post views, 495. 002 One Piece, starting from the Veterans of Roger's Crew Chapter 002. The next day, the sky suddenly brightened. Kyle was awakened by an indescribable excitement. He, Kyle, an ordinary man in his previous life, actually set foot on this land full of miracles and adventures. Damn it! I actually became a devil fruit user. He pinched his thigh hard. The clear pain made him grin, but his smile was like a 300-pound child. After the excitement, a more urgent idea occupied his mind: going out to sea. Go and meet those legendary figures who only exist in memory, and see those magnificent islands and oceans with your own eyes. Wong Luffy, Lu Zoro. When Kyle thought of these, he felt the blood in his body boiling. However, reality soon poured cold water on him. He looked around and found that apart from this simple cave and endless jungle and beach, he couldn't even find a decent piece of wood, let alone build a boat. I can't expect you to build the boat myself, right? What if the quality doesn't meet the standards and it sinks into the sea? Kyle was deflated and sat back on the bed covered with dry leaves. It seems that all we can do is sit back and wait, praying that a ship passes by this deserted island. However, this waiting time cannot be wasted. Devil fruit. Kyle looked at his hands with burning eyes. What kind of power did the white devil fruit that tasted like a biological weapon give him? There is no specific information about this fruit in my past life memories. We have to figure out how to use this fruit. In the following days, Kyle devoted himself completely to studying the power of the fruit. He tried to imitate the movements of certain fruit ability users in his memory, but got no feedback. Is it because I opened it the wrong way? Kyle scratched his head, feeling a little crazy. For several days, he tried almost every method he could think of, even roaring at the sea, but the result was only the contemptuous gazes of a few seabirds. It's so annoying. Other people who traveled to One Piece got a newbie gift pack with 3 colors of haki and swordsmanship and fruit instructions, but why does he get nothing? That day, Kyle was doing strength training as usual. He picked up a huge rock and was about to throw it as usual, but because of his fruitless research for several days, he was a little distracted. He stumbled and the rock fell to the ground. Just as the rock was about to hit the ground, Kyle felt a surge of irritation in his heart. He subconsciously pushed the rock in the direction of the rock. Buzz! An invisible wave spread out with his palm as the center. After the huge rock came into contact with this wave, it did not hit the ground with a dull thud as expected, but began to tremble violently from the inside, and then with a puff, it turned into a pile of rubble. Kyle stared at the scene in front of him in amazement, then looked at his palms, his heart beating uncontrollably. Just now that was. He tried to recall the feeling just now, stretched out his hand again, concentrated on a big tree not far away, and tried to reproduce the state just now. Buzz! Another invisible wave emanated. The tree, nearly as thick as his waist, shook violently for a few moments before countless fine cracks appeared on its trunk. Then, with a teeth-grinding crack, it snapped, its upper trunk crashing to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Awesome! Kyle jumped 3 feet high in excitement. This is my ability. It's not about causing physical vibrations, but rather, manipulating a more fundamental wave? A shock wave? A concussion wave? Kyle calmed down and began to analyze it carefully. Although he was just an ordinary person in his previous life, he was at least a modern young man who had received 9 years of compulsory education and higher education. The definitions, types, and characteristics of waves in the physics textbook now flooded into my mind like a tide. Transverse waves, longitudinal waves, mechanical waves, electromagnetic waves. If it was a simple shock wave or concussion wave, the effect should be more inclined towards overall destruction and knocking back, rather than this strange phenomenon of internal disintegration. Kyle frowned, trying hard to recall the wonderful feeling just now. Is that a frequency? Resonance? In One Piece, a world where almost everyone is illiterate and those who know a few words are considered cultured, Kyle, who has the support of physics knowledge from his previous life, now feels like the Einstein of this era. Those seemingly mysterious devil fruit abilities seemed to have some scientific clues in his eyes. In his previous life, Kyle had read countless bizarre explanations and serious nonsense about two-dimensional physics on forums by experts. At the time, he had only found them amusing, never having imagined that one day, this bizarre knowledge base might become the foundation of his livelihood. Many people have said that it is a waste to give unreasonable things like devil fruits to those who don't understand physics and fight based on instinct. For example, a kindergarten principal, who apparently travels at the speed of light, only uses straight kicks and lasers, completely embarrassing photons. A physicist might be able to pull off gravitational lensing, energy conversion, or even time dilation. However, Kyle is neutral about this statement. After all, combat and scientific research are 2 different things. But it is undeniable that a deep understanding of the scientific explanation of the fruit's ability will definitely help the in-depth development and creative application of the ability. I wonder if it's the natural type or the superhuman type. Kyle's heart was burning. If it's the natural system, the body turns into vibration waves, is immune to physical attacks, and can control various waves. This is simply the level of the top natural system. Try elementalization. Kyle took a deep breath, concentrated his mind, and imagined his body breaking down into countless vibration waves. At first, nothing happened. But he didn't get discouraged and kept trying again and again. Finally, during an attempt at high mental concentration, he felt his body begin to become light, as if it had lost its substance. He looked down and found that his arm had actually become somewhat transparent, like swaying air, with slight ripples on the edges. He picked up a small stone and hit his arm with it. Swish! The stone passed through his arm without any hindrance, as if there was nothing there. Natural science. It's really natural science. Kyle was so excited that he almost cried. In the following days, Kyle devoted himself to developing the ability of the fruit. The first thing he practiced was elementalization. At first, he could only barely transform part of his body into a shockwave form. And it was extremely unstable, like the annoying mosaic in a romantic action movie. But with continuous practice, he was gradually able to transform his entire body into invisible shock waves. Although he could not control the shape at will, the immunity to physical attacks was enough to protect his early development. Then came directional impact. He learned to compress the shock wave and then release it suddenly, creating an effect similar to an air cannon. Kyle constantly adjusted the degree of compression and the method of release, and the power steadily increased. From breaking trees, to shattering rocks, to being able to create a wave several meters high on the sea surface. The development of high-frequency vibrations also went quite smoothly. He discovered that he could impart a specific vibration frequency to an object, causing its internal structure to resonate and disintegrate. At first, he could only reduce small stones to powder, but later he could make boulders over a person's height crumble into fragments in seconds. Dealing with those Navy warships that are as small as tin cans, or weapons of people with special abilities, this is simply a magical skill. Kyle imagined the scene where the enemy's swords, knives, and armors would shatter with a wave of his hand, and the corners of his mouth gradually couldn't be suppressed. Time slipped quietly through Kyle's diligent training and ability development day after day. Like a sponge, he frantically absorbed the knowledge of past lives and the practical experience of this one, gradually unearthing the fruit's ability. He tentatively named the fruit the nature-type Bobo fruit. That day, Kyle was training as usual on the edge of a cliff at the highest point of the island. He was shirtless, his bronze skin gleaming in the sun, his smooth muscle lines full of explosive power. He first performed a series of elemental dodge training, simulating the situation where enemies were attacking from all directions. His body switched between physical and shock wave forms at high speed, causing waves of air. Then he took a deep breath and pushed his palms forward. Boom! 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 3 solid shock waves shot out in succession, accurately hitting the 3 floating wooden stakes he had placed on the sea surface dozens of meters away, blasting them into pieces and sending wood chips flying. The power is still not concentrated enough. It's still far from the Star Crusher cannon. Kyle wiped the sweat from his forehead and muttered. Just as he was about to continue practicing high-frequency oscillation and try to decompose a piece of strange-shaped metal ore he had picked up, he suddenly caught a glimpse of a small black dot appearing on the sea level in the distance. Kyle's mind moved, and he immediately concentrated his mind and pushed his vibration perception ability to the extreme. After a moment, his pupils suddenly shrank. It was the outline of a ship. The flag hanging from the bow rustled in the sea breeze. It was a ferocious skull with 2 crossed scimitars beneath it. Pirate ship! Kyle's heart skipped a beat, and an overwhelming excitement washed over him. He, the 3-year period has arrived, welcome the Dragon King to descend to the sea. Post views, 371. 0031 piece, starting from the Veterans of Roger's Crew Chapter 003. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. Kyle held his breath and blended his body into the shadows of the cliff, leaving only a pair of golden pupils exposed as he calmly observed the approaching ship below. The ship was not big and could only accommodate 20 people at most. The hull was a bit worn and the canvas had several patches on it. It was obviously not a pirate group with a lot of money. The bow pennant is standard, a ferocious skull with 2 crossed scimitars below, a classic style, but lacking any creativity. It's finally here, Kyle muttered to himself. 3 years, 3 whole years. He had been a savage on this island for so long, and finally, he had the chance to leave. Although he was excited, he did not immediately rush out to perform a Return of the Dragon King drama. Caution is the first element for a time traveler to survive, especially in this chaotic and dangerous world. The pirate ship dropped anchor not far from the shore. Several figures jumped off the ship and waded towards the beach through the knee-deep sea water. There were 12 people in total, all of them were ugly and tattered, with scimitars or muskets on their waists. They looked like desperate criminals who had been living on the edge of a knife for years. The leader was a relatively sturdy bearded man with a scarlet cloth wrapped around his waist and a mace bigger than his head on his shoulder. He was cursing and directing his men. "All of you, hurry up. Find some fresh water and food, and see if there's anything valuable on this lousy island." "Yes, Captain." Several pirates responded with laughter and scattered. Kyle restrained his breath to the extreme, and at the same time quietly activated the ability of the popo fruit. An invisible vibration perception spread out from him, scanning these uninvited guests like a radar. Their strength is average. Compared to those monsters in the first half of the Grand Line with bounties of tens of millions or even hundreds of millions, they are just a bunch of small fry. Kyle silently evaluated in his mind. Although these people were fierce, they didn't have the suffocating aura of a strong person, nor did they sense the presence of dominance. Dealing with them shouldn't be a problem. The area where he was hiding was on a higher ground with a wide view, and he could see the movements of the pirates below clearly. Several pirates searched around the beach, cursing and complaining about the barrenness of the island. What good things can come from this god-forsaken place? A tall and thin pirate kicked a stone away. "Hey, it's good to have fresh water. Boss, we got a lot of good stuff last time in that place called something village." Another pirate with a scar on his face grinned lewdly, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. Upon hearing this, the bearded captain laughed triumphantly. "Of course. Those villagers still want to resist? I'll smash their brains out with one blow of my mace. And those girls, wow, they're so fucking juicy. What a pity, Captain, you were too harsh and killed them after playing with 2 of them. Our brothers haven't had enough fun yet." A pirate with a pointed chin and monkey face next to him echoed, his tone full of obscenity and regret. "What are you afraid of? After we finish replenishing the supplies, we will go to the nearby islands and guarantee that you will have fun. Those who are disobedient, the men will be killed and fed to the fish, and the women." The bearded captain let out a disgusting laugh, and the pirates around him also laughed along, and obscene words could be heard all the time. They talked unscrupulously about the recent looting and massacre of a village or town, their tone as casual as if they were discussing today's weather. The last trace of playfulness on Kyle's face vanished, replaced by a gloomy expression. He had originally held on to a glimmer of hope, thinking that perhaps he could negotiate amicably with these pirates, using some special tricks to get them to help him. But now it seemed that these guys were nothing more than complete scum, and they deserved death. The world of One Piece isn't always one of sunny adventure and passionate friendship. The cruelty and darkness, hidden in the manga's cover stories or only briefly mentioned, are now laid bare before him. Violence, sin, and bloodshed are part of the truer undertones of this ocean. He was no saint, but he was definitely not someone who could remain indifferent to such evil deeds. Moreover, the appearance of these scumbags just gave him a legitimate opportunity to obtain the ship. "It seems that my first actual combat will be handed over to you bastards." Kyle stood up slowly, a cold murderous intent flashed in his eyes. He took a deep breath and did not choose to jump off the cliff directly and shout "Gwai gwai, surrender, you are surrounded by me." Instead, he quietly went around to the edge of the jungle where the pirates were searching. A lone pirate was cursing and hacking at the vines blocking his path with his scimitar, completely unaware of the approaching danger. Kyle appeared behind him like a ghost, his right hand clenched, and an invisible vibration quietly gathered. The pirate froze suddenly. He wanted to open his mouth to call for help, but no sound came out. The next second, the scimitar in his hand fell to the ground with a clang, and the whole person fell down as if all the bones were pulled out. There was a slight crackling sound inside his body, and dark red blood slowly seeped out of his 7 orifices. He was killed with one strike, without even making any noise. Kyle's stomach churned at the sight before him. Although I was mentally prepared, the feeling of ending a life with my own hands was far more uncomfortable than I had imagined. He suppressed the discomfort in his heart and turned his gaze to another target not far away. Who? The other pirate seemed to have heard some noise and turned his head warily. What greeted him was a shock wave that was almost impossible to capture with the naked eye. Puff! The pirate was like being hit head-on by an invisible sledgehammer. A large part of his chest caved in instantly, and he flew backwards, stopping only after crashing into a small tree. Blood gushed out of his mouth, and it was obvious that he was not going to survive. Enemy attack! Finally, a pirate discovered the miserable state of his companions and screamed in horror. The bearded captain on the beach suddenly changed his expression and roared, "Who are you? Get out here!" Kyle didn't respond, but walked out of the woods directly, his figure bathed in sunlight, with black hair, golden eyes and an indifferent expression. Brat! The bearded captain was stunned at first when he saw Kyle's appearance, then he grinned. "How dare you touch my people? Brothers! Kill him!" The remaining 7 or 8 pirates immediately rushed towards Kyle, howling, with swords in their hands flashing coldly. Kyle did not retreat but advanced, facing the oncoming pirates, pushing forward with both hands. Buzz buzz buzz! 3 condensed shockwaves spread out in a fan-shaped pattern, precisely covering all the enemies ahead. The pirates at the forefront didn't even have time to scream before they were blasted away by the violent force, their bones broken and their tendons shattered, leaving them in a state of uncertainty as to whether they were alive or dead. The pirates behind were frightened out of their wits by the terrifying power. They stopped abruptly and looked at Kyle in horror. "You, what kind of monster are you?" a pirate asked tremblingly. Kyle didn't answer, his figure flashed and appeared in front of him in an instant. The pirate only felt a flash before his eyes, and then a strange vibration came from the arm holding the knife. He watched his sturdy steel knife shatter like glass and turned into a pile of iron chips. "My knife!" Before he could react, Kyle slashed his neck with a knife, and the shockwave directly damaged his cervical vertebrae. In a blink of an eye, only the bearded captain was left standing there. He watched Kyle deal with his men as easily as cutting melons and vegetables. The grim smile on his face had long disappeared, replaced by deep fear. He finally realized that he had provoked someone he absolutely shouldn't have provoked. "You, who are you?" the bearded captain roared fiercely, his hand holding the mace trembling slightly with fear. Kyle walked towards him step by step, and every step seemed to step on his heart. A righteous little savage passing by. Before he finished speaking, Kyle's figure suddenly accelerated and turned into a shadow. The bearded captain roared, swung his mace and smashed it down hard, bringing up a gust of evil wind. However, the mace hit nothing. The moment Kyle's body came into contact with the mace, it became somewhat transparent, like swaying air, and the mace penetrated him unhindered. Elementalization. The bearded captain's pupils suddenly shrank. What kind of ability is this? The next moment, Kyle's body solidified again, and a hand was pressed on his chest. "I'll send you on your way to hell to repent." Shockwave, disintegration. Puff. The bearded captain's body trembled violently, his expression frozen in extreme fear and pain. He looked down at his chest, where the clothes and flesh seemed to be torn and shattered from the inside out by an invisible force. He opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but he only spat out a large mouthful of blood mixed with internal organs, and then fell straight down, completely silent. The battle is over. Kyle stood on a messy beach, the sea breeze bringing with it a strong smell of blood. He looked at the corpses all over the ground, his face turned pale, his stomach churning, and finally he couldn't hold it in any more. With a wow, he vomited all the grilled fish he had eaten in the morning. It was his first time killing people, and killing so many in a row. Even though the enemy was a heinous pirate, the intense physical and psychological impact was still difficult for him to bear. This was a completely different experience from breaking rocks and blowing up trees during training. After a long time, he finally recovered, rinsed his mouth with seawater, and wiped away the stains from the corners of his mouth. "Hey! This is the world of One Piece," he muttered to himself, his tone a little complicated. No exciting background music, no impassioned declarations, only cold corpses and sickening blood. But he has no regrets. He walked over to the pirate ship and looked at the vehicle that would soon belong to him. Although it was a bit shabby, it was still a ship that could sail to the sea. The newbie gift package finally arrived. Kyle's lips curled into a slightly pale smile. Although, the deliveryman's attitude was a bit bad. He jumped on board and began to check the situation on board. There was some fresh water and food, but not mew. Surprisingly, in a cabin, he also found a small wooden box containing some Bailey and several pieces of jewelry that looked quite valuable. It's better than nothing. Kyle put the box away. Now, he has a boat. Well then, Kyle stood at the bow, gazing out at the boundless ocean, a light rekindled in his eyes. Grand line, here I come. Post views, 302. 004 One Piece, starting from the Veterans of Roger's Crew Chapter 004. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. I'm in the sea, please give me some advice. Ahem, why does this sound weird? Never mind. Shaking his head to get rid of these messy thoughts, Kyle walked into the cabin and began to rummage through the drawers. These pirates had poor taste, and most of their clothing reeked of sweat and blood. He finally managed to dig out a set of black shirt and trousers from a relatively clean trunk. While the material was rough and overly loose, it was still better than his savage suit made of leaves and animal skins. After changing into new clothes, Kyle found a piece of copper that was polished to a relatively smooth surface to use as a mirror. The boy in the mirror had black hair and golden eyes. His skin had a healthy wheat color due to long-term sun exposure. His facial features were clearly defined. Although there was still a hint of childishness on his face, his eyes were unusually bright. Especially those golden pupils, which seemed to be flashing with a strange light in the slightly dim cabin. Tisk, I never thought I could make a living by relying on my looks. Kyle smugly brushed his bangs, expressing his extreme satisfaction with his new handsome appearance. What a shame! If this happened in his previous life, he would have been at least a school idol, right? Maybe he could even become an internet celebrity. After his narcissistic indulgence, Kyle returned to the deck. He imitated the pirates he remembered, adjusting the sails in a very formal manner, and then took control of the rudder. Then let's go! Kyle shouted with high spirits, feeling like a man who was about to conquer the sea of stars. And then, nothing happened. An hour later, the pirate ship was still spinning in the same place. 2 hours later, Kyle was sweating profusely, and the distance between the boat and the deserted island seemed to be a little closer. No, how do you turn this thing on? Kyle scratched his head frantically, his handsome face flushed red with embarrassment. In his previous life, he was just an ordinary person who had been on a boat a few times. Not to mention driving a boat, even his swimming skills were barely passing. He did learn a lot of theoretical knowledge from various film and television works, such as pulling the sail with the wind, making a Z shape against the wind, and steering steadily. But when he really tried it, he found that this was completely different from driving. I remember that when Luffy and the others went out to sea, it didn't seem so difficult. How did they steer the boat before Nami came? Kyle fell into deep self-doubt. He tried to activate the power of the wave fruit, hoping to use the shockwave to propel the boat forward. However, with a loud bang, a shockwave hit the sea, sending up a huge splash, much of which poured back onto him. Suddenly, a feeling of weakness came over him, and the boat swayed a bit. Then, the reaction force pushed it back a short distance. Kyle wiped the sea water off his face and looked up at the sky in silence. Well, it seems like we can only go with the flow. He gave up struggling and let the pirate ship drift aimlessly on the vast ocean like a helpless leaf. Days passed. Kyle went from being frantic at first, to feeling helpless, and finally numb. The fresh water and food on the boat were dwindling at a noticeable rate. Apart from daydreaming every day, he would practice his fruit ability facing the sea, and pray to God to open his eyes and let him drift to a place where there were people. If this keeps going on, I'm afraid I'll become the first pirate in the One Piece world to starve to death at sea because I can't sail. What a disgrace to all the time travelers. Kyle lay on the deck, wanting to cry but unable to. He even began to miss the strange-tasting grilled fish on the deserted island. Just when Kyle was so hungry that he was seeing stars and started to have wild thoughts, a vague black dot finally appeared on the sea level in the distance. Land. It's land. Kyle jumped up from the deck with a start. He was so excited that he even wanted to use the shock wave to speed himself up, but his reason told him that it would be better to save his energy. Fortunately, the ocean current seemed to be on his side. After a short while, the outline of the island became increasingly clear. It looked quite prosperous, with a dock and numerous houses on the shore. Kyle was so excited that tears welled up in his eyes. He didn't care about any sailing skills and steered the boat randomly, trying desperately to steer the boat towards the dock. His efforts immediately caused a commotion at the port. Workers handling cargo on the shore screamed and fled in all directions, shouting and yelling, while several innocent small boats were smashed to pieces by his reckless pirate ship. Kyle was sweating profusely and didn't care about his dignity at the moment. He just hoped that this broken ship would stop quickly. Finally, with a loud thump, the bow of the ship was firmly wedged into a thick wooden pile at the dock. The entire ship shook violently and was finally stuck firmly, unable to move. Perfect. Hey, we're finally here. Kyle didn't care about the miserable state of the boat and the strange looks from the people around him. He jumped onto the dock. The feeling of his feet on the solid ground made him almost want to kneel down and kiss the earth. He couldn't wait to stop a passerby and tried to make his expression look friendly. "Excuse me, big brother, where is this place?" The passerby was startled by his appearance of being exhausted and hungry, but still replied, "This is the port outside of Dogtown." Dogtown. Kyle was completely bewildered. He had never heard of that name before. He quickly asked, "So, how is Pirate King Roger doing now? What about Navy hero Garp? And is there any Straw Hat Kid?" Upon hearing this, the passers-by looked at Kyle up and down with a look as if he was a lunatic. "Roger, Garp, Straw Hat Boy? What are you talking about? I've never heard of them. Kid, are you hungry?" After saying that, he waved his hand in disgust, as if to drive away something dirty, and left quickly. Hey! Kyle was stunned. How could no one know about the famous Pirate King and Navy hero? Even if Straw Hat Luffy hadn't made a name for himself yet, there wouldn't be any rumors about him, right? Did I travel too early or too late? Or is this Dogtown really so remote that it's isolated from the world? A deep sense of doubt filled his heart, and Kyle walked the streets of the town in a somewhat lost state. The town was very prosperous, with people coming and going, the sound of hawkers hawking, and the atmosphere of life. Kyle was just wondering if the few berries he had looted from the pirate ship were enough for a full meal when his stomach protested loudly. Just when he was about to find a tavern to find out more information, a loud explosion suddenly came from the distance. Boom! What followed was the sound of terrified screams and chaotic running. Pirates! It's the Black Shark Pirates! They're here to rob again! Run! Kyle looked up suddenly and saw thick smoke and flames rising into the sky in the direction of the port. You can vaguely see a pirate ship flying a shark skull flag, which is unscrupulously bombarding the buildings on the shore with its ship's cannons. Well, trouble has already come to my door before I even have my meal. Kyle's mouth twitched, but a hint of barely perceptible excitement flashed across his golden pupils. Perfect, I can use you to test my pent-up anger. I can even borrow some money for loan. Post views, 270. 0051 piece, starting from the Veterans of Roger's Crew Chapter 005. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. Kyle ignored the panicked townspeople and headed straight for the port. The deafening roar of gunfire and the shrill screams didn't make him flinch, instead, they ignited an irrepressible excitement in his golden eyes. The depression of the past few days of wandering and the confusion of arriving in a different world seemed to need an outlet. And this group of blind pirates arrived at the perfect time. Hey, guys, this store looks like it's making a lot of money. The wooden door of a store near the port was roughly kicked open, and several Black Shark Pirates minions rushed in with a grin, ready to plunder. Kyle's figure appeared silently behind them, his eyes swept over these guys, and the invisible vibration perception spread like water waves, accurately locking onto the weapons on their waists and the weak points of their bodies. Almost at the moment when Kyle's mind moved slightly, the pirates who were about to attack suddenly froze. The leader had just raised his scimitar, ready to chop open a locked box, when the steel knife in his hand made a buzzing sound and began to tremble violently from the inside. Then, with a teeth-grinding crackling sound, it turned into a pile of tiny metal pieces and fell to the ground. My sword, what happened? The pirate looked at his empty hands in astonishment, completely confused about what was happening. Before he could react, a strange tingling sensation came from his internal organs, followed by severe colic, as if all his internal organs were tightly grasped and kneaded by an invisible hand. He opened his mouth, but no sound came out. He could only watch his companions fall to the ground one after another, holding their stomachs and twitching in pain, with blood foam oozing from their mouths and noses. The whole process was silent, with only the soft sounds of metal breaking and bodies falling to the ground. Kyle didn't even glance at them and went straight to the next target. That brat! He did it! Open fire! Kill him! Finally, a pirate discovered this young man who was reaping the lives of his companions like a ghost, and screamed in horror. Under the threat of death, the other pirates regained their composure and turned their weapons against the suddenly appearing villain. Suddenly, several muskets were trained on Kyle, unleashing deadly lead bullets, while the cold flash of swords slashed down from all directions. Faced with this intensive attack, Kyle did not dodge or evade. Just as the bullets and swords were about to hit his body, Kyle's figure twisted without warning, becoming illusory and uncertain, like the air scorched by the high temperature on a summer afternoon, with tiny ripples on the edges. Swish, swish, swish. The bullet pierced his body unhindered, hitting the wall behind him. The sword that slashed at him had no impact point, as if it was cutting into a phantom, causing only a few ripples to spread. You cut nothing. What? Ghost. He's a ghost. The pirates were so frightened by this bizarre scene that their attacking movements were suspended. A sneer appeared on Kyle's lips. This was the first time he used elementalization so smoothly in actual combat. It felt, not bad. He was like dancing on the edge of a knife, his figure switching between physical and shockwave forms at a high speed. Every flash was accompanied by the fall of a pirate. Their chests suddenly collapsed as their weapons fell out of their hands, or their eyes rolled back and fine beads of blood oozed out of all their orifices. They collapsed to the ground silently without even having time to scream. Too slow, too weak. Kyle's voice, with a hint of teasing, rang out in the chaotic battlefield. He suddenly stopped and pushed his hands forward, targeting the dozen or so pirates gathered in front of him who were looking at him in surprise and suspicion. The first shock wave, as solid as a substance, shot out, tearing the air into a clear trajectory and heading straight for the group of pirates. Immediately afterwards, boom! Boom! 2 equally violent shock waves followed one after another, almost without any order. The dozen or so pirates' faces changed drastically. They didn't even have time to dodge before they were completely swallowed up by the 3 consecutive attacks. The violent force blasted them away, knocking down several wooden houses nearby, sending rubble and wood chips flying everywhere and stirring up a cloud of dust. The originally noisy sounds of fighting in the port suddenly fell silent, and the fleeing townspeople and the remaining pirates stared at the horrifying scene in amazement. Monster! Monster! A pirate dropped his weapon and tried to escape by crawling. Kyle was just about to press on and catch all the small fry in one fell swoop, but he suddenly felt a strong sense of dizziness in his head, and his vision went black. He groaned and forced himself to steady himself. The excitement receded like the tide, replaced by a fatigue that came from deep within his soul. After continuous and intensive use of the fruit ability, coupled with not eating for many days, his body finally protested. Oh no, Kyle thought to himself that something was wrong. His elemental state began to become unstable, his body flickered between illusion and reality, and his movements slowed down. Captain! That guy seems to be dying. A sharp-eyed pirate noticed Kyle's abnormality and shouted in surprise. The captain of the Black Shark Pirates, a burly man with a face full of flesh and holding a huge anchor, now had a face so gloomy that water could drip out of it. He didn't expect that after roaming this sea area for many years, he would suffer such a big setback today at the hands of an unknown kid. Come on! Kill him and the reward will be doubled, the captain roared and ordered. At this moment, a sharp knife light attacked Kyle from behind. A tall and thin swordsman Cotter with a sinister look in the Black Shark Pirates had been lurking in the dark and observing, and finally caught Kyle's weakness when he was exhausted. The long knife in his hand was like a poisonous snake coming out of a hole, going straight to Kyle's back. Kyle's heart trembled, and he tried to use his fruit ability to transform into an element to dodge, but his body was somewhat out of control, and he could only barely turn sideways. Swish! The sharp tip of the knife cut through his clothes, leaving a wound on his ribs, and the blood instantly dyed the black shirt red. Kyle groaned in intense pain and staggered back a few steps, leaning his back against a broken wall. The swordsman succeeded in his attack and a ferocious smile appeared on his face. Kid, your ability is indeed weird, but you are dead now. He approached step by step with a bloody long sword in his hand, his eyes full of pleasure. Kyle was breathing heavily, beads of cold sweat appeared on his forehead, and his vision began to blur. Damn! This wave! Is it possible that I have to die here just after leaving the novice village? This is too frustrating. Mom, I'm going to starve to death. Just as the swordsman raised his sword and prepared to deal the final blow to Kyle, an extremely swift black shadow fell from the sky. Clang! A sharp sound of metal clashing was heard. A figure stood in front of Kyle, and that person was wearing a familiar straw hat. The swordsman was shocked by the sudden attack and retreated repeatedly. His palms were numb and he looked at the person who came in with surprise and doubt. The moment Kyle saw the person's profile, his pupils suddenly contracted and a huge wave of emotion surged in his heart. Ace. Post views, 257. 0061 piece, starting from the Veterans of Roger's Crew Chapter 006. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. Clang. The harsh sound of metal clashing exploded in Kyle's ears, causing pain in his eardrums. The long sword flashing with cold light was blocked abruptly, only a few inches away from his face. Kyle barely opened his eyes, which were blurry due to blood loss and exhaustion, and what came into view was the back of a young man wearing a straw hat. The style and color of the straw hat, as well as the familiar profile, made a name flash through his mind. Ace. Kyle's voice was hoarse and dry, full of disbelief. How could he be here? The timeline doesn't match. The young man in the straw hat didn't look back, but just flicked his wrist lightly, and a huge force was transmitted through the weapon in his hand. The swordsman from the Black Shark pirates who had succeeded in the sneak attack felt an irresistible force surging at him. The palm of his hand holding the sword instantly cracked, and the long sword flew out of his hand and fell to the ground with a clang. He was shocked and stepped back repeatedly, with horror written all over his face. "Hey, are you okay?" The man in the straw hat turned around and grinned, revealing a row of neat white teeth. In the sunlight, his young and angular face was full of confidence and vitality, and his eyes were as sharp as an eagle, as if they could see through people's hearts. That smile, that look. Kyle's pupils suddenly shrank. "Sorry, sir, I didn't recognize you just now." "No. It's not Ace. It's Ace, his dad. Gold Roger. The pirate king of his youth." An invisible aura quietly emanated from Roger. The pressure was not intentional, but it made the ferocious pirates around him shudder. As if they were being stared at by some kind of prehistoric beast, they subconsciously took a few steps back with fear in their eyes. "Who are you?" The Black Shark pirate's captain, the burly man holding the anchor, shouted fiercely but weakly. He could sense that the straw-hatted guy before him was definitely a tough nut to crack. Roger ignored him and instead looked at the disheveled Kyle and the messy battlefield behind him with great interest. "That's incredible. He took down so many pirates by himself? You're quite capable, kid." At this moment, a burst of hurried and orderly footsteps suddenly came from the outskirts of the port. "Navy! The Navy is coming! G Branch Marines! Run!" The remaining pirates cried out in surprise, and the already shaky formation instantly became even more chaotic. A large number of naval soldiers in standard military uniforms rushed in from all directions, with their guns pointed at the chaotic area in the center of the port. The leading officers carried the rank of lieutenant colonel on their shoulders and had stern expressions. They were obviously the elite of the G branch of the Dugtown Navy. "All pirates, lay down your weapons and surrender immediately. Otherwise you will be killed without mercy," a naval lieutenant colonel shouted loudly, and his voice echoed over the port. The presence of the Navy further complicated the already tense situation. A fierce look flashed in the eyes of the Black Shark pirate's captain, who knew that an easy escape today would be impossible. "Brothers! Fight them! Kill these two little devils who are in our way first, then charge out!" He roared, swung the huge anchor, and smashed it towards Roger and Kyle. The remaining pirates also clamored, trying to fight a desperate battle. "Come on, kahahaha!" Roger laughed loudly, facing the smashing anchor and the swarming naval soldiers. There was no panic on his face. The weapon in his hand was not a famous sword, but just an ordinary Western sword, but in his hands it unleashed amazing power. Swish! The sword flashed so fast that people couldn't see its trajectory. The moment the heavy anchor touched the sword, it was split in half like rotten wood, and the broken end was as smooth as a mirror. Immediately afterwards, Roger's figure shuttled through the crowd like a ghost, and every time he swung his sword, it was accompanied by an unmatched domineering power. The pirates and Navy soldiers who were rushing in the front didn't even see his movements clearly before they were chopped away by the sharp sword energy, and blood splattered everywhere. His swordsmanship was vigorous and seemingly simple and direct, but it contained a certain indescribable rhythm and power. Every slash seemed to be able to split mountains and crack rocks. Kyle leaned against the wall, enduring the severe pain from the wound under his ribs and the weakness of his body, and stared at Roger's fight. Is this, the future Pirate King? So strong. The calmness and dominance in his every gesture, and the ultimate control over power were a realm he had never seen before. Compared to Roger, his previous battles against those small pirates were like children playing house. Every swing of Roger's sword, every dodge, was deeply imprinted in Kyle's mind. Is this hacky? Kyle muttered to himself. Although he couldn't describe it exactly, he could clearly sense that Roger's attack contained something beyond mere physical force. Continuous fighting, blood loss, and long-term hunger finally pushed Kyle's body to its limit. A strong feeling of dizziness came over me like a tide, and the scene in front of me began to spin and blur. The sounds of Roger's battle, the shouts of the Navy, and the screams of the pirates seemed to come from far away and became less and less real. Damn it, my body can't move, Kyle gritted his teeth, trying to stay awake, but his eyelids became heavier and heavier. Just as the Navy soldiers regrouped and squeezed Roger's movement space smaller and smaller in an attempt to encircle him, a golden figure suddenly cut into the chaotic battlefield like lightning across the night sky. Clang! 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 The crisp sounds of swords rang out one after another, accompanied by the screams of several naval soldiers. The figure was as fast as a stream of light, and the western sword in his hand danced out a gorgeous golden light curtain. Every flash took the life of an enemy accurately and gracefully. His swordsmanship was different from Roger's domineering and unparalleled style, being more agile and skillful, but just as deadly. Really? Roger laughed heartily when he saw the person coming, and his attack became more fierce. The man who came was none other than the young Pluto Silver's Rayleigh. He had medium-length blonde hair, wore a pair of small round glasses, and had a calm expression, but his eyes gleamed with a sharp light. Rayleigh's arrival instantly changed the situation on the battlefield. He and Roger, one on the left and one on the right, were like two indestructible blades, easily tearing through the Navy's encirclement. Really, Roger? You always make such a big noise. Rayleigh easily blocked the slash of a naval lieutenant colonel and still had the energy to tease him. Ka-ha-ha-ha. This is on the way. Roger responded nonchalantly, and with a backhand sword, he swept away several pirates. Kyle's consciousness was already on the edge of being awake and unconscious. He vaguely saw Rayleigh's figure, and the last bit of strength in his heart seemed to be drained away. Young Roger. Rayleigh. This is 50 or 60 years before the main plot. The remaining Black Shark pirates were already frightened by this sudden change. They were either easily dealt with by Roger and Rayleigh, or they dropped their weapons and fled in all directions. Although the soldiers of the Marines' G branch were well trained, they were still stretched thin in front of the two future legendary pirates, and casualties continued to mount. Roger and Rayleigh stood in front and behind, protecting the almost unconscious Kyle in the middle, back to back, facing the enemies coming from all directions. The afterglow of the setting sun stretched the shadows of the three people very long. The harbor was filled with smoke and the smell of blood was pungent. This was a chaotic fight, and also the prelude to a legend. An era belonging to One Piece seems to have quietly opened its magnificent curtain in this inconspicuous port of Douch Town, accompanied by a soul that accidentally traveled through time. Kyle's eyelids finally closed completely, and his last consciousness was fixed on Roger's heroic laughter and the shining light on Rayleigh's sword. Post Views, 245. 007 One Piece, starting from the Veterans of Roger's Crew Chapter 007. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. The noise in the port gradually died down, and the remaining Black Shark pirates and some Navy soldiers fled in a panic, and the air was filled with a strong smell of blood and gunpowder. Roger kicked away a pirate who was trying to sneak attack him. He shook the blood on his sword and grinned, revealing 2 rows of white teeth. Ha ha ha. It's really not fun, Rayleigh. Rayleigh sheathed his sword, his eyes sweeping across the devastated battlefield before finally settling on Kyle, who lay unconscious against the wall. He said calmly, "You want to pick someone up? Ka-ha-ha-ha. This little brat is amazing." Roger strode over to Kyle and unceremoniously lifted him up with one hand. "That fruit ability, and that desperate ruthlessness, is exactly what I like." Rayleigh looked at Roger's excited look, helplessly held his forehead, sighed, but didn't say mew. He knew himself as the captain too well. Once he made a decision, even 10 sea kings could not change it. Just like how he had taken away Rayleigh and his ship for free with just a few words. Come on, Nijalu. Navy reinforcements are probably arriving soon. We shouldn't stay here any longer. Roger carried Kyle and called out to Rayleigh, and the two of them jumped nimbly onto a sailboat docked at the edge of the dock, which was not much better than the Black Shark pirates' broken ship. After an unknown amount of time, Kyle slowly woke up after being shaken. The dazzling sunlight shone through the porthole of the cabin, which was a bit dazzling. He moved, and a tearing pain came from his ribs, making him gasp. Hiss, survived. Kyle looked around and found himself lying on a simple hammock. The cabin was not big, but it was quite tidy. Hey, wake up, little kid. A hearty voice sounded above his head. Kyle looked up suddenly and saw an enlarged smiling face. It was the young Roger. He was sitting cross-legged on the wooden barrel beside him, holding a half-eaten piece of bone-in meat in his hand, looking at himself with a smile. You saved me. Kyle struggled to sit up. Ka-ha-ha-ha. It's just a piece of cake. I'm Gold Roger. Roger waved his hand nonchalantly, then pointed at Kyle's ribs. Rayleigh has already taken care of your injury. Yaroganayaga, you dared to take on an entire ship of pirates by yourself and nearly wiped them out. What kind of fruit ability is that? It's quite interesting, can it shatter things? Kyle looked into Roger's eyes, which seemed to see through everything, and felt a chill in his heart. He knew that in front of such a legendary figure, hiding things would not make much sense. Kyle, Iron Kyle, nature-type popo fruit. He tried to make his voice sound calmer. Natural science. A hint of surprise flashed in Roger's eyes, then turned into intense interest. Kui. Such strength and courage at such a young age, not bad. He tossed the bone aside, clapped his hands, and then looked at Kyle with a burning gaze, a contagious grin on his lips. Little Kyle, I'm attracted to you. Are you interested in going out to sea with us? Let's see what the ocean really looks like. Roger stretched out his hand. It was a broad and powerful palm, with the roughness of holding a sword for many years on the palm. The invitation came so suddenly, yet so naturally. Kyle's heart began to beat uncontrollably. The fake succubus, his long legs and slim waist. The real succubus. My dear comrade, are you willing to change the world with me? Zhou, the legendary succubus Roger has exerted his strength, and this is all he can hold back. He looked at the undisguised admiration in Roger's eyes and the ambition that seemed to embrace the whole world in his arms, and a surge of blood surged from the bottom of his heart. He forced himself to sit up straight in the hammock. Although the wound under his ribs was still causing severe pain, his eyes were extremely firm. Kyle took a deep breath, his voice trembling with excitement, but remarkably clear. I long for freedom. I long to see a wider world. I long to have the power to realize my dreams. If I could be with you. He didn't say anything else, but his yearning for adventure, his longing for the unknown, and his spirit that faintly resonated with the aura of freedom emanating from Roger had been clearly conveyed. The smile on Roger's face grew brighter, and his eyes shone with brilliance. Rayleigh, who had been standing silently at the cabin door, wiping his sword, raised his head at this moment, his eyes lingering on Kyle for a moment, then turned to Roger and nodded imperceptibly. Ka-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha. Roger suddenly burst into a deafening laugh, his laughter full of joy and pride. He grabbed Kyle's outstretched hand and shook it hard. Good. Well said. Roger's voice was like a bell. From today on, Kyle will be the third partner of our Roger Pirates. The third one. Kyle was stunned. That's right. Roger patted his chest proudly and pointed at Rayleigh. I'm Captain Gold Roger. That second in command with glasses over there is Silver's Rayleigh. Including you, that makes exactly 3. Kyle looked at the future Pirate King in front of him, who was now smiling like a child who had obtained a favorite toy, with mixed feelings in his heart. Is this Gold Roger? There is no legendary mystery, no deliberately created royal majesty, only the heroism and unrestrainedness that comes from the heart, and an indescribable affinity. He is like a huge luminous body, who can easily ignite the enthusiasm of those around him, making people involuntarily want to follow him, to explore with him, to take risks, and to witness those magnificent miracles. After just a moment of contact, Kyle had already deeply felt Roger's unique leadership charm. "Welcome aboard, Kyle." Rayleigh also came over and smiled at Kyle. Although he was still a little calm, he was less scrutinizing than when they first met. "Please give me your guidance in the future, Captain Roger, Mr. Rayleigh," Kyle said solemnly, the excitement and anticipation in his heart almost overflowing. "A legend is about to set sail from this small pirate ship." Post Views, 236. 008 One Piece, starting from the Veterans of Roger's Crew Chapter 008. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. The ship sailed on the vast ocean for several days. The young body has amazing recovery ability. Coupled with not having to worry about food and drink for a few days, Kyle's rib wound has completely healed. He feels more energetic than ever. Every day, watching Roger either laughing in the wind at the bow, or arm wrestling with Rayleigh, usually ending with Roger cheating, or humming tuneless songs, the energy that seemed to overflow from the deck also ignited a certain desire in Kyle's heart. That afternoon, the sun was shining brightly and the sea breeze was gentle. Roger had just finished a large piece of roasted sea monster leg and was picking his teeth with a very satisfied look on his face. Rayleigh leaned against the mast, wiping his ordinary-looking but sharp western sword. Kyle stretched his muscles, feeling the power surging in his body. Finally, he couldn't hold back any longer and walked up to Roger with a burning look in his eyes. "Captain." Roger raised his eyes lazily. "Hey? What's wrong, little Kyle, are you hungry?" "Fight me, Captain." Kyle's voice was not loud, but it was filled with the courage of a newborn calf who is not afraid of a tiger. He was eager to know the gap between himself and Roger. Roger paused picking his teeth, then burst into his signature laugh, "Ha ha ha! Funny." Upon hearing this, Rayleigh stopped polishing his sword and looked over here with a faint smile behind his glasses, obviously interested. A space was quickly cleared on the deck. Kyle took a deep breath and assumed a fighting stance. He knew there was a huge gap between him and Roger, but it was this gap that only fueled his competitive spirit. He wanted to know how many moves he could withstand against the future Pirate King if he gave it his all. "Iksu, Captain." Before he finished speaking, Kyle's figure swayed slightly. "Light mirage." The light in the air twisted and distorted, like ripples on the water. The next moment, 3 identical Kyles appeared on the deck. Each one exudes the same aura, and even the expressions on their faces are exactly the same, making it difficult to tell the real from the fake. 3 Kyle characters formed and rushed towards Roger in the center from 3 different directions at the same time with a whistling sound of wind. Kyle on the left slashed Roger's neck with a knife, Kyle on the right kicked Roger's lower body swiftly, and Kyle in the front clenched his fists, ready to deliver a shock pun. This was the best way he could think of to combine the deceptive and offensive properties of the light mirage. Even if only one of them was real, the other 2 illusions could effectively distract the opponent and create an opportunity for the real one to strike. "Roger, can you take this punch from 30 years of physics knowledge?" Faced with this sudden multiple attack, Roger just stood there lazily picking his nose, and even the smile on his face didn't change much, only a hint of approval flashed in his eyes. "Wow, Sugui." Just when the attacks of the 3 Kyles were about to hit Roger, he moved. His movements were not fast, and could even be said to be extremely simple. No dodging, no blocking. He just casually raised his right hand and nonchalantly threw a hook punch at Kyle, who was closest to him and was also attacking him from the front. Bang! A muffled sound. Puff! The light and shadow clones instantly dissipated. Kyle felt an indescribable force coming from his abdomen. His vision instantly spun around and his mind went blank. Wadassi, are you lucky again? You keep calling me Skoyi and Kalamaya with every punch, Roger, you. Kyle's body suddenly arched backward like a cooked shrimp, his feet left the ground, and then he collapsed limply on the deck, his eyes rolled back, and he fainted. The whole process was so quick and swift that it was hard for people to react. 1 second there were 3 Kyles attacking aggressively, and the next second there was only one Kyle lying on the ground, sleeping like a baby. There was silence on the deck, with only the sound of the sea breeze blowing through the canvas. Roger retracted his fist and shook his hand, as if he was just brushing off a little dust. He looked down at the unconscious Kyle and grinned, ha ha ha. That's the good thing about being young. You can fall asleep right away. Rayleigh walked over slowly, took one look at the unconscious Kyle, and a helpless smile appeared on his lips. It seems he won't wake up before dinner. Roger, you're still so ruthless. Ha ha ha. Little Kyle is very strong. Roger laughed nonchalantly, bent down, and picked up Kyle like a chicken, and threw him on his shoulder. Let's go, Rayleigh, let's see if we can catch something big for dinner today. The rich aroma of meat was like an invisible hook, pulling Kyle out of his stupor little by little. He opened his eyes and saw the afterglow of the setting sun shining through the porthole, casting a few warm orange-red colors in the shaking cabin. His stomach was empty and rumbling, and there was still a dull pain in his ribs and stomach from being knocked out by Roger's punch, reminding him of the horrific duel in the afternoon. Woo, Kyle groaned, holding his forehead and sitting up. Fortunately, he didn't travel through time again. Hey, are you awake? Roger's signature loud voice came from outside the cabin, with an undisguised smile. Kyle held onto the wall and staggered out of the cabin. On the deck, a bonfire was burning brightly. A roasted, golden, juicy seabird of unknown origin was placed on the fire, emitting an alluring aroma. Roger was holding a dagger, carelessly cutting off a piece of the roast meat and stuffing it into his mouth, eating until his mouth was full of grease. Rayleigh sat aside, cutting the meat on the plate with a knife in an elegant manner, in stark contrast to Roger's roughness. Ha ha ha! You're just in time, little Kyle. Tonight's dinner is a special meal. Roger saw Kyle coming out, waved at him, and pointed to an empty wooden box next to the fire. Kyle's stomach growled even louder. He walked over and sat down, picking up the knife and fork that Rayleigh handed him. He was so hungry that he didn't care about his image. He followed Roger's example and tore off a large piece of bird leg with his hands and took a big bite. 5 ants. The meat was tender and fresh, with a faint aroma of fruitwood smoke. It was the most delicious thing he had ever eaten since he traveled through time. After devouring most of the roasted bird in a flash, Kyle finally quelled his hunger. He burped, then remembered the humiliating punch he'd received that afternoon. He put down the bone he had chewed clean and looked at Roger, who was picking his teeth with a satisfied look on his face. Captain! Kyle's tone was complex, filled with awe, resentment, and mostly curiosity. That punch you threw this afternoon, what on earth was going on? I clearly used light mirage, attacking from 3 directions simultaneously. He still hasn't figured out how Roger locked onto his true form in an instant and knocked him unconscious with just a casual pun. Roger paused picking his teeth, glanced at him, and grinned. Oh? That one. He stretched out the fist that had hit Kyle, shook it in front of his eyes, and said in a tone that said, "Isn't this simple? Just like that, bang, and you fall asleep, ha 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 ha." Kyle's mouth twitched. "I'm asking, how did you do it?" Roger stroked his chin, as if thinking seriously. After a moment, he slapped his thigh. "Maybe your weakness is too big? Those 3 shadows dazzled me, so I just picked the one I liked and hit it. I didn't expect to hit the right one. Luck, pure luck. Ha ha ha. You call that luck? Kyle nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. This Versailles-esque response was even more hurtful than directly mocking his weakness. Rayleigh, standing next to him, put down his knife and fork and wiped the corners of his mouth with a napkin. A hint of a smile lingered behind his glasses as he spoke calmly. Roger simply doesn't want to waste any extra energy trying to distinguish your illusions. To him, it doesn't matter which one he attacks. Kyle. It's a murderous act, Layla sang. Roger laughed triumphantly. Rayleigh still understands me. Little Kyle, your fruit ability is good and your ideas are good, but you're still far from perfect. Kyle was speechless, his cheeks burning. Although it was the truth, hearing it spoken so bluntly from the future Pirate King still hit him hard. He originally thought that he should be a leader among his peers with the power of the Popo fruit, but he didn't expect that he couldn't even withstand a single move from Roger. A strong sense of frustration surged in my heart, but what followed was an even stronger fighting spirit. Captain! Kyle stood up suddenly, his eyes determined. Please teach me how to become stronger. Roger and Rayleigh both looked at him in surprise. Roger looked at Kyle with interest, his deep eyes gleaming with an inexplicable light. He put down the pick he was using and grinned, a smile that held a hint of amusement and a hint of approval. Ka-ha-ha-ha. Very energetic. Roger stood up and walked to Kyle. Want to get stronger? Roger stretched out his large, fan-like hand and patted Kyle's shoulder hard, causing him to stagger. Okay. He abruptly withdrew his hand, placed his hands on his hips, and said loudly in a tone as if announcing a major decision, since you are so motivated, starting tomorrow, Rayleigh and I will personally guide your training. Ka-ha-ha-ha. Don't cry and beg for mercy, little Kyle. Don't die accidentally. Roger laughed extremely ostentatiously, as if he had already foreseen the scene of Kyle being tortured to death. Kyle swallowed his saliva, looked at Roger's excited expression as if he was afraid of chaos in the world, and then looked at Rayleigh's calm expression next to him who said I wish you all the best, and felt a chill rushing from his tailbone to the top of his head. Yes. Captain. Although he anticipated the bumpy road ahead, Kyle gritted his teeth and responded loudly. Post views, 207. 0091 piece, starting from the Veterans of Roger's Crew Chapter 009. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. The next morning, just as daybreak approached, Rail was lifted from his hammock by Rayleigh and thrown directly onto the deck. The cold sea breeze instantly sobered him up. Roger and Rayleigh stood in front of him, one on his left and one on his right, like two door gods. Roger crossed his arms, with a smirk on his face as if he was enjoying a good show. Rayleigh pushed his glasses up with a serious expression. Before you begin learning how to use your fruit's power more effectively, there's one thing you must understand. Rayleigh's voice was calm but unquestionable. The devil fruit grants you power, but it's your own body that carries this power. Your physical strength is the foundation of everything. He pointed at Roger and said, this guy doesn't have any fruit ability, but do you think the result will be different if you fight again? Kyle glanced at Roger, who was grinning so hard his gums were showing, and shook his head decisively, the shadow of yesterday's punch still looming in his heart. So, your first training is in physical training, Rayleigh continued, including strengthening your physical fitness and the use of weapons. What weapon do you plan to use? Kyle had actually been thinking about this question for a long time. His Popo fruit and the tremor fruit of Whitebeard, the strongest man in the world and the family hero who has a son all over the sea in his memory, are similar in some aspects. Theoretically speaking, he can also completely replicate some of the effects that the tremor fruit can achieve. I want to use a Guandeo, Kyle answered seriously, but considering that there was no such thing as a Guandeo in this world, it's that big sword with a long handle. Oh! Roger became interested. Why did you choose that one? My ability allows me to manipulate waves, or vibrations, Kyle explained. If I use a polyarm, I can transmit the vibrations through the handle to the blade, releasing them at the moment of the strike, creating a shockwave-like effect. This allows me to maintain distance while increasing the destructive power of my attack. The image of Whitebeard wielding the Kusugaku Mokiri, his majestic figure shattering the very atmosphere with a single strike, emerged in his mind. Although he was still a long way from that level, it was undoubtedly a direction worth striving for. I see, it's the Naginata. Roger nodded in understanding. That's a good idea, little Kyle. Using weapons to amplify the power of the fruit, kahahaha. Rayleigh's eyes flashed with approval behind his glasses. This young man not only possessed talent, but also clear thinking, which was far more valuable than mere brute force. Now that you've decided, this is your training plan. Rayleigh took out a piece of paper from somewhere and handed it to Kyle. Kyle took it and looked at it, and the corner of his eye couldn't help twitching. Kyle's exclusive physical enhancement menu. 1 morning exercise, run around the boat 100 times with weights, the speed is determined by the captain's mood. 2 morning, seawater resistance training, use a rope to connect your waist to the hull, and swim upstream behind the boat until you are exhausted. The captain will randomly throw fish, barrels and other obstacles during this period. 3 afternoon, weapon basics and actual combat training. Instructors, Rayleigh, basic part. Roger, actual part. 4 evening, extreme dodge drill. Stand still in the center of the deck and dodge the love feed from the captain and first officer. If you get hit once, your dinner will be cut in half. 5 nighttime, meditation and practice of fine manipulation of fruit abilities. This, Kyle looked at the ship speed is determined by the captain's mood and randomly thrown obstacles, as well as the inhumane loving feeding, and a layer of cold sweat seeped out of his forehead. I'm sweating profusely, my brother. This training plan, no matter how you look at it, exudes an air of unreliability and disregard for human life. Is it you? What? Scared? Roger leaned over, bumped his shoulder, and smiled a nasty smile. No. Kyle gritted his teeth, clutching the paper tightly in his hand, his eyes blazing with fire. I accept. Thus, Kyle's tragic, crossed-out, fulfilling life begins. On the first day, he ran around the boat less than 30 times. Roger suddenly got excited and made the boat make a sharp turn. Kyle was thrown out and slid on the deck with his face on the ground for 7 or 8 meters. The next day, he was in the water, trying to adjust his posture to avoid drowning, but a sea monster's head appeared out of nowhere and hit him on the back, causing him to swallow several mouthfuls of salty seawater. The bastard Roger was laughing so hard on the boat that he slapped his thigh. On the afternoon of the 3rd day, Rayleigh had just finished teaching him the basic grip of the naginata and the techniques of chopping, sweeping, slashing, and stabbing when Roger rushed over with his sword in hand. Come on, little Kyle, it's time to test your learning. Clang! 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 On the deck, Kyle was brandishing a simple naginata made from a wooden stick and a broadsword, desperately trying to block Roger's violent attacks. Roger didn't even use any sword skills, just the simplest slash, but the overwhelming force made Kyle's knuckles numb, his arms ached, and he was defeated step by step. Too slow. Too soft. There's no power in your knife. Every comment from Roger was like a sledgehammer, hitting Kyle's heart. The evening dodge training is even more heavyweight. Little Kyle, catch my flying fish flick. Kyle, watch out for the barrel on the right. Kyle jumped up and down in the middle of the deck like a mouse being toyed with by 2 cats, sometimes being hurled at by Roger, sometimes by Rayleigh, at a sharp angle and with incredible speed. He could only dodge by relying on the keen 5 senses he developed on the deserted island. Bang! One of them failed to dodge and was hit hard on the butt by a sea fish. Kahahaha! Hit! Dinner is half off. Roger's gloating laughter echoed across the sea. Kyle covered his butt, wanting to cry but unable to. Why are the screams of young children constantly heard from ships at sea? Why are 6-year-olds covered in bruises? Is this a sign of a warped humanity or a decline in morality? Welcome to watch the major documentary The Redemption of Kyle. Of course, the above content is purely the narration that Kyle automatically generated in his mind when he was tortured to the point of losing consciousness. Days passed in this intense training. Kyle was exhausted like a dead dog every day, his bones felt like they were falling apart, his body was covered in bruises, and new injuries were added before the old ones healed. Several times he felt that he was about to die, but every time he was on the verge of his limit, Rayleigh would always take out ointment to help him treat his injuries, and Roger would also bring a roasted giant sea monster to help him replenish his strength. They squeezed his potential in the harshest way and cared about him in the most direct way. Gradually, Kyle began to change from being completely passive at the beginning. When running with weights, he began to subconsciously use weak shock waves to offset part of the reaction force from his feet, making his steps lighter. When sparring with Roger, he no longer simply resisted, but learned to attach high-frequency vibrations to the blade of his naginata, which would detonate at the moment of collision with Roger's sword, thereby dissipating some of the huge force. Although his handsome face was still swollen like a pig's head after being beaten, at least he could hold on for a few more moves. Chicken stomach, it must be chicken stomach, my beauty. During the evening love-feeding event, he used his light mirage to its fullest potential, distorting the light around his body at the moment of impact, creating a visual error of a few tenths of a second, buying him precious time to dodge. As for seawater resistance training, let's not mention it. Then let me ask you, what can I do? What should I do if the person with fruit ability soaks in seawater? Look in my eyes. Roger, Rayleigh, I forgot you are a fruit ability user. No emotion. A month later. In the sunset, Kyle was shirtless, his bronze skin covered with fine scars, but his muscle lines were much smoother and firmer than when they first met. He held the simple naginata, breathing steadily, his eyes fixed on Roger in front of him. Are you ready, Captain Dam? Kahahaha. Come on, little Kyle. Before he could finish his words, Kyle moved. He stomped his foot hard, not charging, but directing a shockwave onto the deck. Shock step instant. The deck trembled slightly, and a reaction force ejected his body at high speed, several times faster than before. The blade of the naginata drew a sharp arc in the air, and a layer of white energy visible to the naked eye was buzzing on the blade. There was a hint of surprise in Roger's eyes, but the smile on his face grew even brighter. He still had that casual attitude, holding the sword in one hand, facing Kyle's attack, and slashing down with the sword without dodging. Clang! Amidst the harsh sound of metal clashing, a powerful gust of air exploded with the two of them as the center. Kyle was shocked and retreated repeatedly, leaving 7 or 8 deep footprints on the deck before he could steady himself. Blood was oozing from his knuckles and his chest was churning with blood. And Roger, for the first time in his life, took a half step back. Although it was only half a step, the smile on Roger's face was happier than if he had discovered some priceless treasure. Kahahahaha. Good job, Kyle. Kyle leaned on his naginata, breathing heavily, but his face showed the most cheerful smile he had seen in over a month. Rayleigh leaned against the mast, a look of relief on his lips. Post views, 185. 010 One Piece, starting from the Veterans of Roger's Crew Chapter 010. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. At night, the waves never stop. Inside the cabin, Kyle was lying on a hammock with his arms and legs spread out. There were a few faint bruises on his face and his body was wrapped in bandages, but the corners of his mouth were raised uncontrollably. In his dream, he was standing on top of a golden palace, holding a black gold naginata with ripples flowing on the blade. Ahead lay a densely packed naval fleet, the leading admiral looking at him solemnly. With a simple swing of his sword, the sea surface was torn apart like cloth, surging waves and destroying the fleet. Countless treasures and beauties streamed toward him, and he sat upon his golden throne, accepting the homage and loyalty of countless powerful men. He he he. A strange and arrogant laugh came from Kyle's throat, which seemed particularly abrupt in the quiet cabin. Rayleigh, who was leaning against the doorway, polishing his sword, paused, helplessly raising his hand to his forehead. This kid, even his dreams are restless. He tiptoed out of the cabin, leaving this dreamer's world to Kyle. On the deck, the moonlight was like water, sprinkling on the sparkling sea, reflecting bits of silver. Roger was sitting alone at the bow, his back against the figurehead, tilting his head back and taking a big gulp of rum. "Did I disturb you?" Roger didn't turn around, and there was a smile in his voice. "It's okay." Rayleigh walked over to sit beside him and placed the sword on his lap. "It's just that some kid kept laughing weirdly." "Ha ha ha. It must be very interesting in the dream." Roger took another sip of wine and turned to look at Rayleigh. "Speaking of which, did you see that attack this afternoon?" "Yeah." Rayleigh pushed his glasses up. "That's a good idea, and the timing is great." "More than good." Roger's eyes lit up surprisingly, and he pinched his index finger and thumb together. "That power already makes me feel a little threatened." "About this much?" "Ka-ha-ha-ha." Upon hearing this, Rayleigh's gaze behind his glasses deepened. He pondered for a moment, then spoke, "It's not just about strength. Roger, have you noticed something amiss with Kyle's performance during this month of love-feeding training?" "Oh." Roger became interested. "What's wrong?" At first, he relied on his eyes and ears, his body's instinctive reactions. But in the past week, Rayleigh recalled the evening scene with a hint of inquiry in his tone. His evasive movements have become increasingly bizarre. Several times, the plank I threw and the fish you threw behind him arrived almost simultaneously, but he always managed to dodge them in the most extreme and energy-saving way. Could it be that? After hearing this, Roger's smile faded a little. He was silent for a moment, then slapped his thigh and burst into deafening laughter. "Ka-ha-ha-ha. I see. It's observation hacky." Of course he had noticed it, but unlike Rayleigh, he was not as analytical as he was, and he trusted his intuition more. In Kyle, he felt a budding aura, the embryonic form of a power that could briefly foresee the future. This kid, he's probably still in the dark. Rayleigh looked towards the cabin, a playful smile on his lips. "It's fun not knowing." "Ha ha ha." Roger drank the last sip of wine in the bottle and threw the empty bottle into the sea, splashing a small wave. He stood up and opened his arms to the sea breeze, as if to embrace the sea of stars. Rayleigh couldn't help but chuckle as he looked at his captain, who was always full of energy. He adjusted his glasses, looked up at the deep night sky again, and sighed softly. "Really, we found a truly incredible monster." "Ka-ha-ha-ha-ha." Roger's heroic and unrestrained laughter spread far and wide across the silent sea, startling a few circling seabirds. Boom! There was a muffled sound in the cabin, and Kyle fell off the bed, cursing. "Captain, damn it! What the hell? My dream is at a critical moment." "Ka-ha-ha-ha-ha. My name is Kyle and I'm a student." Fake tutoring by famous teachers, Rayleigh misleading students. Real tutoring by famous teachers, Cornetto 1 stick of Ryasakura, 2 sticks of tyranny, 3 sticks of fruit awakening, quick training of the 4 emperors. This was how the fans evaluated Kyle in his previous life, but now it seems that it is not entirely correct. At least now the young Rayleigh can be considered a good teacher. Should, probably, maybe, ahem. Kyle, who had embraced Roger and Rayleigh, had no shame in being a strong second generation and now felt incredibly strong. Tactical retreat. Kyle couldn't wait for some blind pirates to come and rob them, so that he could check the results of his training. However, the ship they were on was so rotten that even if pirates came, they would have to give him 100 berries with tears in their eyes. There is no time to mourn the broken ship, because the next to appear are Roger and Rayleigh, who started as the Emperor's vice-chairman in the novice village. Pirate minions, who among the family members in the high-end game understands this? The monsters in the novice village encountered the brave warriors who returned victorious from defeating the Demon King. They are nothing. Bang! Roger's unpretentious fist interrupted Kyle's wild thoughts, and a bump appeared on his head that was visible to the naked eye. Captain Damn! What are you doing? Woohoo, I'm going to sue you for child abuse. Kahahaha. Come and chase me. Roger ran away laughing heartlessly. Kyle's eyes were about to spit fire, and he immediately stood up and chased after them. The two, one big and one small, ran around the cabin. Watching the two childish guys chasing each other on the boat, Rayleigh held his forehead helplessly, feeling tired and feeling that the future was bleak. Sailing is an eternal romance, but also a long loneliness. Kyle came up with this sentence a week ago when he was staring blankly at the unchanging dividing line between the sea level and the sky. Adventure? Encounter? Not really. The life of a pirate is always plain and boring. They have been drifting on the sea for almost 2 months since leaving that nameless island. Except for the occasional foolish sea king who tried to treat their broken ship as dessert after dinner, but was eventually slashed to sleep by Roger, the days were as dull as a glass of boiled water. Ah! See, you are all water. Kyle felt like he was about to grow mushrooms. He sat cross-legged at the bow of the boat, extending a finger in boredom. The air in front of his fingertips vibrated slightly, and a breeze appeared out of nowhere, swirling around the sails on the mast, and then playfully messing up Rayleigh's golden hair. Rayleigh raised his head and cast a look over the top of the book that said, "If you make trouble again, you won't have any food tonight." The naughty kid Kyle smiled awkwardly and withdrew his hand angrily. Over the past month, in addition to the hellish physical training, he spent most of his time practicing the precise control of the popo fruit. For example, this little trick he named Breeze Dong creates airflow by manipulating the subtle vibrations of the air. In the doldrums, he can even act as a sail blower. Of course, more often than not, he is Roger's human air conditioner. Little Kyle, come here. It's cooler. Roger was lying on the deck like a dried salted fish, with a huge barbecue leg in his hand. Kyle rolled his eyes and waved reluctantly in Roger's direction, sending a refreshing breeze blowing over. This is his daily life on the ship now. Under Roger and Rayleigh's devilish training, his body became stronger and tougher at a speed visible to the naked eye. His strength, speed, and endurance were far superior to what they used to be. His use of the popo fruit was also becoming increasingly sophisticated, no longer the naive young man who only knew the single move of the shock punch. He could feel that he was getting stronger, but he still lacked an outlet to vent. Kyle is like a sword that has been tempered but not yet sharpened. He is eager for a hearty battle to test his edge. Dipped beans, so cool. Practicing with Roger every day? That's not fighting, that's a one-sided beating. Ah, how boring. Kyle howled to the sky and collapsed onto the deck. Anything will do. Navy. Pirates. Meteorites will do. Ha ha ha. The little brat is quite energetic. Roger finished the last bite of meat, threw the bone into the sea, and stood up with a somersault. Want another round of love-feeding training? Kyle jumped up from the ground with a start, looking warily at Roger and Rayleigh, who had put down his book at some point. No. Don't do that. He was now frightened by the sight of sea fish and wine barrels, and the damn Roger's supreme sea fish was specifically targeting his butt and spanking him. At this moment, Rayleigh, who had been reading a book nearby, suddenly spoke. "You two," he said in a calm voice, "we have a visitor." Hey! Roger and Kyle looked up at the same time. There's a 3-masted sailing ship heading towards us at 3 o'clock in the northeast. Rayleigh put down his book. It's going very fast. Judging by the flag, it's a pirate. Post views, 175. 011 One Piece, starting from the Veterans of Roger's Crew Chapter 011. Pirates. These two words were like a bolt of lightning, instantly striking Kyle. The blood in his body seemed to be ignited at this moment, and all his boredom, annoyance, and restlessness were instantly transformed into a high will to fight. Kyle rushed to the side of the ship and squinted his eyes to look in the direction where Rayleigh was pointing. Sure enough, a black dot was rapidly growing between the azure sea and sky. Soon, the outline of the ship became clear. The hull was several times larger than their small, broken boat. On the sail, a grinning skull with two crossed battle axes was painted, looking ferocious and aggressive. The other side obviously discovered them as well. The pirates on the ship burst into arrogant laughter, and some even waved their weapons and made provocative gestures. Ha ha ha! Just when I'm sleepy, someone gives me a pillow. Roger grinned and flexed his wrists, making a crackling sound. My hands are itching. Captain damn! A voice interrupted Roger. Roger and Rayleigh both looked at Kyle in surprise. The young man stood at the side of the ship, the sea breeze blowing his short black hair, and his eyes burned with an unprecedented light, like two flames ready to erupt. Leave this ship, to me. He turned around and looked at Roger with burning eyes, his right hand tightly grasping the naginata leaning against the side of the ship. Roger was stunned at first when he saw Kyle's appearance, and then he burst into his signature laughter. Ka-ha-ha-ha. He walked up to Kyle and slapped his shoulder hard with his big, fan-like hand. Okay. I'll leave it to you, little Kyle. He withdrew his hand, put his hands on his hips, and the smile on his face was full of anticipation and indulgence. Let us see the results of your 2 months of practice. But, Roger changed the subject, his smile becoming somewhat malicious. If you can't handle it, or if you get beaten half to death by accident, you won't have any dinner. I couldn't ask for more. Kyle's mouth curled up in a confident arc. He took a deep breath, said no more, and turned to face the pirate ship that was getting closer and closer. On the pirate ship, a captain with a face full of flesh and a body as burly as a bear was holding a telescope. When he saw that there were only 3 people on Roger's ship, one of whom was a half-grown child, he couldn't help but burst into contemptuous laughter. Guys! See that? A shabby boat, 2 shabby fellows, and a half-baby kid. He put down the telescope and yelled at his men, "We're lucky today. Kill them, and everything on the boat will be ours." Oh 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 oh! The pirates howled in excitement. Kyle held the naginata in one hand and pressed the other hand on the side of the boat, then jumped off the boat neatly. Walking on the waves. Just as Kyle was about to enter the water, visible ripples suddenly appeared on the sea surface beneath his feet. The ripples did not spread outward, but instead strangely shrank and condensed inward, forming a transparent petal under his feet that seemed to be made of water. Kyle took a step forward and stepped firmly on the sea. Then, the second step, the third step. What? You ask, why not just use the recoil to fly over? Get out of the way, Kyle is trying to show off. As the pirates on the opposite side looked on in astonishment, their jaws almost dropping. Kyle just walked leisurely on the choppy sea with a long sword in hand, as if walking on flat ground, and went straight to their ship. On the deck, Roger was so excited that he kept exclaiming "Keikuichi." Rayleigh leaned against the mast, pushed his glasses, raised a barely perceptible smile at the corner of his mouth, and whispered to himself. It's opening. The sea breeze blew the boy's short black hair. He held a simple naginata in his hand and walked calmly towards the 3-masted sailing ship, step by step, on the waves. This counterintuitive scene instantly caused the great axe pirate's minions to explode. What is that? He's walking on the sea. He's a devil fruit user. The pirates on the deck were shocked and retreated one after another. The weapons in their hands seemed unable to bring them a sense of security. This bizarre way of appearing is far more impactful than a grinning tough guy. What are you arguing about? Shut up! A rough roar drowned out all the noise. The ferocious-faced captain kicked aside his subordinates who were blocking his way, rushed to the bow, and roared with spit flying, "He's just a person with special abilities. What are you afraid of? He's just a brat who hasn't been weaned yet." He stared at Kyle, who was walking towards him at a leisurely pace, with a scornful smile on his face. He taunted him at the top of his voice, "Hey! Little brat! This isn't your backyard swimming pool. What? Didn't your mom tell you to go home and drink milk?" Ha 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 ha! The captain's arrogant laughter inspired the crew members, and they bravely joined in the fun. The fear they had just felt seemed to be diluted a lot by the ridicule. "Move the gun 5 mm to the left and fire," the captain ordered with a sinister grin. "Blast him to pieces." Boom! 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 3 cannons spewed out thick smoke and emitted sharp whistling sounds, and several black shells shot towards Kyle on the sea. Roger and Rayleigh on the boat remained calm and composed. Roger even crossed his arms and grinned, looking like he was ready to watch a good show. Facing the whistling artillery shells, Kyle did not dodge or evade, but only bent his legs slightly. Shock step instant. The water surface beneath his feet suddenly sank, and an invisible shock wave exploded under his feet. Bang! The huge reaction force launched Kyle's body vertically upwards, instantly rising more than 10 meters high. What? The grim smile on Captain Axe's face froze. In midair, Kyle stretched his body, and the simple naginata in his hand drew a cold arc in the sunlight. He didn't use any fancy moves, but simply poured the strength he had accumulated over the past 2 months into the blade and slashed at the flying shells from a distance. A solid white energy force broke away from the blade, arrived first, and accurately cut the shell in the middle. Bang! The shells that were hit seemed to be crushed by an invisible giant hand, and several shells next to them disintegrated into pieces of iron in the chain of vibrations. The smoke and mist stirred up by the explosion of the shells instantly enveloped the sea area. How is this possible?" A pirate's voice was trembling. The next second, Kyle's figure emerged from the dense smoke and mist. In midair, he slowly raised his head, his black eyes boiling with fighting spirit. "The game is over." Kyle held the naginata horizontally in front of him, and the blade began to emit a buzzing sound. He injected the ability to control waves in his body into it without reservation, and the air around the blade began to twist violently, emitting bursts of shrill screams. "Listen carefully, this is dedicated to you, a requiem." He gripped the hilt of the knife tightly with both hands, leaned back, and concentrated all his strength on this strike. Sound slash, explosive phoenix roar. Swing the knife. Time seemed to freeze at this moment, and a huge shock wave visible to the naked eye, shaped like a phoenix, blasted out from the blade of the naginata. Wherever the shock wave passed, the air let out a mournful cry as if it could not bear the heavy weight, and spider web-like cracks appeared like shattered glass. The phoenix, composed of high-pressure sound waves, let out a roar that pierced the clouds and split the rocks. With the spread of its wings, it instantly crossed 100 meters of sea surface and accurately crashed into the center of the 3-masted sailing ship of the giant axe pirates. Boom! A deafening roar finally erupted, as if the entire sky was torn apart. The proud sailboat of the great axe pirates was like being hit head-on by the giant's iron fist. A huge dent first appeared in the center of the thick hull, and then countless cracks spread wildly from the impact point. The whole ship disintegrated in the next second. Wood chips and rags flew everywhere, the mast broke with a loud noise, and countless pirates were blown into the air by the violent shock wave with screams, and fell into the sea like dumplings. The captain, who was laughing arrogantly just a second ago, now had his eyes wide open and his face was filled with incredible horror. He opened his mouth but could not make any sound. He could only watch his ship fall apart before his eyes. Then he was hit by a broken plank and sank into the deep sea along with the wreckage. In just a few minutes, a pirate ship armed to the teeth, along with dozens of pirates on board, was completely destroyed by Kyle's earth-shattering blow. On the sea, all that remained were the floating wreckage of ships and the cries of those who had fallen into the water. Kyle stood on the waves, leaning on his naginata, his chest heaving violently, and an unprecedented sense of relief surged from the bottom of his heart. The movements must be fast, the postures must be cool, and the names of the moves must be shouted out loud. This is the passionate youth. Ku, ka ha 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 ha. On Roger's boat, there was a moment of silence, and then Roger's signature, earth-shaking laughter broke out. He laughed so hard that tears were about to come out, and he patted Rayleigh's back hard while laughing. See it? Rayleigh. See it? Ka ha ha ha. Well done, Kyle. Rayleigh pushed Roger away helplessly and pushed his glasses up on his nose, but the look behind the lenses was full of satisfaction and approval. Post views, 167. 012 One Piece, starting from the Veterans of Roger's Crew Chapter 012. This appearance, this power, this visual effect, perfect score. I, Kyle, would call this a perfect act of pretense. I don't know if there are any newsbirds from the world government nearby. Will my first battle be recorded and I will have a bounty order of my own? Aaron Kyle, the bounty, well, it's got to be at least 1,000,000 Baileys. Kyle stroked his chin, calculating secretly, I have to choose a photo of Zhang Shui, preferably the one of me walking on the waves. He was immersed in the beautiful dream of becoming famous on the sea when Roger's loud voice, which ruined the atmosphere, came from the boat. Ka ha ha ha. Kyle. Great job. Come back soon for the party. Kyle smacked his lips in satisfaction, the water rippled under his feet, and he jumped back onto the deck lightly. At night, a bonfire crackled on the deck, illuminating the three people's faces. Several pieces of delicious barbecued meat were sizzling and oozing with oil, filling the air with a fragrant aroma. Roger and Rayleigh raised their glasses and clinked them together, making a dull sound. For our future great pirate, Kyle's first battle is a victory. Cheers! Roger laughed and drank the rum in the glass. Kyle also raised his cup excitedly and was about to move forward, but was blocked by Rayleigh without a trace. He looked down and saw that his wooden cup was filled with orange juice that exuded a sweet aroma. Minors are prohibited from drinking. Rayleigh pushed his glasses, his tone calm but unquestionable. Kyle's smile froze on his face, but... Ha ha ha! The kid deserves juice. Roger filled another glass of wine and looked at him with glee. Kyle angrily took a big gulp of orange juice, and complained in his heart, Ha! Orange juice is good, we must drink orange juice to prevent scurvy. After 3 rounds of wine, the meat has 5 flavors. Kyle collapsed on the wooden box, touched his round belly, and burped contentedly. He looked at the wreckage of ships floating on the sea in the distance and suddenly thought of a very serious question. Damn Captain, he said weakly, it seems like we've lost something. Hey! Roger, who was drinking from a barrel, looked at him puzzledly. I smashed their boat, Kyle said with a pained look on his face. Didn't the Bailey, treasure, and food on board, all sink into the sea? We worked so hard, but we didn't get anything. Roger paused in picking his teeth, then suddenly realized something and slapped his thigh, that's right. Rayleigh next to him held his forehead helplessly. These two guys always have such strange thoughts. Ha ha ha. Little Kyle, you're quite creative. Roger, his face flushed from drinking, stood up excitedly and walked over to Kyle. But money is nothing. Although your performance today was good, you still have a lot of room for improvement. He stretched out a finger and waved it in front of Kyle. Your attack is gorgeous, but the power isn't concentrated enough. If you could add that, the power would be doubled. That. Kyle's CPU was a little confused. So domineering. So domineering. Roger grinned, with an expression that said, you don't even understand this. Come on. I'll teach you now. Let you see what true power is. Kyle instantly perked up, jumped up from the ground, his eyes shining. Armament Haki. This is the standard for the strong in the new world. Rayleigh looked at Roger's drunken appearance, and his eyes behind the glasses were full of danger warning. He opened his mouth, as if he wanted to say something, but in the end he sighed softly, chose to move back, and wisely stayed away from the teaching scene. Watch this, little Kyle. Roger took a horse stance, took a deep breath, and clenched his right fist. Armament Haki, this is how it should be. His fist was suddenly covered with a layer of dark metallic luster, and he punched the side of the ship next to him. Drink! Crack puff! With a crisp sound that made one's teeth ache, time seemed to freeze. Roger's fist penetrated the planking. A big hole suddenly appeared on the side of the ship, and cold sea water was pouring into the cabin through the hole. The atmosphere on the deck instantly dropped to freezing point. Roger retracted his fist, looked down at the hole that was still gushing water crazily, then looked at his fist. The drunkenness on his face sobered up immediately and his expression gradually became dull. The excitement and anticipation on Kyle's face instantly petrified, then shattered to the ground. His pupils contracted sharply, his mouth opened uncontrollably, and his entire figure became as abstract as the world-famous painting The Scream. The next second, heart-wrenching screams filled the night sky. "You bastard captain, ah!" Kyle rolled and crawled to the hole, and looking at the sea water pouring in, he felt his heart sink. The boat is going to sink. It's going to collapse. He was in a panic and wanted to stop it with his hands, but he couldn't withstand the impact of the water, he couldn't withstand it at all. Ah ha ha ha, this was purely an accident. Roger scratched his head awkwardly, trying to justify himself. What an accident! Kyle turned around and almost cried. Who told you to use your own boat as a demonstration? Seeing the sea water surging more and more, he thought quickly and pressed his hands hard on the planks around the hole. The ability of the popo fruit is activated. Shake it back, for me. He channeled a high-frequency vibration wave into the hull, and the wooden planks surrounding the hole began to vibrate violently at a frequency visible to the naked eye. The influx of seawater was forcibly pushed outward by this force, forming a temporary wave barrier. Then, Kyle clenched his hands and controlled the seawater pouring into the cabin, turning it into a stream of water and spraying it out from the hole in the opposite direction. After doing all this, he was already sweating and panting. But the crisis was not over yet, the hole was still there. Hey! Rayleigh! Stop watching the show! Find something to repair the boat! Kyle turned around and yelled at Rayleigh, who had retreated under the mast. Rayleigh sighed again, put down his wine glass, and with an "I knew it" expression on his face, he resigned himself to his fate and began to search for wood boards and tools on the boat. After the initial surprise, the culprit Roger looked at Kyle's panic-stricken look and finally couldn't help but burst into earth-shaking laughter. Ka-ha-ha-ha! Little Kyle! You were so funny just now! Ka-ha-ha-ha! What the hell are you laughing at? Come and help! Finally, after the three of them worked hard, the hole was finally patched up with a few pieces of wood. Kyle lay sprawled on the wet deck like a dead fish, staring at the stars in the sky with despair. Feeling that his future was bleak. Is it too late to get off the boat now? Post views, 165. 013 One Piece, starting from the Veterans of Roger's Crew Chapter 013. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. Navy G5 Branch, Conference Room. The atmosphere was as oppressive as the sea before a storm. The projection phone Mushy was faithfully projecting a video onto the wall. In the picture, a young man emerged from the dense smoke and mist. In midair, the naginata in his hand burst out with a dazzling light. Sound slash, explosive phoenix roar. With a roar that pierced the screen, a massive phoenix-shaped shockwave roared out, accurately striking a three-masted sailing ship. The next second, the sturdy hull disintegrated in the silent scene, sending wood chips and human figures flying everywhere. Bang! A file bag full of documents was slammed onto the conference table with a loud noise. Branch Colonel Brian's face turned pale, and his thick fingers almost poked through the table. The Great Axe Pirates, the captain's bounty is 600,000, and the total bounty for the entire group exceeds 1 million Baileys. His voice echoed in the quiet conference room, filled with uncontrollable anger. Now, can anyone tell me why they were all wiped out by a little-known kid in just a few minutes? No one answered. The naval officers present looked at the frozen image on the wall. The young man's rebellious expression as he swung his sword made them feel a little nervous. "Colonel," an intelligence officer began with difficulty, "based on the confessions of the surviving pirates and image analysis, the target is a devil fruit user. Preliminary judgment is, a superhuman type capable of controlling shock waves or sound waves, or some special natural type. I don't care what department he belongs to." Colonel Brian roared. "All I know is that a newcomer destroyed an armed pirate ship with just one strike. This destructive power, this potential, if not curbed, will become a huge threat to us in the future." The conference room was engulfed in a heated discussion. His appearance was also very strange. He could walk on the sea, which is definitely not an ordinary ability. The attack range is over 100 meters, and it's instantaneous. This kid has developed his fruit ability to a very high level. The most important thing is that he appeared on Roger and Rayleigh's ship. A major general wearing glasses said in a deep voice, and this sentence made the entire conference room quiet in an instant. "Gold Roger and Silver's Rayleigh. These two names have now begun to emerge on the sea. Although they rarely appear, every move they make shocks the world. Is this monstrous newcomer who has appeared now their companion?" Colonel Brian's face grew increasingly heavy. He remained silent for a long time, then finally picked up a pen and wrote a few words on a blank draft of a bounty order. "Draw up a wanted warrant and distribute it immediately to all branches and news agencies." His voice was undeniable. "We must let the whole world know about this dangerous kid." A few days later, a brand new bounty was sent to every corner of the Grand Line along with the news bird. On the wanted poster, a black-haired boy held a naginata, his body stretched in a perfect arc in mid-air. The sea breeze ruffled his short hair, and his golden eyes held no trace of fear, only a fighting spirit and rebelliousness that seemed to burn everything. It was the expression on his face that was captured by the distant video Den Den Mushi when he used the sound / explosive phoenix roar. "Wanted. Dead or alive. Iron Kyle. Reward, 1,500,000 Baileys. Kahahaha. We've finally reached the island. Supply. Let's have a party." Roger stepped onto solid ground, opened his arms and let out a cheer. Thanks to the unremitting efforts of Rayleigh and Kyle, the broken ship that he had punched with his own hands was finally repaired and barely reached the next island. Broken ship, burned. This is a prosperous commercial island, with people coming and going in the port, full of vitality. I'm going to buy some rum and meat. Roger rushed towards the center of town with great enthusiasm. I'll go check out the nautical charts and daily necessities. Rayleigh pushed his glasses and walked towards the store on the other side. Then Kyle looked around and finally fixed his eyes on a stall selling newspapers and reward notices. He was purely curious and wanted to see what celebrities had appeared on the sea recently. He strolled over, his eyes sweeping over the rows of bounty notices hanging on the wall. Most of them were ugly and the rewards were ordinary. Just as he was about to leave, a brand new wanted poster, the ink of which seemed not yet dry, caught his attention. That face, why does it look so familiar? Kyle moved closer, and when he saw the person in the photo clearly, his pupils shrank sharply. In the photo, the young man has black hair, golden eyes, a defiant look, and the way he swings the knife is incredibly handsome. Who is this guy? So cool. Oh, it was me. That's okay. Kyle tore the bounty poster off the wall, his heart pounding uncontrollably. He looked at his name, Iron Kyle, and the string of zeros, and a huge smile broke out on his face uncontrollably. Not bad, not bad. This candid shot is pretty good. Kyle stroked his chin, his inner drama so rich it could have been a one-man show. It perfectly captured my unruly, arrogant, kingly aura. It's just that the photo is so well chosen. What if some young girls take a fancy to me and chase me around all day? Just the daily life of a gentleman reader. Ah, being handsome can also be a problem. He admired his handsome face with great satisfaction, then lowered his gaze to the amount of the bounty. 1.5 million Baileys. The smile on Kyle's lips froze instantly. 1.5 million? Just 1.5 million. He grumbled furiously in his mind. What a joke! Who am I looking down on? The special effects alone on my devastating explosive phoenix roar move are worth more than that. And then there's the peerless grace of me walking on the waves, full of B grades, and that doesn't even count for a penny? Isn't it time to replace the people in the Navy's price assessment department? He was indignant when a vendor nearby put up a few new bounty notices. Kyle glanced over casually. Dead or alive? Gold Roger. Reward, 15,500,000 Baileys. Roger in the photo was grinning, laughing like a fool from the next village. Kyle's eyes moved to another one. Dead or alive? Silver's Rayleigh. Reward, 13 million Baileys. In the photo, Rayleigh was leaning against the side of the ship, with a calm expression and a gleam on his glasses. Kyle. He silently lowered his head and looked at the bounty order in his hand that was worth up to 1.5 million, then looked up at the other two bounties that were both worth over 10 million. And suddenly he felt that the pieces of paper in his hand were not so valuable. Especially considering that Roger and Rayleigh are only in their 20s now, the pirate group was established not long ago, and there is no inflation in this era. The value of this bounty is simply frighteningly high. Kahahaha. Kyle. What are you looking at? You look so engrossed. Roger's loud voice rang out behind him, and he came over with a few barrels of rum in one hand and a large piece of raw meat in the other. When he saw what Kyle was holding, his eyes lit up. Oh! Isn't this your bounty? Roger snatched it away, held it up in front of his eyes and laughed. Ha ha ha. Not bad, Kyle. There's a bounty so soon. 1.5 million. One in Sri Lanka. Rayleigh also came over. Seeing the bounty order, a barely perceptible smile appeared on his lips. He adjusted his glasses and said, "It seems your first battle has caught the attention of the Navy." Kyle looked at his two guardians who had expressions of "my children have made it big" on their faces, and then looked at their ridiculously high bounties, and felt a cold wind of gap blowing past him. He curled his lips and muttered quietly, "Tisk, what's so great about that? Isn't it just one more zero than me? It turns out that people's sorrows and joys are not shared." Post views, 159. 014 One Piece, starting from the Veterans of Roger's Crew Chapter 014. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. On the third day after sailing, Kyle was still worried about his bounty. He was carefully wiping his crude naginata with a piece of deerskin, muttering to himself, 1.5 million, 1.5 million. I'm not worth as much as a sea king from the coast. Do those Navy guys think my explosive Phoenix Roar move is a rented special effect? They have no taste, no vision. Are you still worried about that? Rayleigh's voice came from the side. He was leaning against the mast, holding a book in his hand, but his eyes were obviously not on the pages. I didn't. Kyle retorted subconsciously, then deflated, I just feel, my worth is seriously disproportionate to my handsomeness. Kahahaha. Then how much do you think is worthy of you? Roger came from the kitchen carrying a huge fish bone, obviously having finished his breakfast for today. Kyle puffed out his chest and raised 3 fingers. Starting price, 30 million Baileys. Roger and Rayleigh exchanged a glance, then laughed at the same time. Roger's laugh was bold and unrestrained, while Rayleigh's was filled with a hint of helplessness and a smile. Boy, you have quite the ambition. Rayleigh closed the book, pushed up his glasses, and his expression became more serious. However, the bounty is only the world government's assessment of your threat level, and it doesn't fully represent your strength. That attack you delivered was indeed magnificent, and powerful enough to intimidate ordinary pirates. He changed the subject and his tone became sharp. But if your opponent is truly powerful, you might have already fallen before you even swing that sword. Even your proud shockwaves won't even be able to touch certain powers. Kyle paused in wiping his naginata, frowning. Some power. Domineering. When Rayleigh uttered these 2 words, the air on the deck seemed to become heavier. All humans in the world possess this latent power within them, aura, momentum, intimidation. It's innate, but most people fail to detect it or are unable to draw it out. Haki can be roughly divided into 2 types, no, 3 types. He held up a finger. One is observation haki, which allows you to intensely sense the power of the surrounding aura, sensing enemies beyond your field of vision and predicting their next move. In fact, you've already unconsciously touched upon its threshold during your previous love-feeding training. Kyle's heart trembled, remembering what Rayleigh had said about his incredible evasive movements in the later period. Rayleigh held up a second finger. The other is armament haki, which Roger demonstrated a few days ago. It boosts a person's defense and attack power, like wearing an invisible layer of armor. More importantly, it's the most effective means of combating devil fruit users. Whether you're a natural or para-human type, facing a powerful armament haki, your vaunted advantage will vanish. Kyle's pupils shrank slightly. He knew the importance of domineering in his previous life, but now that it was spoken by the future Pluto Rayleigh himself, the feeling of oppression was completely different. All I can say is that Oda is a thief who doesn't care about his job. He introduced the setting of domineering and even created a trend that domineering is above everything else. Many early characters suffered from the lack of domineering because they appeared too early. As for the 3rd type, Rayleigh paused, glancing at the idiotically grinning Roger beside him. That's the heroic haki that only appears once in a million people. It's an innate quality of a king, and it can't be learned, it can only be awakened through self-awareness. So, don't consider it for now. Kahahaha. Do you understand, little Kyle? Roger threw the fishbone into the sea, strode up to Kyle, and put his hands on his hips, casting a shadow like a mountain. Want to add another 0 to your bounty? Then learn to take a beating first. Before Kyle could react, Roger's big hand had already grabbed a black cloth that he had taken out from somewhere. Come on, put this on first. What is this for? Kyle looked at the sweat-smelling piece of cloth with a look of disgust. Train your observation haki. Roger said matter-of-factly, blindfolding Kyle without further ado. Since your eyes and ears can deceive you, why not just stop using them? Use your heart to see and hear. The scene before his eyes suddenly became dark, and Kai suddenly lost his sense of security. Hey, Captain, stop messing around. Kahahaha. Rayleigh, are you ready? Anytime. The next second, Kyle's 6th sense suddenly sounded the alarm. He could feel something coming at him at high speed from both sides, accompanied by the sound of wind. Sneak attack. Master Ma's voice. Without thinking, he suddenly jumped backwards. Whoosh! Whoosh! A piece of broken wood and a wine bottle flew past, almost brushing the tip of his nose. Oh! There was a hint of surprise in Rayleigh's voice. Well done! Roger's tone was full of excitement. Then increase the dosage. Kyle just stood up, and before he could catch his breath, the sound of breaking air came from all directions as dense as a rainstorm. Hey! That's unsportsmanlike. He could only rely on that vague premonition of crisis to move around awkwardly on the deck. Bang! There was a hard blow on his back, like a hammer, from one of the anchor parts Roger had thrown. Boom! His forehead was hit accurately again, and a round object bounced back. It was the apple thrown by Rayleigh. Baga Yalu! Do you want to kill me? Kyle wailed, covering his head. Ha ha ha! You're dead at this point, how can you be my crew member? Roger's laughter was full of malice. Focus, Kyle. Rayleigh's voice was as calm as a spectator's. Don't use your ears to track the source of the sound, don't use your skin to feel the changes in the airflow, and don't use your fruit ability. You have to capture their intention to attack you. That aura cannot be hidden. Intention? Breath? Kyle gritted his teeth in the darkness and forced himself to calm down. He gave up all unnecessary movements, stood still like a stake, and immersed himself completely in the surrounding environment. The sound of the wind, the sound of the waves, Roger's breathing, the soft click of Rayleigh turning the pages of the book, none of this was right. What he was looking for was the murderous aura with a clear direction. Here we come. Right rear. Kyle took a sudden step forward to the left. A wooden board crashed down onto the spot where he had just stood with a whistling sound, breaking into several pieces. Very good. Rayleigh's voice sounded again. Kyle was delighted, but he didn't dare relax. He could sense more murderous intent emanating from all directions, like sparks in the darkness, clear and deadly. On the left, 2. Up ahead, 3. There is another one on top of the head. Kyle took a deep breath and twisted his body in a way that ordinary people couldn't understand. Like a waterweed swaying in a torrent, he narrowly avoided all attacks with the smallest amplitude and the most extreme angle. When the last orange brushed past his ear and fell on the deck with a soft paw sound, the attacks around him stopped. Kyle was panting and sweating, but he was grinning. He took off his blindfold and looked at the mess on the ground, as well as Roger and Rayleigh standing not far away, one carrying a wine barrel and the other holding a book, with excitement glittering in his eyes. Come again. This feeling is so wonderful. The training of observation haki lasted for the whole morning until Kyle was so tired that he couldn't even stand. In the afternoon, when Kyle thought he could rest, the teaching of armament color began again. Armament haki, to put it simply, is the materialization of your imposingness, covering your body or weapon. Rayleigh remained the theoretical instructor. It originates from your powerful mind and body, mobilized and concentrated by your will. Imagine your body as a sword, and haki as the invisible sheath, protecting the blade and making the strike sharper. Why are you saying so much? Roger clenched his fist, making a crisp crack sound, and interrupted him impatiently. Practice is the only criterion for testing truth. Come on, little Kyle, punch me here. He patted his arm, which was covered in jet black armor. Kyle looked at the arm that was harder than steel, and the corner of his mouth twitched. I'm afraid my arm will break if you keep digging the road. Ka-ha-ha-ha. Then it's my turn. Roger grinned and threw a punch. Kyle was horrified and subconsciously held the practice naginata across his chest to block. When? A loud bang. Kyle only felt an irresistible force coming from the blade, and the whole person was like being hit head-on by a battering ram. He flew backwards more than 10 meters and smashed the wooden door of the cabin into pieces. Puff! He felt a sweet taste in his throat and a mouthful of blood spurted out. The knuckles of his hands holding the naginata were all cracked and blood was flowing out. The naginata, which was still quite sturdy, had a noticeable crack on its handle. Feel it. Roger retracted his fist and grinned as he stood there. Your shockwave can shatter a ship, but against my fist, you can't even knock me back. You want to kill me, bastard. Kyle struggled to get up from the rubble, spitting out a mouthful of blood foam, but his eyes were unusually bright. Come again. You have guts. For the next hour, a one-sided beating continued on the deck. Roger didn't use his full strength, but each of his punches was just right, allowing Kyle to feel the pain of the domineering force penetrating his defense and hitting his body directly. Armament haki is mostly used on weapons. Rayleigh next to him had drawn his sword at some point and instantly covered it with a layer of armament haki. He made no unnecessary movements, just stabbed with his sword in a normal manner. The speed of this sword was not fast, but Kyle felt that all the hairs on his body stood up. That is a sharp edge that can cut through everything. Kyle's pupils shrank sharply, and it was too late to dodge. He poured all his energy and will into the naginata in his hand, imitating Rayleigh's example, imagining and concentrating that invisible armor. "Get hard for me!" He roared and brought his naginata to meet the tip of Rayleigh's sword. Bite! An extremely crisp sound of metal clashing. Sparks flew. The naginata in Kyle's hand didn't break. Although there were a few more cracks on the blade, it did block Rayleigh's sword. Kyle was stunned. He looked down at his naginata, then looked at Rayleigh, who had a calm expression across from him. In that moment just now, Rayleigh retracted his sword and spoke slowly, "You succeeded. Although it was very weak, your will was indeed overlaid on the weapon." Kyle felt the still humming blade and the strange feeling in his arm, as if he had become one with the weapon. His heart began to beat uncontrollably. "This is the armament color. Ha ha ha. Well done, Kyle." Roger's big hand slapped him hard on the back, almost making him vomit blood again. Kyle staggered, but then he opened his mouth and revealed a smile that was uglier than crying. At this moment, his whole body was in great pain, and his bones seemed to be broken, but an unprecedented sense of satisfaction and excitement surged up from the deepest part of his heart. Post Views, 163. 015 One Piece, starting from the Veterans of Roger's Crew Chapter 015. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. The after effects of the domineering training were systemic. Kyle felt as if every bone in his body had been taken apart by Roger and Rayleigh in turn, and then barely glued back together with glue, and would fall apart at the slightest TOU. When their shabby little boat finally landed on a deserted island that looked like nothing, Kyle practically crawled onto the beach, facing the sand with his left hand in front. "Captain, don't stop. Kahahaha. Adventure. Adventure." As soon as Roger's feet touched the solid ground, his eyes lit up like a wild dog that had broken free from its leash. He let out an incomprehensible cheer and plunged headfirst into the dense primeval jungle, disappearing in the blink of an eye. This behavior is very Roger. Isn't he afraid of the poisonous snakes and beasts in the woods? Kyle complained weakly. He might be looking forward to those things. Rayleigh jumped off the boat and landed lightly beside Kyle. He said he felt something interesting. Interesting things? I think he was feeling bored and urgently needed to find something to dismantle. Kyle rolled his eyes, struggled to sit up from the beach, and patted the sand off his body. Rayleigh didn't respond, but just walked slowly along the coastline, observing the vegetation and tides of the island. Kyle could only keep up, stretching his aching muscles while surveying his surroundings. This island was indeed brimming with pristine vitality. Tall trees blocked out the sun, and the air was filled with the fresh scent of earth and plants. "Come to think of it, Rayleigh-san," Kyle kicked a stone away. "How did you and that bastard Roger meet?" Rayleigh pushed his glasses up and looked at the distant horizon, seemingly lost in a brief memory. "My house burned down and I'm living on a boat. My name is Roger, and our meeting was destined, Rayleigh. Want to join me in overturning the world?" Kyle stroked his chin, his focus not on the encounter between the two legends. "A stolen boat? You didn't happen to steal Roger's boat, did you? Did Roger set fire to your house?" Rayleigh. Dividing line. Boom. Just then, a deafening roar came from the center of the island, interrupting their conversation. Immediately afterwards, the earth shook violently, as if some huge monster was rolling underground. In the distant sky, hundreds of birds screamed and fled in all directions, and a huge cloud of dust rose into the sky, mixed with the crackling sound of broken trees. Kyle and Rayleigh looked at each other and saw the same thing in each other's eyes. I knew it. Kyle held his forehead with his hands, looking hopeless. Rayleigh sighed, but his gaze behind his glasses sharpened. Let's go and see what trouble Roger has gotten himself into. The two of them did not delay any longer, their figures turned into two afterimages and rushed towards the source of the commotion. When they reached the center of the island, the scene before them made them stop. The originally dense jungle has now turned into a messy open space. The ground is covered with crisscrossing cuts and huge potholes. Broken trees have fallen to the ground and are still emitting smoke. In the center of the clearing, two figures were engaged in a fierce battle like a storm. Kahahaha. Not bad. Really good. Roger held a long sword and laughed heartily. Every swing of his sword carried the momentum of splitting mountains and splitting rocks. Opposite him was a young man of similar age, tall and with long hair tied up. The young man held two huge battle axes and attacked with great force and ferocity. Oh, the simple and unpretentious supreme axe. Every time the axe blade collides with the knife blade, dazzling sparks and deafening metallic roars will erupt, and the shock wave will scrape off a layer of the surrounding ground. Kyle's pupils shrank suddenly. Twin axes, tall stature, black sunglasses, and that unyielding and wild fighting spirit. Who is this person? Legendary cave explorer. An inspirational example of someone who can go to university even though he is from a technical school. The real strongest man in the world. The second child of the third child is now the eldest. Skopper Gaban! Kyle exclaimed in his heart, the third person in Roger's pirate group in the future of the original novel, the bronze among the legendary gold, silver, and bronze trio. Roger and Jabba in the field also obviously noticed the two people who came. Oh? You're here. Roger grinned, his eyes changing instantly. Then we can't delay any longer. His aura suddenly changed, no longer the attitude of enjoying the battle as before. An overwhelming pressure that dominated the world burst out. Black and red lightning-shaped energy began to entwine wildly around his blade, making a terrifying sizzling sound. Jabba's face on the opposite side changed drastically. The aura Roger exuded at this moment was completely different from before, but he did not retreat. Instead, he roared and poured all his strength into his double axes, rushing towards Roger. Nice look. Roger laughed approvingly, raising the long sword in his hand high and pointing it at Jabba's figure. God avoid. No fancy special effects, no unnecessary movements. It was just a simple horizontal slash. The slash wrapped in domineering aura seemed to ignore the distance and space, instantly crossing the gap between the two people and accurately hitting Jabba's double axes that were crossed to block. Time seemed to freeze for a moment. Before the astonishment on Jabba's face completely dissipated, an irresistible and incomprehensible terrifying force penetrated the axe and rushed into his body violently. Crack! His proud twin axes wailed, spiderweb-like cracks appearing on their blades. Immediately afterwards, Jabba felt as if struck head-on by a speeding train. His eyes rolled back, a stream of blood spurted from his mouth, and he flew backward, crashing through 7 or 8 trees before finally regaining his balance and passing out. One strike determines the outcome. The clearing returned to calm, with only Roger standing there with a knife in his hand and a grin on his face. Kyle swallowed silently, his eyes full of stars. Is this the power of the domineering color entanglement? Coach. I want to learn this. It's good to avoid God, you have to learn to avoid God. Roger strode up to the unconscious Jabba, but instead of finishing him off, he looked at him with interest, then at his 2 cracked battle axes. Kahahaha! What an interesting guy! He seemed to have completely forgotten that he was the culprit. He turned to Rayleigh and Kyle and shouted, Hey! Wake him up! I have something to ask him. More than 10 minutes later, Jabba, who was awakened by a small shock wave from Kyle, was leaning against the tree trunk with a vigilant look on his face, looking at the three strange guys in front of him. "You're so strong." Roger squatted in front of him and handed him a water bag with a bright smile on his face. "My name is Gold Roger. These are Rayleigh and Kyle. What's your name? What's your dream?" Jabba was stunned for a moment, clearly not expecting such a reaction. He hesitated, then took the water bag and, after taking a few sips, said in a deep voice, "Spark Jabba. My dream is, to travel the world, to see all the sights of this ocean with my own eyes. And then to marry a tall woman." "Oh!" Roger's eyes lit up instantly. He slapped his thigh and stood up excitedly. "Traveling around the world? That's a great dream. I approve of you. Kyle, shouldn't the focus be on the back?" He held out his hand and gave Jabba a smile that could have lit up the entire forest. "Jabba! Come aboard my ship. Come with us and turn the world upside down." Jabba was stunned as he looked into Roger's clear and sincere eyes, and the boldness and confidence on his face that seemed to infect everything. After a moment, a relieved smile appeared on his tense face and he nodded vigorously. "Good." Kyle was standing by and witnessed the entire scene, which was truly a divine event, with the soul of complaint burning in his heart. "Is this it? A fight, a question about a dream, and then a simple 'I recognize you and you've got an SSR on board'?" The legendary succubus Roger is still steaming. He looked at Roger and Jabba who were chatting happily in front of him, and then looked at Rayleigh who looked like he was used to it, and felt that the world was just a huge makeshift team. "Hiss, don't argue. Rayleigh is the right arm of One Piece, and Jabba is the left arm." "No, what about me?" Post views, 163. 016 One Piece, starting from the Veterans of Roger's Crew Chapter 016. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. It turns out that pirates' ability to recover is directly proportional to their desire for destruction, while their reasons for celebration are inversely proportional to their moral integrity. It can be a life and death battlefield one second and a drinking den where people hang out arm in arm the next. On the beach, a huge bonfire was crackling, and on the fire was an unknown beast that Roger had cut in half. Fat dripped into the flames, making a sizzling sound, and the rich aroma of meat filled the air. Kyle leaned against a rock that had been flattened by the shock wave, holding a wooden bowl in his hand, feeling like a rag swept away by the tide of time. Every bone in his body seemed to be engaged in a heated debate, and every inch of his muscle was protesting the inhumane treatment he had received during the day. "I say, can't we wait until the ship is repaired, or at least until I'm well again?" Kyle complained weakly. "Is this habit of throwing banquets anywhere really okay? Kahahaha. Little brats are trouble." Roger held the huge beast leg in his left hand and put his right arm around the shoulders of Jabba, who had just come aboard. Both of them had a drunken flush on their faces. Pirates should eat meat and drink wine with big mouthfuls. "Right, Jabba. That's right." Jabba had clearly fully immersed himself in the atmosphere. He raised his glass and clinked it with Roger's. "Cheers to our fate of meeting each other through fighting." Rayleigh sat on the other side of the fire, just smiling and wiping his sword. He was not surprised by the touching scene of long-lost half-brothers finally recognizing each other. Kyle rolled his eyes and silently tore off a small piece of barbecue and stuffed it into his mouth. "Ah, it smells so good, thank you for the gift from nature." Kyle looked at the three men in front of him, gold, silver, and bronze. Roger, Rayleigh, and Jabba, the core of the future legend has been gathered. "Hiss, what about me?" A subtle feeling welled up in Kyle's heart. Was it anxiety? Excitement? Or, an overwhelming desire to find his place among these monsters? He doesn't want to be a mascot, so, let's work towards becoming the iron of Roger's pirate group. "The three of you? That's interesting. Speaking of which, Roger. Jabba took a long gulp of his wine and wiped his mouth. Why are you going out to sea? And you said you were going to, hiccup, overturn the world. The light from the bonfire danced and reflected on Roger's face, making his face, which always had a silly smile, have a hint of depth at this moment. Dreams, Roger mumbled as he took a bite of meat. I want to see what lies at the end of this ocean and accomplish something no one else can do. His voice was not loud, but it was like a stone thrown into a calm lake, causing ripples in the hearts of Kyle and Jabba. There is no mention of the title of Pirate King in these words, nor any desire for wealth, fame, or power. There is only pure curiosity and pride. Jabba was stunned. He looked at the genuine light in Roger's eyes, as if he saw the ultimate form of his dream. He wanted to travel around the world, and the man in front of him wanted to reach the end of the world. Ka-ha-ha-ha. Roger seemed to feel the atmosphere was a bit serious and returned to his carefree demeanor. He nudged Kyle with his greasy arm and said, "Hey, little Kyle. What about you? What's your dream?" In an instant, 3 pairs of eyes focused on Kyle. Rayleigh's eyes were filled with inquiry, Jabba's eyes were full of curiosity, and Roger's eyes were as if he was waiting to see a good show. My dream? Kyle's mind raced. The world's greatest swordsman? Ah, what a hassle! I'll be chased and challenged every day. Dominate the world? Ah, what a trouble! Hegemony or some tonic. Wealth, sex, fame, and success? Ah, good. Yet. Ahem, just kidding. In this world full of monsters, shouting some conventional slogans always feels a little insufficient, especially in front of these 3 future legends. He remembered a joke that his fans in his previous life loved to talk about. That man red-haired Shanks, one of the 4 emperors, roamed the sea with just one sentence, "Please give me a favor." What a great power this is! Pirates don't just fight and kill, they also have to know the humanities, handsome boy. The face fruit. This is the most powerful devil fruit in the pirate world. Although he ate the popo fruit, dreams don't require any basic laws. A bold and bizarre idea gradually took shape in his mind. Kyle put down the wooden bowl in his hand and cleared his throat. He straightened his chest like Roger and put on an unfathomable smile. My dream, he deliberately stretched out his voice, successfully arousing everyone's curiosity. It's to become the network king. Ha! Roger, Jabba, and even the usually calm Rayleigh, all had frozen expressions on their faces. Connections, king. Jabba repeated the unfamiliar word, frowning, obviously unable to understand its meaning. Ka-ha-ha-ha. What kind of dream is this? Roger was the first to react, bursting into deafening laughter. Do you want to be king? Or do you want to meet everyone in the world? Kyle calmly raised a finger and gave an expression that said, "You'll understand this when you're my age." What do you think is the most powerful force in this ocean? He asked. Of course it's domineering. Jabba answered without hesitation. Is it a powerful devil fruit? Roger added. Is it an indestructible will? Rayleigh gave his own answer. Kyle shook his head, the "you're still too young" expression on his face becoming more intense. Young pirate, the most powerful force on this sea is relationships, connections, and what I call face. He stood up and paced back and forth in front of the campfire, speaking in an impassioned tone. Imagine this, when we encounter pirates, I make a den mushy call, and the admiral says, "Kyle, brother, I'll send a warship to help you right away." When we're short of funds, I make another den mushy call, and the world's richest man says, "Kyle, don't worry about money, spend it as you please." When we're facing a powerful enemy, I walk up, pat their shoulder, and say, "Give me some face," and they'll have to back down. The more Kyle spoke, the more excited he became, as if he could already see himself holding the Marine Admiral in his left hand, hugging the leader of the Revolutionary Army with his right hand, and stepping on the glorious future of the Celestial Dragons. I don't need to do anything myself. With just a word or a glance, I can make the whole world go round for me. This is my dream. I want my name, my reputation, to become the most valuable currency in this ocean. I want to become the king of connections. After he finished speaking, he put his hands on his hips and struck a pose that he thought was extremely handsome, waiting for everyone to worship him. However, the scene fell into an eerie silence. The only sound left was the crackling of the burning bonfire. Roger opened his mouth and forgot to eat the meat in his hand. Jabba's expression was as if he saw a sea monster flying in the sky. Rayleigh pushed his glasses, and the look behind the lenses was extremely complicated, as if he was looking at a genius, but also as if he was looking at a complete idiot. Puff! Ka ha 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 ha! Roger's laughter broke the silence. He laughed so hard that tears streamed down his face. Interesting! So interesting! The king of connections! Ha 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 ha! Kyle, what the hell is in your head? Jabba couldn't help laughing. Although this dream sounded absurd, when he thought about it carefully, it seemed really amazing. Although it sounds outrageous, Rayleigh also smiled helplessly, but if it can really be done, in a sense it is indeed invincible. Kyle looked at them. Although their reaction was laughter, there was no sarcasm in that laughter. There was only pure, heartfelt amusement and recognition. A warm feeling welled up in my heart. All right. I approve of your dream. Roger had laughed enough. He lifted up the huge barrel and shouted proudly, "It's settled then. I'm going to reach the end of the world. Kyle wants to be the king of connections, so that the whole world will respect him. Jabba wants to travel the world. Rayleigh." He looked at Rayleigh. Rayleigh just smiled and raised his glass. "As for me, I just want to see with my own eyes what kind of mess you guys can make of this world." Ka ha ha ha. Good. Cheers. 4 wine glasses and barrels of different sizes collided heavily above the campfire. Post views, 157. 017 One Piece, starting from the Veterans of Roger's Crew Chapter 017. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. In the early morning, Kyle struggled to sit up from the beach, and everything in his vision was double. On the beach, 2 energetic monsters have started their morning exercises. Ola 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 ola. Wood big wood big wood big wood big. Roger and Jabba were engaged in a meaningless but powerful confrontation, one wielding a knife and the other an axe. The clang of swords and axes, the powerful shouts of the 2 men, and the unrestrained shockwave precisely destroyed Kyle's fragile nerves. "Good morning, Kyle. Did you sleep well?" Roger still found time to grin at him in between the confrontations. "Fuck you," Kyle covered his head, feeling like his brain was about to be shaken into a pot of tofu pudding. "Haha, young people have poor recovery ability." Jabba blocked Roger's attack with an axe, and still had the strength to shake his head and comment. A wisp of rich coffee aroma wafted over, becoming the only salvation in this chaos. Raleigh was sitting by the extinguished campfire, leisurely brewing coffee in a small pot, as if the noise around him had nothing to do with him. "Have a drink." He handed Kyle a wooden cup. Kyle crawled over as if he had been granted amnesty. The warm liquid slid down his throat, finally dispelling some of the chaos. "Speaking of which," Kyle said, looking at the wrecked little boat they had abandoned on the shore, "we need to talk about transportation. If you stuffed another Mr. Jabba into that boat, I doubt it would immediately choose to sink in protest. You guys might be fine, but I'll definitely send it." Rayleigh took a sip of coffee, looked at the ship, and nodded in agreement. "It has completed its mission." Hey. How can you say that?" Roger and Jabba's morning exercise had ended at some point. Standing nearby, Roger slapped the side of the small, broken boat with a look of deep sorrow on his face. "It was our first companion at sea. How can you just abandon it like that?" The hull made a creaking sound under the heavy load, as if protesting against Roger's iron grip. "That's right," Jabba echoed in his booming voice. "A ship's worth lies in the dreams it carries, not in the newness of its planks." Kyle looked at the two hot-blooded idiots as if they were fools. "You two," Kyle pointed to the cracks on the bottom of the ship, barely patched with seaweed and mud, and then to the mast that looked as if it might give up at any moment. "Its soul may be about to report to the next world. And, Mr. Jabba, with your size and those two axes weighing at least 100 pounds, are you sure it won't split in two if we step on it?" "Kahahaha. It's a piece of cake." Roger waved his hand, looking very proud. "A real pirate can cross the ocean even with just a plank of wood. This little problem is just the right thing to practice our survival skills." "I don't want to practice this skill." Kyle's roar echoed on the BEA. In the end, with an overwhelming vote of 2-1, Rayleigh abstained. Kyle's protest was ruthlessly rejected. The group reached a consensus to temporarily board the dangerous ship and save up money to transfer to a larger one. So, under Kyle's tragic gaze, Roger and Jabba happily loaded the luggage, mainly barrels of wine and dried meat, onto the ship. Every time an item was put on, the ship sank a bit with a teeth-grinding groan. When it was Kyle's turn to board the boat, he stood by the boat. Took a deep breath, and his face showed a solemnity as if he was ready to die. He reached out his hand, gently patted the weather-beaten side of the boat, and whispered in a farewell tone, "Old friend, I know you have tried your best. If we really are going to sink, please sink slowly, at least give me a chance to grab a piece of wood." "Kyle! What are you dawdling for? It's time to sail." Roger's urging voice came from the bow. Kyle made up his mind, closed his eyes, and stepped onto the deck. "Uncle, I need to send my teeth." G. The wooden planks beneath his feet let out a long, shrill scream, and the entire ship suddenly tilted towards him, almost sending him directly into the sea. "See? I told you." Kyle's face turned pale and he grabbed the side of the boat tightly. "Relax, it's just saying hello to you." Roger grinned, and the boat swayed away from the beach and drifted towards the blue sea. The moment we set sail, disasters struck. Bang! A muffled sound was heard in the cabin, and then a column of water gushed out from the gap in the deck, like a small fountain, accurately pouring on Kyle's head and face. "Ah, the boat is leaking. It's the place where Roger broke through when he was moving the wine barrel just now." Kyle wiped the sea water off his face, and his voice changed. "Oh, small problem." Roger took a look, picked up the cork of an empty wine barrel next to him, ran over, aimed at the hole, and stomped hard with his foot. Bang! The cork was stepped in tightly and the fountain disappeared instantly. "See, it's solved." Roger clapped his hands with an expression of "I'm so smart." Kyle's eyes twitched. "Are you serious? How is this any different than using a band-aid to stop bleeding from an aorta?" Before he could finish his complaint, Rayleigh's steady voice rang out, "Roger, the sail won't rise." Everyone looked over and saw Rayleigh pulling at the sail rope, the other end of the rope hanging empty. The frayed hemp rope snapped cleanly in two at the instant of tension. The massive sail snapped with a clatter, like a net, enveloping Jabba as he stood beneath the mast. "Woo!" Jabba groaned under the canvas. "Jabbason! Dumb tape!" Kyle exclaimed. The canvas formed a large bulge, and then a sturdy arm poked out from it and made a thumbs-up gesture. "It's okay. This canvas is very resilient. It's a good material." "Kahahaha. Jabba, you just helped hold up the sail." Roger laughed indifferently. So, during the following voyage, Jabba became a human mast, using his burly body and arms to force the sail to open at an angle that was exposed to the wind. Kyle was too tired to complain, he was already numb. Rayleigh, who was at the helm, suddenly let out a light exclamation. Kyle's heart skipped a beat, and an ominous premonition came over him. He turned his head stiffly and saw Rayleigh raising his right hand. In his hand, he was holding a lonely wooden pole with a broken stump. "That's the tiller of the ship. It is broken. The rudder, the steering wheel of a ship, now only has half of it left in the hands of the second in command." An eerie silence fell on the boat, with only the sounds of wind and waves. Kyle's mouth slowly opened wide, and he was petrified on the spot. "Oh no," Rayleigh said, looking at the broken tiller in his hand with a troubled look on his face. "This is a bit troublesome." "Ka-ha-ha-ha." Roger's laughter broke the frozen air. "Interesting. Even the rudder is broken. This voyage will definitely not be boring." He turned to Jabba, his eyes twinkling like beets. "Jabba, lend me your axe." Jabba's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he instantly understood Roger's intention. "Good idea. If we stick the axe blade into the water, we can control the direction." "That's right." The two hit it off immediately, as if they had found a solution to the world's problems. "Tonics!" Kyle cried out in despair, "Are you going to dismantle the boat and use it for parts?" However, no one paid any attention to his collapse. Jabba quickly handed Roger a battle axe, and Roger excitedly ran to the stern, plunged the huge axe blade into the water, and swung it back and forth like a kayak. Under his control, the boat began to twist and turn in an extremely strange S-shaped route. Kyle completely gave up struggling. He slumped down on the deck, the cold sea water splashing on his face. The only thought of this man who is determined to become the king of connections is to pray that his connections can play a role in the stomachs of sea kings. "Yo-ho! Sing, little ones!" Roger shouted excitedly while rowing. "Binks's fine wine, we want to give it to you." Jabba and Rayleigh also hummed along, and the cheerful and heroic singing floated on the sea. Kyle covered his face silently. He felt like he was on a pirate ship. Instead, he was sent to a mental hospital on a pirate ship. Post Views, 151. 018 One Piece, starting from the Veterans of Roger's Crew Chapter 018. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. 2 years is enough time for a teenager to lose his youthfulness, not really, and it is also enough time for a small broken ship that may fall apart at any time to evolve into a medium-sized sailboat. Well, at least it looks like it will not sink in the next second. This ship was a friendly donation from a certain short-sighted pirate group. At this moment, the deck was in chaos. Drink! 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 A short, stocky man with a Viking-style beard was pouring a whole barrel of rum into his mouth. His name was Miller Pine, and his weapon was a huge iron hammer covered with spikes. His opponent was none other than Jabba, and the empty barrels in front of the two of them had piled up into a small mountain. Verb. "Miller, you can't do it, your face is pale." Jabba put down the barrel and patted his stomach without changing his expression. "Bullshit. I'm flushed with excitement," Miller Pine said stubbornly, but his shaking body betrayed him. Under the mast not far away, a man with an X-shaped scar on his forehead and a cigar always in his mouth was cleaning his pistol. He was Colonel Magulien, a friend he had met 6 months earlier on an island near a naval base. He watched the two men drinking and snorted a scornful puff of smoke. "Really? 2 drunkards? Mr. Magulien, isn't it good to enjoy the vitality of youth?" A gentle voice sounded. Spencer, a swordsman dressed in aristocratic formal attire, had his long red hair neatly tied behind his head. He was holding a glass of red wine and leaning elegantly against the side of the ship, as if the surrounding noise had nothing to do with him. He was originally a guard on a merchant ship, but Roger's personal charm lured him and his ship onto the ship. Magulien didn't say anything else, but just glanced at the watchtower. He was still brooding over the fact that Jabba had gotten him drunk and embarrassed him 2 days ago. On the observation deck, a portly old man was holding his beloved long-barreled sniper rifle. He wasn't on guard, but was shouting at the people below, "Hey! You bastards, keep your voice down! You've blown the seagulls out of my scope! This is the ship's sniper, Pitum!" Kyle sat on the giant figurehead, feeling drained. He'd been used to this routine for 2 years. He looked at the strange-looking guys on deck, the big, pointy-headed Nostin, who looked like an old friend, Isaac, the taciturn but skilled swordsman, Ponklo, who was always tinkering with strange machinery, and Bloom Aaron, who was in charge of the logbook. The Roger Pirates have grown from the original 4-member grassroots team to the current size of more than a dozen people, and have begun to take shape. These people were nothing more than a few lines of text and a few vague silhouettes in the memories of the previous life. But now they are living, flesh and blood companions with distinct personalities. Kyle still remembered that in order to invite the aloof Colonel Magulin to board the ship, Roger played Russian roulette with him for 3 days and 3 nights, in order to persuade the noble Spencer. Rayleigh talked with him all night long, ranging from history and politics to poetry and songs. In order to get the alcoholic Miller Pine to nod, Jabba accompanied him to drink in all the bars in the town. The joining of each partner is accompanied by a hilarious story, and Kyle, who is determined to become the king of connections, plays the role of glue. For example, he would remember to add a slice of lemon to Spencer's red wine, which was the other party's habit. He could chat with Panklo about mechanical transmission, even though he only knew the basics. He was also the only person who could make Magulin listen to a whole sentence before he started to curse. Although his face was not yet high enough to allow the naval marshal to mobilize warships, it was already somewhat like currency on this ship. "Hey, Kyle, are you daydreaming again?" Rayleigh sat down next to him at some point and handed him a cup of warm black tea. "No," Kyle took the teacup and took a sip. "I was just wondering what kind of monsters gathered on our ship." "Kahahaha. Of course it's the best monster." Roger's voice came from behind. He rushed to the bow like a gust of wind, stepped on the side of the ship, and opened his arms as if to embrace the whole ocean. "Guys! That island up ahead looks interesting. Let's have a party." "Ah! Well, the tradition of holding banquets of all sizes anywhere has been passed down." The deck suddenly erupted in thunderous cheers. Miller and Jabba put down their barrels, Colonel Mugulam put away his pistol, and Pitum jumped down from the observation deck, almost smashing a hole in the deck. Everyone's face was filled with the same expression that was excitement and anticipation from the heart. "Captain, the chart shows that it is an unmarked summer island. There may be unknown dangers," Spencer reminded dutifully. "Isn't that even more interesting?" Roger turned around, revealing his white teeth and a smile as bright as the sun. "That's right. Risk it! Risk it!" Nosden roared like thunder, waving his arms, which were thicker than Kyle himself. Looking at this scene of chaos, Kyle held his forehead helplessly, and a warm current quietly flowed through his chest. He once thought that the strength of Roger's pirate group lies in the 3 core members, Roger, Rayleigh, and Jabba, but now he understands that everyone on this ship is indispensable. It is these messy guys with different personalities who come together to form this legendary group that will shock the world in the future. There is no strict hierarchy or intrigue here. The captain will change course for an interesting idea, and the crew will bet everything on a boring game. They will cheer for their teammates' victory and silently offer a glass of wine when their teammates are frustrated. Free, relaxed, and like brothers. Kyle looked back and saw Roger waving at him vigorously, the sun shining on him, and the heroic and free spirit that seemed to be able to infect everything was just like that night 2 years ago. He complained, it's coming, why are you rushing me?" But he followed with brisk steps. "Yes, although I am very tired and none of these guys are reliable, but so fucking happy. Hey, number O. You guys, be quiet." "Yes. Little Kyle. Kessu. I'm the 3rd one on board, so I have to call you Senior. Hi. Senior Kyle. 8 Yalu. Ha 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 ha. Post views, 148. 019 One Piece, starting from the Veterans of Roger's Crew Chapter 019. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. The sea is calm and the sun is shining. The new ship of the Roger Pirates is sailing steadily. Although it is not the legendary ship of the future, the Oro Jackson, it is a world of difference compared to the small broken ship that could disintegrate at any time. On the deck, the crew members were having fun, and only Kyle was enjoying a rare moment of peace. He was leaning against the side of the boat, holding a fishing rod in his hand without any bait, just posing and seeking some peace and quiet. In the past 2 years, he witnessed the crew members boarding the ship one by one, and also witnessed Roger's bounty soaring like a rocket. What followed was the Navy's increasingly frequent cordial greetings. An island has been discovered ahead. On the observation deck, Pitum's booming voice broke the silence. Wait, there's a navy ahead of the island. Several ships. The leading ship looks like a Commodore's flag. Navy. Brigadier. The deck suddenly became lively. Miller Pine put down his barrel and picked up his sledgehammer, cracking his knuckles. Colonel Magoulian silently spit out his cigar, his eyes sharp, his hand on the butt of his rifle. Spencer sighed gracefully, as if lamenting the ruin of his afternoon tea. Ha ha ha. Just the right time to stretch my muscles. Roger rushed out of the captain's room, his face full of uncontrollable excitement. Hey, we're just a bunch of Navy men. Is it necessary to make such a big fuss? Kyle put away his fishing rod and stretched lazily. He glanced at the newcomers on the deck who were eager to try, and a meaningful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. It's time. Although he has been doing well on the ship in the past 2 years with his dream of being the king of connections and high emotional intelligence, how can he subdue these monsters without some strength? I didn't secure my position as a senior just by relying on my seniority and my mouth. Sometimes, you have to use your fists to earn face. With just a fleet of Commodores, there's no need for the captain and vice-captain to intervene. Kyle flexed his wrist, took a few steps forward, and stood in front of everyone. It's a good opportunity for those who come later to witness the strength of our seniors. As soon as these words were spoken, the deck fell silent, and all eyes were focused on him. Ojaba was the first to cheer. He put his arm around Kyle's neck and grinned. Little Kyle is going to show off. Don't fall into the sea by accident. That would be embarrassing. Miller Pine also laughed. Humph! Colonel Magoulian snorted. He had heard from the crew members who had boarded the ship earlier that Kyle was extremely powerful, but he had never seen his true strength. Ha ha ha. Interesting. Roger laughed the loudest. Then I'll leave it to you, Kyle. Quick and decisive, the banquet is important. Rayleigh just smiled and pushed his glasses up, looking at Kyle's back, his eyes full of approval and expectation. With the captain's permission, Kyle stopped talking nonsense, took a deep breath, and squatted slightly. Shock step instant. Bang! A dull thud echoed on the deck, and the wooden planks beneath Kyle's feet suddenly sank, sending him soaring into the air like a cannonball. The powerful recoil even shook the massive ship. Oh, Zgay! Everyone on the deck, especially the new crew members, had their eyes lit up. Kyle's figure drew a beautiful arc in the air. Just as he was about to fall due to exhaustion, he took a false step with his right foot in mid-air. Bang! There was another small sonic boom, and he stepped on the air to create a circle of visible ripples. His body was lifted up again by the reverse thrust, and changed direction, as if stepping on invisible steps, moving in an incredible zigzag line in the sky. Moon's step. Colonel Magoulian muttered subconsciously, but immediately denied it. No, that's not right. What is that? It's Kyle's fruit ability. Rayleigh's voice sounded beside him. He can use the shockwave as a pedal. There was an exclamation on the deck. It turns out that little Kyle, who always smiles, looks harmless, and is as deep as a little adult, is actually such an outrageous monster. At this moment, Kyle had already crossed hundreds of meters of sea area, and the Navy fleet was right in front of him. He, young Marine, feel the dangers of the sea. He could even see the panicked faces of the Navy soldiers on the deck of the main ship. They were pointing at the sky as if they were looking at something alien. Very good, the shocking entrance effect is achieved, and now it's time for the gorgeous clearing. Kyle was thinking in his mind whether to use a sound/explosive phoenix roar to cleanse the deck for them, or use light mirage to let them fight each other. Just as he was about to take action, a loud, heroic, and powerful voice that made his DNA tremble came from the main ship below. Hey? What's that in the sky? A strange bird. Then, there was the crisp sound of chewing senbei, crunch, crunch. Guys! Do you see that ship? That's the Roger pirates, who are at the peak of their powers. Roger, you can't escape this time. Just surrender and accept justice. Kyle was in midair, his whole body frozen. His smile froze on his face and cold sweat began to seep from his forehead. This gay voice, this laughter, this damn familiar sound of chewing senbei. Sorry, sir, I didn't recognize you just now. Brigadier? Damn you, Brigadier General. Can Kapuna be just an ordinary Brigadier General? Look in my eyes. Tell me. This man had been haunting them since their first year at sea, chasing them for most of the Grand Line. He could even imagine that Garp was picking his nose and looking at him in the sky with a look that looked like trash. At this moment, on Roger's pirate ship, his companions who were unaware of the truth were still cheering him on. Go ahead. Senior Kyle. Let them see how powerful the Roger pirates are. Keikuichi. Little Kyle. Kyle was in tears. Me? Go and kill Garp? Senior is going to send it, you bastards. Kyle now just wanted to turn around and fly back, then rub the head of Nostin, who was shouting Senior is so handsome, on the deck repeatedly. Oh! It's that kid from Roger's ship. Garp's resonant voice echoed again, filled with the familiarity of meeting an old friend in a foreign land. You seem to be flying quite spiritedly. Are you interested in joining the Navy? I can write you a letter of recommendation. Ha 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 ha. Garp's voice was undisguised and carried clearly to the ship of Roger's pirate group along with the sea breeze. On the deck, the new crew members who had just been amazed suddenly had strange expressions. In Roger's pirate group, only a few people showed an expression of as expected. Ha ha ha. Roger crossed his arms, shaking with laughter. I knew it. Garp always says the same thing every time he sees Kyle. Rayleigh shook his head helplessly, but a smile played on his lips. After all, in Garp's eyes, Kyle is the most legitimate person on our ship. In midair, Kyle's face darkened as he heard this outrageous solicitation. Join the Navy? Hang out with you? And then be pummeled by your iron fist of love like a punching bag every day? Do I look like someone with that kind of fetish? He remained silent, deciding to ignore the other party's harassment with a cool attitude. Cap, you're playing with fire. However, Garp is clearly not the type to let go if ignored. Not talking? Are you shy? Garp grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. To Kyle, that smile was even more terrifying than that of a sea king. Evil little pirate, I'll let you feel the warmth of justice with my own hands. Before he finished speaking, Garp picked up a few shells from the deck. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. There was no ignition, no cannon, just pure arm throwing. The surface of those black shells was instantly covered by a layer of armed color domineering aura as deep as the dark night. They made a sharp whistling sound and tore through the air, turning into several black meteors, shooting towards Kyle from bottom to top. Its speed was so fast and its force was so strong that it even created a long white wave of air in the air. Oh my god! Kyle broke out in a cold sweat. Is he worthy of being called the king's chicken sauce? Even if he wasn't blown to pieces by just one of these bullets, the impact alone would be enough to break his bones and tendons, and he would fall straight from the sky into the sea to feed the sea kings. The retreat route was completely blocked, and the space for evasion was accurately predicted. Can't escape. Kai, Senior King of Connections are you going to lose your dignity here today? Humph, I should avoid his edge? Those new guys behind me are watching. Post views, 143. 021 piece, starting from the Veterans of Roger's Crew Chapter 020. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. In a split second, Kyle's eyes changed from horror to determination. He gritted his teeth, reached behind his back with his right hand, and instantly got a pitch-black, ancient-style naginata in his hand. Buzz! He pushed the power of the popo fruit to the extreme without reservation. In addition to the armament color, the blade of the naginata was also covered with a layer of wave that was constantly vibrating at a high frequency. The air around the blade made a mournful cry as if it could not bear the heavy burden. Come on! Old Bidden! Kyle roared, gripping the hilt of the knife with both hands as he faced those deadly black meteors, advancing instead of retreating. Sound slash, explosive phoenix roar. He did not choose the conventional slashing move, but instead performed this sword technique in a continuous manner. Clang! 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 The naginata danced in the air, leaving behind a dazzling array of blade afterimages, each strike precisely hitting the incoming shells. The blade collided violently with the shell casing covered with armed color domineering, emitting dazzling sparks and deafening sound of metal clashing. What's even more bizarre is that each slash is not a simple chop. The high-frequency sound waves that Kyle infuses into the blade explode violently the moment they come into contact with the shell. Boom! The first shell was less than 10 meters away from Kyle, and was shattered by the shock wave detonated by the blade. The violent impact force turned into a ring-shaped air wave and spread in all directions. Kyle used the recoil force to nimbly turn his body in the air, avoiding the aftermath of the explosion. The naginata in his hand drew a graceful arc and headed towards the second shell. Boom! The second shell exploded in mid-air, and flames and black smoke bloomed in the sky. The new crew members on deck were completely stunned. Miller Pine's mouth opened wide, and the barrel in his hand fell to the ground with a clang. The cigar in Colonel Mugillian's mouth had gone out at some point. He stared at the one-sided fireworks show in the sky, his eyes full of shock. It's not just swordsmanship, nor is it just the power of the fruit, but a perfect combination of the two. Every sword strike contains explosive power, precise, gorgeous, and full of wild and violent aesthetics. The elegance and calmness on Spencer's face had long since disappeared, replaced by a dull look that came from seeing something beyond one's comprehension. "This is the senior on our ship," Noston muttered to himself, shaking his pointed head like a rattle. SSS. In the sky, Kyle had already shattered the third and fourth shells. The air waves and shock waves generated by the explosion became his new foothold. Each explosion pushed him to a new position, allowing him to meet the next shell at a more tricky angle. The perfect combination of shock step and slashing, integrating offense and defense. Boom! The last shell exploded right at the spot closest to him, and the huge explosion almost completely engulfed his figure. Kyle! The crew members of Roger's pirate group couldn't help but feel a tightness in their hearts. Only veterans like Roger Riley still had their arms folded, their smiles growing even brighter, their eyes gleaming with excitement. Ka-ha-ha-ha! Good job! The flames dissipated. Kyle's figure reappeared in the sky, his hand holding the naginata trembling slightly, his clothes torn in several places by the aftermath of the explosion, looking a little embarrassed, but his eyes were still fixed on the Navy flagship below, full of unyielding arrogance. At this moment, the deck was completely silent. All the new crew members looked at the figure floating in the air. It was not tall, but seemed to be able to hold up the sky. There was no contempt in their hearts anymore. It turns out that the little Kyle Sr., who always handles trivial matters on the ship with a smile, has a very high emotional intelligence, and looks more like a butler than a fighter, is really a monster. A true monster who can stand shoulder to shoulder with the captain and the vice-captain. Hey? This is 8 years old? As soon as the words Old Bidden were uttered, the atmosphere on Garp's flagship suddenly tensed. Meanwhile, on Roger's side, the newcomer's jaws were practically dislocated. Garp was stunned at first, then he grinned, his smile becoming increasingly dangerous. Damn brat! I'm only in my 20s. It seems the iron fist of love isn't enough to teach you a lesson. Of course Kyle knew that he was playing with fire, but he had already put on so much pretense, he couldn't just start well and then not finish. He took a deep breath, held down his trembling right hand tightly, and the power of the popo fruit in his body surged again. Now, it's my turn to spicy food. He spun the naginata in front of him at high speed, and the air currents whistled sharply, extending along the blade and reaching into the sea below. Whirlpool blue tornado. Above the sea, a huge column of water was forcibly pulled out by an invisible force and wrapped around Kyle's spinning naginata. The vibration of the air and the vortex of the water waves combined perfectly to form a terrifying tornado connecting the sky and the sea, like a giant blue dragon circling. In the tornado, the high-frequency sound waves rubbed violently with the water flow, making a shrill dragon roar, sweeping towards the naval fleet. Kyle deliberately controlled the power. The core of the tornado did not have strong destructive power, but its huge traction and impact force were unparalleled. Help! He fell down. Oh no! The boat is going to capsize. The naval fleet was instantly thrown to the ground. Marines caught in the tornado's edge were swept away like dumplings, screaming and flung into the sea. Ships shook violently, masts broke, and the formation was in chaos. You bastard brat! Seeing his subordinates being fooled like this, Garp finally couldn't stay out of it. He kicked his legs hard, and the deck under his feet cracked and dented. His whole body turned into a cannonball that could not be captured by the naked eye, soaring into the sky. Fistbone meteorite. In midair, Garp's right fist was completely covered by a layer of inky black armed color domineering. The power condensed to the extreme even distorted the surrounding light. His fist seemed to turn into a black meteorite falling from the sky, smashing straight towards Kyle with an oppressive feeling of destroying everything. At that moment, all the hairs on Kyle's body stood up. There was only one thought in his mind: I'm going to die. I'm really going to die. The young senior Kyle, who had been so rebellious just a second ago, trying to confront the future naval hero head-on, decisively abandoned all pretensions at this moment and used all his strength to let out a heartbreaking cry. Captain, save me! The scream was full of energy, emotion, and desire for life, and it was clearly heard throughout the entire sea. On the Roger pirate's ship, the newcomer's expressions changed from shock to dullness, and then from dullness to bewilderment. Where is that monstrous senior who was so handsome just now and challenged the Navy fleet single-handedly? Ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha. Kyle's response was Roger's signature loud laugh that seemed to be able to shake off the clouds. Just as Garp's iron fist was about to hit Kyle, a figure appeared between the two of them like a ghost. The red captain's coat fluttered in the strong wind. Roger held his straw hat with one hand and held the sword ace at his waist with the other. God avoid! There were no unnecessary movements, just a simple horizontal swing. The deep red domineering aura wrapped around the blade like lightning, without touching Garp's fist, but just slashed through the air. Buzz! The shock waves generated by Garp's fistbone meteor and Roger's God's evasion annihilated each other in a silent way. Immediately afterwards, an indescribable terrifying wind pressure erupted, forcibly pressing a huge depression with a diameter of hundreds of meters on the sea surface below, and a huge hole was torn in the clouds in the sky in an instant. My brother Roger has the qualities of an emperor. Hey, Garp, long time no see, you're still so energetic. Roger grinned, revealing his white teeth. Roger. Garp landed steadily on the mast of another warship, clenched his fists, and laughed unscrupulously. You bastard, where do you want to run to now? The moment the two looked at each other, without any words, a battle that swept across the sea had already begun. Guys! The war has begun! Roger roared. Ah! The pirates on the deck were instantly ignited. Miller Payne swung his hammer, Colonel Myolian fired both guns, and Spencer's rapier drew an elegant cold light. The monsters of Roger's pirate group rushed down the mountain like tigers, pouncing on the Navy fleet that was also ready to attack. The scene changed. The setting sun dyed the sky and the sea a warm orange-red. On the island beach, which was tense before, huge bonfires are now burning, and the aroma of barbecue mixed with the aroma of rum wafts in the air. The deafening shouts and cries of killing turned into laughter and the sound of clinking glasses. The pirates and the Navy sat on either side of the campfire, clearly separated, but the atmosphere was strangely harmonious. Roger and Garp were arm in arm, each holding a huge roasted leg, chewing on it while arguing about something, spit flying everywhere. Rayleigh was elegantly clinking glasses with a naval lieutenant commander, discussing the brewing process of a certain famous liquor. Jabba and Miller Payne found some of the strongest men in the Navy who could drink the most and started a new round of drinking competition. Only the newcomers on both sides, whether they were the new crew members of Roger's pirate group or the young Marines in Garp's fleet, stood there in confusion, at a loss as to what to do. Nosden's pointed head was filled with question marks. He whispered to Isaac beside him, "Aren't we, at war with the Navy?" Isaac shook his head silently, indicating that he didn't understand either. On the other hand, a young Marine who just graduated from the Naval Academy saw that his idol, Commodore Garp, was having a great conversation with the recently popular pirate Roger. His worldview was swinging wildly on the edge of collapse and reconstruction. "You'll get used to it." A bearded Navy veteran patted him on the shoulder and took a sip of wine. "Senior, what is going on?" the young Marine asked in a trembling voice. "Mr. Cap and Roger have that kind of relationship," the veteran burped. "Every time they meet, they have to fight like crazy. If they don't tear up the other person's ship or sink a few islands, it's not even a greeting. Say, hello. Yes, after the battle, if we're in a good mood, we'll have a banquet like we're doing now." The veteran pointed across the street. "Look, those pirates may be abominable, but they're pretty good at grilling." On the pirate side, Spencer was explaining the situation to the newcomers in a helpless yet elegant tone. "The captain and Mr. Garp are old enemies, but also, in a sense, confidants. Their battle is more like a ritual to confirm that the other is still safe. Of course, the premise is that neither side is determined to kill the other." He paused and glanced at Kyle, who was being fed juice with an unwilling look on his face as Garp held his neck. "Besides, as long as Kyle is here, Mr. Cap will always have some room for maneuver in his attacks." "Kyle, not really, this old man is merciless." "Why?" Nosden asked curiously. "Who knows?" Spencer shrugged. "Maybe Mr. Cap really thinks that his future admiral has infiltrated our ship." Upon hearing this, everyone looked in that direction. "Kid, let me tell you. The Navy is the romance of men. You have a bright future, come with me to uphold justice." Garp laughed and patted Kyle's back hard. "Cough, cough. I refuse. Do you want to beat me to death so that you can inherit my treasure?" Kyle coughed repeatedly and his face turned red. Looking at this absurd yet harmonious scene, the newcomers looked at each other in confusion. Finally, a young Marine mustered up the courage to pick up a piece of barbecue and carefully handed it to a pirate opposite him. The pirate was stunned for a moment, then grinned and picked up his glass and clinked it with the others. Post views, 146. 021 One Piece, starting from the Veterans of Roger's Crew Chapter 021. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. The morning light pierced through the clouds and sprinkled on the messy BEA. The pirates and the Navy achieved unprecedented peaceful coexistence on this small BEA. Miller Pine had half a grilled fish hanging from his beard, and his formidable hammer was used as a pillow by a young Marine, and the two were snoring at an astonishingly consistent rate. Colonel Mugilian's cigar fell in the sand, his pistol was neatly placed aside, and he himself was sleeping unconscious, leaning against a Navy wine barrel. Not far away, Spencer's aristocratic dress was wrinkled and bunched up. Beside him lay several naval officers. Last night they seemed to have talked about everything from poetry and songs to the philosophy of life, and finally both of them were drunk in the ocean of knowledge. The entire beach was filled with the embers of barbecue, the sour smell of rum, and a strong smell of men's sweat. Kyle was one of the few who remained sober. He sat on the figurehead with dark circles under his eyes, looking at the scene that could be called a wonder of the world with an expressionless face. Kyle has gradually figured out everything. The so-called adventure is just a group of strong men full of gay love going on a van, you see. His popo fruit ability has a clever use when he's not in combat. It uses specific sound wave frequencies to stimulate the brain and keep it awake. The price he paid was that he was forced to fully appreciate the entire process from shouting and killing to arm in arm, and then to collective corpse lying there. His eyes swept across the entire place, finally settling on the center of the bonfire. There, the future pirate king Gold Roger and the future Navy hero Monkey D. Garp were sleeping with their heads touching in an extremely indecent posture, drooling all over their bodies. Kyle felt his temples throbbing. This is called an old enemy? This is clearly a long-lost brother. Water. Jabba's inarticulate groans broke the morning silence. He struggled to sit up, rubbing his tangled hair and looking around blankly. When he saw a sturdy Navy man sleeping soundly with his beer barrel in his arms not far away, his eyes instantly turned red. Asshole! Give me back my drink! This roar was like the clarion call of war. Who's making noise? My head is about to split. Ah! My legs are numb. The pirates and Navy soldiers stood up staggeringly one by one like zombies that had been started. They looked blankly at the enemies around them who were wearing different uniforms. The memory of being brothers the night before was still vague, but the hostility engraved in their muscles had begun to awaken. The atmosphere, in just a few seconds, changed from hungover confusion to a tense confrontation. Ka-ha-ha-ha, you're sleeping so soundly. Roger stretched his body and slapped Garp on the back with a muffled bang sound. Oh, it's you, kid. Garp was startled by the slap. He sat up suddenly, rubbing his eyes. When he saw Roger, he grinned with a smile full of hostility. It's dawn. It seems that your death has also come. That's not necessarily true. Maybe we're going to get rid of you, you bastard. Roger retorted. The two men stood up and looked at each other, with the same burning fire in their eyes. Following the friendly greetings from the two top commanders, both sides quickly completed the division of their camps. The pirates retreated to the ship and the Navy regrouped. The harmony of last night was gone, leaving only crackling sparks in the air. The new crew members, especially Noston and Isaac, felt that their brains were no longer enough. They mechanically followed the main force in retreating, but their eyes flickered back and forth between Roger and Garp, trying to understand this strange relationship where they were sleeping in the same bed one second and fighting to the death the next. Okay, guys. Pack up and get ready to go. Roger waved his hand, completely ignoring the murderous naval fleet opposite. Mr. Garp. Should we launch an attack immediately? A young naval lieutenant colonel ran to Garp and asked nervously. Garp picked his nose, looking away from Roger. He glanced at his equally hungover subordinates, staggering about, and waved his hand impatiently. What are you fighting for? Are you going to die? Everyone, return to the warship. We'll deal with them next time. Yes. Just like that, a battle that should have been earth-shattering ended abruptly when both coaches felt that the timing was not right. When the ships were nearly 100 meters apart, the familiar scene was repeated. Roger. Garp stood at the bow of his warship and roared loudly enough to raise the waves. Next time we meet, I will personally lock you up and impel down, you bastard. Ka-ha-ha-ha-ha. Roger was also standing at the bow, laughing loudly and unrestrainedly. Then give it a try, Garp. Before that, don't get killed by some small fry. The sea breeze conveys the conversation between the two legends, a tacit understanding and agreement that others cannot understand. Kyle stood behind Roger, listening to this conversation, his lips twitching uncontrollably. He muttered quietly, a voice only he could hear, I know, I know. He always comes here a few times, just like checking up on his family. What's this impel down? I think it's a wedding hall. Just as Kyle was complaining in his heart, Cap's loud voice sounded again, and this time the target was locked on him accurately. Hey! That little brat over there! Kyle's body stiffened, and an ominous premonition came over him. He looked up and saw that Garp was pointing at him, showing a mouth full of white teeth, and his smile was so bright that it made his whole body creep. Next time I will definitely take you to the Navy headquarters. Wash your neck and wait. Ha 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 ha. The Roger pirate's ship suddenly fell into an eerie silence. Everyone's eyes were suddenly focused on Kyle. The old crew members were used to it and were trying to hold back their laughter, while the new crew members, such as Nostin, Isaac, Panklo, and others, were filled with shock and disbelief. Pfft! Jabba was the first one to burst out laughing, ha 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 ha. Little Kyle, did you hear that? Garp specifically wants to arrest you. A special invitation from the Navy is a huge honor, Senior Kyle. Miller Pine also joined in the fun, and his rough laughter echoed on the deck. Why would Mr. Garp be so obsessed with Kyle? Nostin's pointed head was full of question marks. He really couldn't understand why a rear admiral would be so obsessed with a little pirate. Spencer adjusted his collar elegantly, a meaningful smile playing on his lips. Perhaps in Mr. Garp's eyes, Kyle is the only lost lamb who can be saved. Kyle's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. Lost lamb? Lao Deng should pay attention to his son. The legendary Sweat King dragon is about to appear. Also, what does it mean to wash your neck and wait? That sounds so weird. Facing the teasing, curious, and shocked gazes of everyone on the ship, he felt that the authority of his predecessor was becoming more consolidated in an unprecedented way, but also more strange. He took a deep breath and shouted back at the departing warship with all his might, I refuse. Go eat your senbei. The sound drifted far away with the wind. I don't know if Garp heard it, but the ship of Roger's pirate group had already turned into a sea of laughter. Ha ha ha. Well said, Kyle. Roger patted Kyle's shoulder hard and laughed so hard that tears almost came out. Rayleigh also smiled and shook his head, walked over to Kyle, and handed him a glass of orange juice. You've been hard at work. Dealing with Garp's artillery and his recruitment at the same time is no easy task. Kyle took the orange juice and took a big gulp, and the depression in his heart finally dissipated a little. He looked at his companions on the deck who were laughing so hard that they were falling over, and sighed helplessly. In yesterday's battle, he used Sound Slash, explosive Phoenix Roar to counter Garp's artillery shells, and used Vortex, Blue Tornado to disrupt the Navy fleet, which really made all the new crew members see his strength. And now, Garp's remote message has allowed him to completely secure his position as a senior in another way. Although this process is a bit embarrassing. Hey, Kyle. The taciturn swordsman Isaac walked up to him at some point and handed him a clean cloth. Yesterday was very strong. Isaac's words were concise and to the point, his eyes pure, a swordsman's recognition of the strong. Shuge. Senior. Take me with you when you fight next time. The big guy Nostin also came over with admiration on his face. Seeing that there was no longer any contempt in his companion's eyes, but only complete trust and recognition, Kyle felt that all the previous hard work and embarrassment were worth it. He took the cloth from Isaac, wiped the sweat off his face, and put on his signature smile again, with a hint of foxy cunningness. Although the process was tortuous, at least I managed to regain my face. The party is about to begin. Roger's roar rang out again. Captain! We just finished sailing. Celebrate our escape from Garp again. Isn't this worth celebrating? Ah! Well, the tradition of holding banquets of all sizes anywhere is indeed an inseparable part of this pirate group. Kyle held his forehead helplessly, but the corners of his mouth rose unconsciously. So fucking happy. Post views, 135. 022 One Piece, starting from the Veterans of Roger's Crew Chapter 022. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. After the friendly meeting with Garp, the Roger Pirates' days returned to their former bustle. But as the number of crew members increased, a realistic problem gradually surfaced and became increasingly serious. Hey! Nostin! Move your foot, you're stepping on my logbook. Bloomeran's voice came from the corner of the deck, full of resentment. Ah! Sorry. The big, pointed-headed Nostin hurriedly moved his feet away, but his back bumped into Miller Pine, who was wiping the hammer. Bastard! Do you want to die? Miller Pine puffed his beard and glared, his huge hammer lying across the deck, occupying almost 1/3 of the aisle. It's all Pancroft's fault. His junk is piled everywhere. What did you say? This is my latest invention, the portable automatic barbecue machine No. 3. On the side of the ship, Kyle and Isaac were practicing swordsmanship. The space they had to maneuver and dodge was so small that Kyle almost tripped over the clothes hanging out to dry nearby several times. He used a shock step instant to distance himself from the enemy and sighed helplessly as he looked at the chaos on the deck caused by lack of space. This ship, which was friendly donated from somewhere else, was no different from a can of sardines to a dozen tall and strong pirates. You have to take turns sleeping, queue up to eat, and even organizing a banquet is difficult. It seems that it's time to change to a bigger ship. Rayleigh's voice sounded beside Kyle. He had stopped polishing his sword at some point and his eyes swept across the crowded deck. Kahahaha. That's exactly what I was thinking. Roger emerged from the captain's cabin and placed one foot on the railing. Guys! This ship isn't good enough for us anymore. Let's build the best ship in the world. Oh. The complaints on the deck were instantly replaced by cheers. Build a ship? Where to build it? Jabba asked after taking a sip of wine. Speaking of shipbuilding, there is no place in the entire Grand Route more famous than the Seven-Water City. Spencer touched his chin and gave professional advice at the right time. Kyle's eyes lit up instantly. The Seven Waters, the birthplace of the future legendary pirate ship, the city with the world's best shipbuilders. A well-known name immediately emerged in his mind: Master Fishman Tom. Okay. That's decided. Roger waved his hand and pointed into the distance. Target, Seven Waters City. Let's go. A few days later, when a huge city built on water appeared on the sea level, exclamations were heard on the deck of Roger's pirate group. A massive fountain soars into the sky in the city's center. Countless canals weave through the city like a spider web. Seahorse-like creatures called blues pull boats through the waterways, creating a unique traffic landscape. The city itself, layered with unique and magnificent architecture, is brimming with vitality and creativity. Wow! What a big city! Nostin opened his mouth wide. The city on the water, it's truly a masterpiece of nature. Even the knowledgeable Spencer was full of admiration. The ship slowly sailed into the harbor. Roger looked at the curious faces of the crew and grinned. All right. Disband, boys. Before you find a boatman, enjoy the charm of this city to your heart's content. Meet at the harbor in the evening. Oh. The crew members dispersed. Miller Pine went straight to the tavern. Colonel Magooleen walked towards what seemed to be a weapons store with a cigar in his mouth. The others also went in twos and threes. Soon only Roger, Rayleigh, Jabba, and Kyle were left on deck. Okay, it's time to get down to business. Roger clapped his hands. Go find out who the best boatman here is. I'm afraid it won't be that easy, Rayleigh analyzed. Most of the top shipbuilders have strange tempers and may not be willing to build ships for pirates. That's a problem. Roger touched his chin and fell into deep thought. Maybe. I've heard of a name. Kyle spoke at the right time. The three of them looked at him in unison. Oh? Tell me about it, little Kyle. Jabba came over with interest. Master Tom, Kyle said, pretending to try to recall. I think that's his name. He's said to be a merman, but his shipbuilding skills are world-class. But, it's rumored that he has a bold personality and a bad temper, and only takes jobs that he finds appealing. Mercury boatman? The best in the world. Roger's eyes lit up instantly. Ha ha ha. Interesting. That's him. Let's go find this guy named Tom. With Kyle's inadvertent guidance and asking around, they soon found Tom's shipyard. Tom's workers. It was a massive shipyard on the outskirts of the city, the air thick with the scent of sawdust and engine oil. Even before I approached, I could hear the clanging of hammers and hearty laughter emanating from within. The four people walked into the shipyard, and a bull-horned fishman wearing a blue shirt and with an unusually round and burly figure immediately attracted their attention. He was holding a huge hammer, hammering a thick piece of ship plank into the groove of the keel. Every strike was precise and powerful, as if he was performing some kind of artistic creation. Hey! Who are you? A young boatman stopped them. We're here to see Mr. Tom. Rayleigh said gently. The mullet man stopped what he was doing and turned around. His broad face was filled with a hearty smile, and his voice was like a bell. I'm Tom. What can I do for you? Don. The end of his words had a strange pause and was full of power. We are pirates, Roger said straight to the point, making no attempt to conceal his identity. We would like you to help us build the best ship in the world. Pirates. Tom's smile faded a bit. He looked Roger and his group up and down. Just with the guys like you expect me, Tom, to build a ship. The other ship workers in the shipyard all showed vigilance. We're not ordinary pirates. Roger grinned, revealing his white teeth. And we're not going to build an ordinary ship either. We want a ship that can carry us around the world and conquer this ocean. Roger's voice was not loud, but the unquestionable dominance and the dream that seemed to ignite the air contained in his words made the noise of the entire shipyard quiet down. The contempt on Tom's face slowly disappeared, replaced by a deep interest. His big eyes stared at Roger, as if he wanted to see into the man's soul. Around the world. Tom repeated, then burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. What a boastful brat. Don. He walked in front of Roger, his huge figure cast a thick shadow, and an invisible sense of oppression came over him. You want me to build a ship? Fine. But what makes you think you are worthy of a king's ship? Tom's eyes became sharp. Kyle knew this was a test. Tom wasn't looking at status or wealth, but rather whether these people had the capacity to handle the ship he had built. Roger was not overwhelmed by Tom's aura. Instead, his smile grew even brighter. Because I'm Gold Roger. The man who will conquer the ocean in the future. Tom was stunned for a moment, then he laughed even more happily, wah ha ha ha. Funny. Very funny. He turned around, picked up a bottle of wine, took a big gulp, and then threw the bottle to Roger. Boy, I admire your courage. But courage alone is not enough. Well, he stretched out his giant hand, let me see your ship now. A ship that carries the soul of its owner. Let me see what your soul really looks like. For the next hour, Tom and two ship workers carefully inspected the ship of Roger's pirate group. He sometimes knocked on the plank, sometimes looked at the scars on the mast, and the expression on his face changed from initial amusement to surprise, and finally to an indescribable respect. These scars are left by naval shells. This crack was caused by a collision with a large sea king. And this one, it looks like it was split open by some powerful blow, and then repaired with a crude but effective method. Tom stroked the scars on the hull, as if he was reading a magnificent epic. You have weathered so many storms in just such a small boat. Tom turned his head and looked at Roger, his eyes no longer filled with contempt. Ka-ha-ha-ha. It's our reliable partner. Roger patted the side of the boat proudly. Tom was silent for a long time. Finally, he opened his mouth and revealed an extremely heroic smile, accompanied by a signature ending sound. Okay. I'll take this job. Done. Great. Roger pumped his fist excitedly. But, Tom changed the subject again, his expression becoming more serious than ever. You want a ship that can conquer the world, an ordinary wood won't do. He paused and spoke word by word, his voice filled with awe for something sacred. To build the best ship in the world, you must use the strongest wood in the world, the precious Adam tree. Post views, 128. 023 One Piece, starting from the Veterans of Roger's Crew Chapter 023. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. Adam, the treasure tree. There was a gleam in Roger's eyes that was brighter than gold, as if he had already seen the ship carrying his dreams sailing through the waves. Rayleigh and Jabba also looked longingly on their faces. Ka-ha-ha-ha. What are we waiting for? Let's go buy it. How much does it cost? Roger patted his chest proudly. Master Tom took a sip of wine, stretched out 3 thick fingers and gestured. The smile on Roger's face froze instantly. He turned to look at Rayleigh, the second in command, with a questioning look in his eyes. Rayleigh silently shifted his gaze and began to concentrate on studying the patterns on his sword's hilt. This sword is a real sword. Roger looked at Jabba for help again, and Jabba looked up at the sky, as if wondering why the weather was so good today. What a beautiful day! The most valuable things on the ship are probably their heads. Kyle watched from the side and shook his head. This was the traditional skill of Roger's pirate group. They were always short of money at the critical moment. Ahem, Roger cleared his throat awkwardly, trying to salvage some of his captain's dignity. Master Tom, I'm a bit short on money lately. Do you think we can sell it on credit first? Ha ha ha. Tom burst into laughter, so resounding that it made the sawdust in the shipyard rustle. Boy, you're funnier than I thought. Done. He stopped laughing and his eyes turned serious. The treasure tree Adam is something that money can't buy. It only appears at top auctions on the black market, or, in the hands of certain bigwigs. I don't have any in stock here. The excitement on Roger and his group's faces suddenly collapsed. But, Tom changed the subject and slapped Roger's shoulder with his huge palm, so hard that the latter stumbled. I, Tom, admire men who dare to pursue their dreams the most. Money doesn't matter. As long as you can get the wood from the precious tree Adam, I, Tom, will build you a boat for free. I will use my lifelong skills to build you a king's ship that can conquer the sea. Done. Free shipbuilding. Roger was stunned for half a second, then he grabbed Tom's hand. Really? Tom. You're such a good man. Don't be too happy, Tom pulled his hand back. If we can't find the precious tree Adam, everything will be in vain. After bidding farewell to Tom, the four returned to the ship. As the news spread, the entire pirate group engaged in a heated discussion. Where could they find the legendary Adam tree? Forget about the black market auction, we can't even afford the admission tickets. Jabba said bluntly. Then the only clue left is Big Shot, Rayleigh analyzed. Speaking of the richest and most arrogant man in the world, Spencer wiped his wine glass elegantly and only said half of his words, but everyone knew who he was referring to. The world's nobles, the celestial dragons. I've heard some rumors. Colonel Myolian exhaled a puff of smoke, his eyes sharp. A world government fleet will be passing through the nearby waters soon, escorting heavenly gold surrendered by a member nation. It's said that in addition to gold and jewelry, the ship also contains a special building material for a new palace for a celestial dragon. Everyone's eyes were instantly focused on him. The air seemed to freeze. Robbing a celestial dragon ship? That's far more insane than bombarding the Marine Bran. It wouldn't just be an enmity against the world government, it would be a direct challenge to the highest authority in the world. The new crew members, especially Noston, swallowed nervously. Ka-ha-ha-ha. The silence was broken by Roger's bold and unrestrained laughter. He placed one foot on the side of the boat, facing the sea breeze, with a blazing fire in his eyes. So what are you waiting for? The treasure tree atom, the heavenly gold. We want them all. Guys, get ready to work. Ah! Thunderous cheers erupted on the deck, and the previous hesitation and fear were completely ignited by the captain's passion. Kyle held his forehead helplessly, but couldn't help but smile. He walked over to the nautical chart and began to plan the route and battle plan with Rayleigh and Spencer. 3 days later, on the calm sea, a fleet flying the flag of the world government appeared in the sight of Roger's pirate group. 3 naval warships were guarding a huge and magnificent merchant ship with heavy security. Everyone, get ready. Roger drew his sword and grinned, let the world government see who is the master of this sea. The battle started in an instant. Tidal wave. Kyle placed his hands on the side of the ship, and invisible waves instantly spread across the sea. The calm sea suddenly surged into 2 massive waves over 10 meters high, slamming into the 2 frigates on either side and disrupting their formation. Fire! The naval commander roared. You wish. Kyle sneered, a mirage. Light distorted around the Roger pirate's ship, instantly reflecting the phantom of another identical pirate ship not far away. Most of the dense artillery shells landed in the air, exploding into towering columns of water on the sea. Now! Charge! Roger roared. The ships shot like arrows, heading straight for the center of the fleet. Leave it to me. Isaac's eyes flashed and he drew his sword. He tapped the railing with his toes and leaped towards the nearest warship like a falcon, accurately cutting off the main mast of the warship. Taking advantage of the chaos caused by the fallen mast, the crew of Roger's pirate group landed steadily on the deck of the enemy ship, instantly setting off a bloody storm. Meanwhile, Roger, Rayleigh, and Jabba had already boarded the massive merchant ship. Facing the CP agents who had arrived after hearing the news, the 3 displayed overwhelming strength. Roger's domineering aura swept out, and the weak ones fell to the ground with foam at the mouth. The rest were easily dealt with by Rayleigh's quick sword and Jabba's giant axe. The battle was over faster than expected. When Roger kicked open the cabin door, the expected mountains of gold, silver, and jewelry did not appear. Instead, there was a sickening stench and dead silence. Inside the cabin, hundreds of ragged, numb-looking people were locked in cages, crammed together like livestock. Slave! The smile on Roger's face disappeared, replaced by a cold murderous intent. The veins on Rayleigh's hand holding the hilt of the sword were bulging, and Jabba's axe blade was still stained with the blood of the enemy, which seemed extremely ironic at the moment. This bunch of scum, Jabba squeezed out a few words from between his teeth. Kyle followed behind and saw this scene, and the anger that he had long expected in his heart still surged up uncontrollably. He saw the fear in the child's eyes, the despair in the woman's expression, and saw those who should have had a free life being imprisoned like commodities. A little girl in a cage was so scared by the intrusion of Roger and others that she started crying. Her mother immediately covered her mouth and trembled all over, fearing that her crying would bring her a beating. Roger slowly walked over and squatted in front of the cage. The murderous look on his face faded, replaced by a gentleness he had never seen before. "It's all right now." He stretched out his hand and lightly slashed the knife, cutting through the sturdy iron chain. "You are free." Finally, a glimmer of light appeared in the slave's numb eyes. At the other end of the cabin, they found their target, huge, indestructible logs emitting a faint glow. It was the Atom Tree. Next to the logs, stacked were several boxes of treasure known as heavenly gold. "Captain, what shall we do with the treasure?" asked Miller Pine. "We'll take half," Roger said, not even glancing at the jewels. "We'll trade the rest for Baileys to help them start their lives in their new place. Then these people. Find the nearest island and send them to the naval base." Rayleigh made the decision. "Navy?" Nosden was surprised. "That's right," Kyle nodded. "Right now, only the Navy has the ability to protect them. We're pirates, and bringing them along would only be more dangerous." "Kahahaha. That's it." Roger laughed, as if the gloom just now had been swept away. "Do good deeds without leaving a name, and by the way, make some trouble for that guy Garp." Taking advantage of the night, the Roger pirates quietly approached an island where a naval branch was stationed. Kyle used a light mirage and sound waves to create a commotion on the other side of the harbor, attracting the attention of most of the Navy. Meanwhile, Rayleigh, Jabba, and the others quickly brought the slaves and treasure ashore, leaving a note. By the time the Navy reacted, Roger's pirate ship had already disappeared into the night. On the deck, the crew watched the island drifting away in silence. "One day, I will bring down all those scumbags who claim to be gods." Roger's voice rang out in the night wind, firm and powerful. Kyle stood behind him, looking at the treasure tree atom piled on the deck. "It is not just wood for shipbuilding, but more like a witness of their journey, witnessing the extreme freedom and the deepest sin on this sea." The ship that was to be built by Baseho Adam and Master Tom was destined to carry a dream of subverting the world from the moment it was born. "Let's go back to the Seven Waters." Roger turned around, full of energy. "Let's show Tom the treasure we brought back." Post Views, 121. 024 One Piece, starting from the Veterans of Roger's Crew Chapter 024. When the Roger pirates' ship appeared at the port of Water 7 again, the atmosphere on board was completely different from when they first arrived. The initial exclamation and bustle were gone, replaced by a silence mingled with the embers of anger and a resolute will. The sun shone on the massive timbers in the center of the deck, and the precious atom tree radiated a warm and sacred glow. The crew members silently performed their duties, but their eyes would always glance at the pile of wood, and then they would all look at Roger standing at the bow. The captain's back was as reliable as ever, but the heroic spirit that usually overflowed from him had now settled into something deeper and more oppressive. "We're back." Rayleigh's voice was soft, breaking the silence on the deck. Roger didn't look back, just said hum and looked straight at the huge dock in the distance. When they carried the huge timbers and stepped into Tom's shipyard again, the clanging sounds and heroic laughter stopped abruptly. All the boatmen stopped their work and looked in astonishment at the pirates who had returned and the wood on their shoulders that was obviously not ordinary. "Hey! You!" A young boatman was about to step forward when a huge hand pressed his shoulder. Master Tom slowly walked over, his booming voice now a little dull. "Boys, what are you doing?" His words got stuck in his throat the moment he saw the wood clearly. The world's #1 boatman's signature generous smile vanished. He stepped forward, silently extending his rough hand and gently, almost reverently, stroking the surface of the treasure tree atom. He knocked on it with his knuckles, listened attentively to the steady yet clear echo, and closed his eyes, as if conversing with the soul of the wood. The entire shipyard was silent, with only Tom's heavy breathing as the sound. "Wah ha ha ha, wah ha 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 ha." There was a brief silence, then Tom burst into laughter louder than ever before. "You bunch of bastards! You really got it! Done!" Tom punched his chest, making a dull bang sound. He stared at Roger, his big eyes burning with fire. Well done! You deserve to own the ship I built myself. Tom turned to face Roger, his face more serious than ever before. Boy, the fact that you got it proves your ability. I'm a man of my word. I'll build you this boat for free. Don't. He paused, then opened his mouth wide, his smile filled with creative desire. But a ship made from the precious tree atom can't be just any ship. It must be unique. Tell me, what kind of ship do you want? As soon as this question was asked, everyone in Roger's pirate group immediately became alert. They were led by Tom to a huge workshop and gathered around a table covered with a huge white paper. First of all, it has to be big. It has to accommodate all of us, and it has to be able to hold the best party. Roger slapped the table, spit flying. It needs to have the strongest sides and decks so that I can exercise at any time. Rayleigh added, his fingers habitually stroking the hilt of the sword. Kitchen. The kitchen must be big. And there must be a wine cellar that can withstand a storm. Jabba's eyes sparkled. My inventions require a dedicated studio. Pancro also squeezed forward. I want a bed where I won't be woken up by Miller-senpai's snoring. Nosden raised his hand weakly. What did you say? Miller Pine puffed his beard and glared. The group was arguing about everything from the design of the armory to the number of toilets. The scene was in chaos for a while. Master Tom folded his arms and listened with great interest. Everyone, be quiet! Roger roared, stunning the entire room. He looked at Tom, his eyes clear. Tom, I want a boat that's not just a collection of rooms and planks. I want a boat that can laugh with us. A boat that can carry our dreams, sail through all storms, and reach the end of the world with a companion. These words did not mention any specific design, but they silenced everyone present. The smile on Tom's face faded, and he looked at Roger as if he wanted to get to know this man again. A ship that laughs. Tom muttered to himself, and then his eyes lit up with a surprising light. Interesting. Very interesting. Don. A ship that wants to conquer the ocean must first know how to dance with the ocean. A clear voice sounded at this time. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw that it was Kyle. He walked to the table, dipped his finger in water, and lightly scratched the surface. The water stains on the table seemed to come alive, sometimes turning into gentle waves and sometimes creating small whirlpools under the guidance of his fingertips. A ship's keel is its backbone, and its hull its muscles. If its lines follow the flow of the waves, rather than fighting them, the sea becomes a force rather than a hindrance. Kyle said, outlining a smooth and graceful arc of the hull with water stains, it can make us faster and more stable. He didn't mention any professional terms, but the intuitive demonstration made it understandable to everyone. Tom's eyes lit up and he slapped his thigh. That's right. Kid, you got the point. Using the power of the waves, wahahaha. It's not just about dancing together, Kyle smiled and looked at Roger. The captain wants a ship that can laugh. Laughter requires sound. A king's ship should also have a unique roar. He pointed toward the bow and said, why not integrate the main gun and the figurehead? Every time we fire, it'll be like the ship is laughing majestically at the sea. Mount the gun on the bow. This fantastic idea instantly ignited everyone's imagination. Roger was stunned at first, then he burst into thunderous laughter, ka-ha-ha-ha. Well said. Kyle. That's what we want. A ship that can laugh with cannons. That's worthy of us. Tom's breathing became heavy, and his eyes were filled with the fire of creation, as if all the blood in his body was burning. He suddenly grabbed a huge charcoal pencil and waved it wildly on the white paper. Smooth lines, bold ideas, Roger's dreams, Kyle's inspiration, and the crew's wishes are all integrated under his pen. The prototype of an unprecedented pirate ship appeared on the paper. It had a wide deck large enough to carry giants, an elegant and agile streamlined hull, a majestic golden bow and graceful figureheads of twin girls. It's like it's alive, Noston murmured. Everyone was deeply shocked by the vitality and kingly aura emanating from the ship in the drawing. Roger looked at the blueprint, his eyes gleaming with an unprecedented light. He stroked the atom tree beside him, which emitted a faint golden glow, as if he could already see it riding the wind and waves. Let's call it, Roger's voice was filled with power and joy. He announced word by word, Oro Jackson. The golden ship that carries all of us. Oro Jackson, Rayleigh repeated the name with a smile on his face. Oh 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 oh! The crew members burst into thunderous cheers. Great! What a great name! Tom slammed his charcoal pencil down on the table, making a loud noise. It's settled then. I, Tom, will stake my reputation as the world's greatest shipbuilder on building this king's ship for you. He turned, picked up a huge hammer and a long nail from the tool rack, and walked to the open space in the center of the shipyard reserved for laying the keel. Everyone, watch! Tom roared, raising his hammer high. This is the first heartbeat of the king. Done! Clang! The clear and long sound of hammering resounded throughout the Seven Waters city, announcing to the world that a brand new legend had begun. Kyle stood behind the crowd and looked at the scene that was enough to be recorded in history, his heart filled with excitement. He knew that this ship would carry these free souls in the future, complete the unprecedented and unparalleled great voyage, reach the final island, and uncover the secrets of the world. He is not only a witness to this legend, but also a participant who made a crucial contribution to it. So damn exciting! Post views 133. 025 One Piece, starting from the Veterans of Roger's Crew Chapter 025. Ding! 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 The mornings in the city of Seven Waters always start with the rhythmic sound of knocking. Ever since Tom's shipyard took on that earth-shaking order, it has become the most lively place in the entire city. The sound of clinking hammers, the roar of saws, and the rough calls of the boatmen, mixed with the fragrance of sea breeze and wood chips, compose a symphony about the birth of a legend. Months passed, and the Oro Jackson's keel had already been laid. Its massive ribs, like the thorax of a giant beast, supported the indestructible trunk of the treasure tree atom. It lay quietly in the dock, its mere form emitting a palpitating sense of oppression. Beside a secluded waterway in the city, Kyle closed his eyes, one hand hovering over a discarded iron plate. He made no waves, no sound, yet the air around him seemed to distort slightly, and an invisible heat was gathering. "Senior, what are you doing?" "Warming up the iron plate." Noston squatted on the side, with a seagull on his pointed head, tilting his head curiously. "Shh, don't disturb me." Kyle's forehead was covered with sweat. He was trying out a new application, heat wave breath. As he finished speaking, the air beneath his palm suddenly lit up with a red light. The center of the half-finger-thick iron plate silently melted and turned red. Finally, with a hiss, it was pierced through by a condensed heat ray, leaving behind a round hole with smooth edges. "Wow!" Sigh. Noston's eyes almost popped out, and the seagull above his head flapped its wings and flew away in fear. Kyle breathed a sigh of relief and wiped the sweat from his face. Confining and focusing infrared waves into a beam required extreme precision, requiring far more concentration than a wide-area shockwave. But the power was definitely worth it. Now those iron warships are not enough for me to order. Kyle looked at his palm and smiled with satisfaction. Wave-particle duality, bro. I wonder what it would be like to use this trick in front of Uncle Kizaru? Can you react, little brother? On the other side of town, in a bustling tavern, the atmosphere was much wilder. Ola ola ola! Miller Pine, shirtless, his muscular body covered in sweat, was arm wrestling with Jabba. The veins on both of their arms were bulging, and they were in a stalemate. The surrounding pirates and local boatmen formed a circle and cheered wildly. "Come on, Mr. Jabba! Uncle Miller, break his arm. Riley sat leisurely in the corner, holding a cup of coffee and reading the newspaper intently. A chair whizzed past his head, smashed into the wall and broke into pieces. He didn't even raise his eyelids, but just gently shook off the sawdust that fell on the newspaper. Spencer tried to discuss the art of tailoring aristocratic gowns with a local costume designer, but every sentence he said was interrupted by a roar from Jabba next to him, shaking his carefully maintained elegant image. Suddenly, Riley's gaze stopped at a small corner of the newspaper. It was an inconspicuous piece of news, reporting that Commodore Garp had recently successfully rescued a group of slaves kidnapped by pirates in a certain sea area and seized a large amount of Baileys, part of which would be used to resettle the slaves. The news naturally did not mention the name of Roger's pirate group. But the implication of greedy and stupid pirates between the lines almost overflowed from the paper. Riley's lips curled up into a playful smile. These people from the world government were still trying to grab the credit as usual. However, the end of the news mentioned that due to the recent rampant pirate activities, the world government has dispatched additional fleets to strengthen patrols in the first half of the Grand Line. This is not good news. When Riley returned to the shipyard with this information, Roger was standing with his hands on his hips, watching excitedly as the sailors installed a huge plank on the side of the ship. "Tom! Hurry up! My buddies can't wait to go out to sea. Ha 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 ha! Don't rush me! Boy! This is a work of art! Done!" Master Tom hammered down, and the huge plank was tightly embedded into the hull. Riley handed the newspaper to Roger. "Look, Roger! It seems we're famous again." Roger glanced at it and laughed nonchalantly, "Ka ha ha ha! That Garp guy got all the credit for nothing. Perfect! Once our ship is finished, we'll drive it over to him and show it off. The Navy has increased patrols, so we'd better keep a low profile," Riley reminded. "What are you afraid of?" Master Tom came over, hammer on his shoulder. He heard the conversation and grinned. "I, Tom, built this ship so that you won't be afraid of anyone. Once the Oro Jackson is launched, those crappy Navy ships won't even be able to catch up with you and eat your dust." "Don't." This lofty ambition made Roger and others excited. Just then, there was a commotion in the shipyard. The workers responsible for installing a critical curved plank under the bow were having trouble. The wood of the precious tree atom was too hard and had an extremely sharp curvature. Hitting it with brute force might damage the wood, and softening it with steam might affect its divinity. "Damn it! It's just a little bit off." A boatman was so anxious that he was sweating profusely. Tom walked over to take a look and frowned too. This was the key to the boat's streamlined design, and it was related to whether it could dance with the waves, as Kyle said. "Let me try." Kyle walked over and, amid everyone's puzzled gazes, gently placed his palm on the huge curved wooden board. "The reverse application of resonance collapse," Kyle said softly. He released an extremely subtle resonance wave with constantly changing frequency, carefully searching for the point that was completely synchronized with the piece of atom wood. A few seconds later, he found it. "Now! Knock!" Kyle suddenly opened his eyes. Tom didn't hesitate at all. He had complete trust in this young man who had given him so much inspiration. He raised the hammer, used all his strength, and with a signature dawn, smashed it down hard. Bang! This time, there were no cracks that everyone was worried about, nor were there any harsh sounds of collision. The internal structure of the extremely hard atom tree loosened momentarily and extremely slightly under the influence of the resonance wave. It seemed to become flexible for a moment, and under the push of the huge force, it slid perfectly into the reserved groove, fitting seamlessly and naturally. The entire shipyard was dead silent. All the boatmen stared at this scene in amazement, as if they had witnessed a miracle. Master Tom slowly put down the hammer. His rough palm stroked the perfectly inlaid wooden board. Feeling the smooth curve, and his whole body trembled with excitement. He suddenly turned his head and stared at Kyle, his eyes as if he had discovered a treasure more precious than the Adam tree. "You little brat, you little brat!" Tom's voice was trembling. He picked up Kyle like a chicken and shouted excitedly, "Wah ha 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 ha! You are a genius born for shipbuilding. Do you want to stay and be my apprentice?" "Done. I refuse." Kyle was dizzy and dazed. "I want to be a pirate." "Ha ha ha! Well said, Kyle. You are my crew member." Roger snatched Kyle back from Tom and patted his shoulder proudly. From then on, whenever the boatmen encountered technical difficulties, they would look at him with a mixture of awe and expectation. Kyle also enjoyed it, and used his wave fruit ability to help out from time to time, such as using shock waves to accurately send heavy materials to high places, or using sound waves to detect whether there were any defects inside the wood, which greatly accelerated the progress of shipbuilding. Finally, that day arrived under the bright sunshine of the Seven Waters City. The Oro Jackson is finished. It lay quietly in the dock filled with water, and the golden sunlight shone on its hull made of the precious tree atom, reflecting a warm and sacred glow. The elegant and agile lines of the hull seemed to contain the power of wind and waves. When still, it is like a sleeping king, yet it always exudes the aura of a king who is about to gallop across the world. All members of Roger's pirate group, Tom and his workers, and even many citizens of Water 7 who heard the news gathered on the shore, looking up at this unprecedented pirate ship with shock and amazement written on everyone's face. It's breathing," Nosden muttered to himself. Roger stood at the front, watching quietly. This boat carried all his dreams, embodied the hopes of his companions, and fused it with the inspiration of genius, built by the world's best shipbuilder. It is more than just a ship, it is their new companion and their soul that is about to conquer the sea. He slowly turned around and faced the excited, thrilled, and expectant faces behind him, with his iconic smile that was bright enough to illuminate the entire era. "All right, guys." His voice echoed throughout the harbor. "Our partners can't wait. Are you ready to conquer this ocean?" "Ah!" The deafening cheers resounded throughout the Seven Water City. Post views, 127. 026 One Piece, starting from the Veterans of Roger's Crew Chapter 026. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. Sail. With Roger's order, the huge anchor was hoisted, and the brand new sail was fully unfolded with a crash in the sea breeze. The Oro Jackson, the golden ship that embodies dreams and ingenuity, slid silently out of the dock under the gaze of all the Seven Water Cities. It sailed so smoothly, its hull cutting through the water, with almost no sound of obstructed waves, only the smooth and pleasant gurgling sound of water, as if the sea was gently kissing its hull. "General, the boat must be able to launch into the water. This ship is really dancing with the sea." Bloom Aaron stroked the side of the ship, feeling the slight and vital rhythm, his eyes full of obsession. "Tom." Roger stood at the bow, turned around and waved vigorously at the huge figure on the shore. "Thank you very much. This ship is the best in the world." Master Tom stood on the shore, his burly figure like a small mountain. He didn't wave, but just opened his mouth wide, revealing his signature hearty smile, and used all his strength to say the loudest farewell. "Go. Go and turn the world upside down." "Done." The sound was like a cannon shot, echoing over the harbor for a long time. The Oro Jackson was gaining speed, and the majestic silhouette of the Seven Waters City gradually faded into a dot on the sea horizon. The crew members leaned on the railing in groups of 3 or 4, their faces filled with irrepressible excitement. "It feels completely different." Nosden ran around on the wide deck, shouting excitedly, "It's so spacious. This is what a pirate ship should look like." Isaac leaned against the main mast, his hand on the hilt of his sword, his eyes scanning the distant horizon sharply. Even a taciturn man like him had a smile on his lips. Kyle walked over to the custom-made main gun that was fused with the figurehead, gently stroking the cold barrel. He could sense that every inch of the ship's planks was imbued with strength and soul. "What's wrong, Kyle?" Rayleigh came over with a glass of wine. "I wonder what its first laugh will be like," Kyle laughed. Rayleigh also smiled. He raised his glass and looked into the distance. "I think there will be an opportunity soon." As if to confirm Rayleigh's words, Miller Pine on the lookout suddenly sounded the alarm, his voice rapid and loud. "Enemy attack! A large naval fleet has been spotted directly ahead." The relaxed atmosphere on the deck froze instantly. Everyone rushed to the bow, only to see a dense row of black dots appearing on the distant sea surface. As the distance got closer, the ferocious gun muzzles, the fluttering seagull flags, and the huge formation like a city wall on the sea all brought a suffocating sense of oppression. At least 20 warships, forming a huge crescent shape, completely blocked their route forward. "No way," Pong Klo gasped, "are they moving the entire naval branch here?" "No," Colonel Myolian said, a cigar between his lips, his eyes more serious than ever. "This isn't a branch-level force. Look at the model of the flagship. It's the latest battleship, the kind only the Navy headquarters can deploy." At that moment, Kyle's pupils narrowed slightly. He released a subtle electromagnetic wave for long-range detection, and several figures on the deck of the enemy flagship emerged in his mind. A man picking his nose with a laugh, a man wearing round glasses. With a serious face and a sense of authority without anger, a tall, calm woman, and a burly man with purple hair. "That's troublesome," Kyle said softly. "What?" Roger looked back at him, his face not showing any fear, but full of excitement to try. "That guy Garp is here," Kellen paused and continued, "and Sengoku, Crane, and Zephyr. The most famous monsters among the new generation of the Navy actually came out in full force. Just to surround and destroy their pirate ship that had just set sail." However, the next second, a burst of extremely heroic laughter rang out on the deck. "Ka-ha-ha-ha-ha!" Roger stepped on the side of the ship, drew his sword, and pointed it at the naval fleet ahead, his eyes burning with a fire hotter than the Sunday Sparrow Sea. "This is simply the best welcome ceremony prepared for the Oro Jackson. Guys!" Ah! Infected by Roger's heroism, the crew's fighting spirit was instantly ignited. "I can finally fight with a real master." Isaac's body trembled slightly with excitement. "Let them see how powerful we are." Nosden also shouted. "Boys!" Roger raised his saber high. "Kyle! Let our new companions laugh their first laugh." "That's exactly what I meant." Kyle grinned and placed his hands on the main gun. The compressed shock wave poured into the barrel of the gun, and the twin girl figureheads at the muzzle seemed to come alive, with a bright light flashing in their golden pupils. Boom! There were no shells, only a single, extremely concentrated white shockwave blasting out at a speed exceeding the speed of sound. The air was torn apart inch by inch, forming huge, ring-shaped sonic boom clouds. Garp in the distance seemed to have anticipated this. He laughed loudly, took a step forward, and slammed his fist covered in armed colors towards the shock wave. Fist-bone impact. The two destructive forces collided above the sea. The loud noise caused the sea surface to sink into a huge round pit in an instant, and the huge waves that were raised slammed into the surrounding warships. "Entire fleet, open fire!" Zhang Guo gave the order calmly. In an instant, hundreds of artillery pieces roared at the same time, and dense shells came crashing down on the Oro Jackson like a devastating steel rainstorm, covering the sky and the sun. "Light mirage!" Kyle clasped his hands together, and the light around the Oro Jackson's hull distorted, instantly reflecting 3 identical phantoms on the sea. Most of the shells fell into the air and exploded into water columns that shot up into the sky, but a few still slipped through the net and accurately locked onto the real body. "I'll do it!" Jabba roared, and his huge double axes danced into a whirlwind, chopping off all the flying shells. "Charge into the enemy!" Rayleigh's eyes narrowed. "Isaac, the left wing is yours. Yes. Both men leaped simultaneously from the side of the ship, treading on the spray kicked up by the cannonballs as they dashed towards the two nearest warships. Rayleigh's sword flashed as fast as lightning, sending Marines crashing down wherever it passed. Isaac was even more direct, his sword swift and fierce, specializing in severing the rudders and masts of enemy ships, instantly rendering them incapable of combat. What a bunch of energetic bastards! On the flagship, Zifa looked at the chaotic battle and flexed his dark arm. Jean Guo, I'm going to meet that guy named Rayleigh. Be careful. His sword is very fast. Jean Guo warned. This is really a headache. He looked at the Oro Jackson, which was nimbly moving through the artillery fire, and said slowly, we can't let them get any closer. As she finished speaking, the formation of several warships quietly changed, forming a firepower network that was even more difficult to break through. They're surrounding us! Spencer yelled. Then let's break through it before they close their gap. Roger laughed and released his domineering aura without reservation. An invisible pressure swept across the sea, and the weaker Navy soldiers instantly foamed at the mouth and passed out. The Oro Jackson seized the opportunity to accelerate and fiercely penetrated the Navy's formation. Tide waves. Kyle's palms faced the sea, and two huge waves rose from the ground and slammed into the warships on both sides, clearing a passage for the Oro Jackson. The battle descended into hand-to-hand combat, with Miller Pine's hammer punching holes in the deck with every swing, while Nostin charged like a rampaging beast, unable to stop his charge. However, the Navy has too many troops. Rayleigh is entangled by Zephyr, and the aftermath of their fight is enough to rock a warship. Roger once again faces his lifelong enemy, his good friend Garp. Roger. Garp punched Roger from one ship to another. That's not enough, Garp. Roger smiled even more happily and rushed forward again with a knife. Kyle, that's right, no, taking everything will only harm you. Kyle kept moving through the crowd with a naginata in hand, but he found that no matter how hard they attacked, they could not really break through the defense line built by the Navy's future top combat power. Jean Guo's command was flawless, Ahai's tactics were tricky and ruthless, and the Navy was like a giant net that was getting tighter and tighter. If this continues, everyone will be exhausted to death here. Roger. We must retreat. Kyle yelled at Roger in the distance. Roger forced Garp back with a single blow, then took a look at the situation and realized he couldn't continue fighting. He grinned, guys. Enough of the fun. It's time to go. Want to leave? Have you asked my fist? Garp followed him like a shadow. Kyle. Roger yelled. Kyle took a deep breath, planted his feet firmly on the deck, and raised his naginata high above his head. Endless ripples spread out from him, the sea surface began to boil violently, and the wind in the sky became violent. What is that? Jean Guo's pupil shrank, and an ominous premonition came to his mind. Whirlpool blue tornado. Kyle swung his naginata fiercely, stabbing it into the deck. A hurricane, entwined with sound and water waves, suddenly formed with the Oro Jackson at its center. The sea water was swept up into the sky, and the air emitted a piercing whistle. In just a few seconds, a massive waterspout connecting the sky and the sea formed, engulfing the entire Oro Jackson. What a joke, a Navy soldier shouted in horror. As everyone looked on in disbelief, a huge waterspout lifted the Oro Jackson slowly into the air and out of the sea. Mud oils the road. Want to run? Garp roared and was about to jump up and chase. Don't go. Garp. Zifa grabbed him, you'll be torn to pieces. The waterspout carried the Oro Jackson across the Navy's encirclement in an unreasonable manner and moved at high speed into the distance. On the deck, the crew members clung to everything they could hold onto, feeling the entire ship tilt and rise in the storm. Wow! Squid! We're flying! Nostin shouted excitedly with his face pressed against the deck. When the waterspout dissipated and the Oro Jackson landed steadily on the sea dozens of miles away, the Navy fleet had already been left far behind. The deck was in a mess, and all the crew members were injured, but they were all laughing loudly. Ha ha ha! It feels so good! It feels so good! Roger wiped the sea water off his face and laughed so hard that tears came out of his eyes. During this grand and almost exaggerated welcome ceremony, they tested the performance of the new ship and saw the strength of the Navy. Kyle put away his naginata, sat down on the ground, and gasped for breath. Rayleigh came over and handed him a pot of water, patted him on the shoulder, and the approval in his eyes said it all. Roger walked up to Kyle, put one foot on the railing, and looked at the direction where the fleet was sailing away, full of high spirits. "See, world government! This is our ship, our partner." The sea breeze blew the brim of Roger's straw hat and the sails of the Oro Jackson, sending this group of free and lawless pirates to the deeper reaches of the Grand Line, which was even more distant and dangerous. Post Views, 131. 027 One Piece, starting from the Veterans of Roger's Crew Chapter 027. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. As night fell, the moonlight on the Grand Line was as cold as water, but it could not extinguish the burning passion on the deck of the Oro Jackson. The bonfire was lit, and the warm flames illuminated every excited face. Having just experienced a thrilling battle, the crew members were not tired at all, but were extremely excited. Miller Pine was holding a barrel of rum and singing an unknown tune at the top of his voice, so loud that it could startle the Sea Kings several miles away. Spencer rarely put aside his aristocratic airs and was arguing fiercely with Bloom Aaron about which cannonball had the most elegant trajectory in the naval battle. Rayleigh was leaning against the mast with a glass of wine in his hand, looking at this group of energetic companions with a faint smile on his face. "Ka-ha-ha-ha! Now that's what a pirate is!" Roger tilted his head back, took a big gulp of wine, wiped his mouth, and his heroic laughter echoed on the deck. Being chased by the Navy, and then leaving them far behind. It feels great. The Oro Jackson seemed to have a kind of magic. Its broad deck and solid hull made everyone feel extremely safe and free, enough to carry all their ambitions and dreams. Kyle sat on a pile of wooden boxes, holding a glass of orange juice and watching everything quietly. The move he used to escape the encirclement almost drained most of his physical strength, but now surrounded by this happy atmosphere, all the fatigue was swept away. "Hey, Kyle!" Jabba emerged from the noisy crowd, shirtless, his bronze skin gleaming in the firelight. Carrying his two massive axes, he approached, his eyes blazing with fighting intent. "What's the point of just drinking and singing? This deck is so spacious, why don't you come and stretch your legs?" Jabba's challenge instantly attracted everyone's attention, the singing stopped, and the arguments ceased. Everyone's eyes were on these two. A battle between two veterans of the pirate group? It was electric. Oh! It's going to be a good show. Nosden was the first to jump up, rubbing his hands excitedly. "Are you serious? Mr. Jabba is very strong." Pong Klo swallowed nervously. Roger's interest was completely piqued. He stepped on the barrel and shouted, "All right. Let's have a fight. Let me see how much you've improved during this time." Hey, it's so hot, Jabba-san. "Wow, man, you've got my attention." Kyle put down the juice, stood up, took off the long naginata behind him and held it in his hand. "You bastard Jabba! Come on!" The two men walked to the center of the deck and stood still. The crew members around them immediately formed a big circle, and the atmosphere was instantly ignited. "It's open, it's open!" Nosden yelled at the top of his lungs, "I'm betting on Kyle. 100 Baileys. His abilities are ridiculous." "I'm betting on Mr. Jabba." Miller Pine slammed the barrel to the ground with a dull thud. 300 Baileys. Strength is king. "I bet on a tie," but Captain Roger called a halt. Spencer pushed his glasses, trying to make the most rational judgment. Rayleigh looked at the two men in the arena, a playful smile on his face, and whispered to Colonel Magooleen beside him, "I bet on Jabba to win, but he'll be a mess." Thump, 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 3-bean Cassie. Jabba crossed his axes in front of his chest, took a calm stance, and did not attack immediately. Kyle was not an ordinary child. If he looked down on him because of his age, he would suffer a great loss. Kyle didn't move either, he just tapped the end of his naginata lightly on the deck. An invisible wave quietly spread out with him as the center, sensing the flow of air around him, the state of Jabba's muscles, and even the rhythm of his every breath. With the double insurance of fruit power and observation haki, I have seen through everything. Can anyone else do it? Yagamitsu-kun. Here we go, kid. Jabba growled, and suddenly exerted force with his feet. He didn't choose to charge in a straight line, but instead approached at high speed in a strange Z-shaped route, leaving a shallow footprint on the hard deck with each step. This irregular movement was precisely to disrupt Kyle's prediction. Shocking fist sonic explosion. Kyle showed no sign of weakness. Instead of retreating, he advanced and punched out with his left fist in the air. The compressed shock wave, accompanied by a ring-shaped sonic boom cloud, rushed straight towards Jabba's face. Facing this blow powerful enough to bring down a building, Jabba didn't dodge or evade. Instead, he swung his great axe in his right hand upwards. The axe blade, coated in jet-black armament haki, struck precisely at the core of the shockwave. Clang! It was like hitting invisible steel, and the violent shockwave was split in half, turning into two turbulent currents that brushed past Jabba's body and blew the 2 rows of railings behind him into pieces. Railing, feed me peanuts! Feed me peanuts! As expected of a man who could take down a female giant, what a powerful aura and skill! Kyle's heart trembled, and Jabba had already rushed in front of him. Too slow. Jabba's other axe was like a black lightning, slashing down on his head with a sharp roar that tore through the air. Kyle's pupils shrank slightly, and the shock wave under his feet sprayed in the opposite direction. His body slid back several meters in an instant, narrowly avoiding the fatal blow. Light mirage. While retreating, Kyle waved his hand, and the light around him distorted. In an instant, 3 identical Kyles appeared on the deck, attacking Jabba with knives from different angles. Such a little trick! Jabba snorted coldly, and his observation haki was unleashed without reservation. He ignored the 2 phantoms that were rushing towards him, twisted his body suddenly, and slammed the double axes in his hands towards the empty space behind him on the left. That's where Kyle's true body is. Light blade sky rainbow break. Kyle's true identity was revealed, but he remained calm. Colorful light waves wrapped around the blade of his naginata. At the moment when the 2 axes came together, he drew a gorgeous rainbow sword energy and slashed towards Jabba's waist and abdomen. Injury for injury? Jabba's eyes flashed with surprise, but he was a man of rich combat experience. He abruptly stopped the combined attack of his 2 axes, twisted his body, and used one axe handle to block Kyle's colorful blade. Sizzle! The light waves rubbed violently against the axe handle covered with domineering aura, splashing out dazzling spots of light, and the scorching breath made the surrounding air scorched. After missing the attack, the 2 men quickly separated and distanced themselves from each other again. The crowd watching gave a thunderous cheer. In just a few rounds of fighting, there was both danger and skill, which made their blood boil. Kyle, your abilities are indeed formidable. Jabba shook his numb arms and grinned, but a real battle won't give you that much time to prepare. Before he finished speaking, he rushed forward again, this time his attack was even more violent. The double axes in his hands danced into an impenetrable whirlwind of death. Every blow was powerful and heavy, blocking all of Kyle's space to dodge. Kyle could only keep using shock step, instant to move in a small range while swinging his naginata to block. The clash of blades and axes produced a dense clang, sparks flying everywhere. Not only was Jabba's axe blows incredibly powerful, but the intense wind pressure created by the axe's swing even interfered with Kyle's delicate control of the surrounding waves. Under the fierce attack, Kyle gradually fell into a disadvantage. He could no longer use large-scale AoE attacks, otherwise the entire ship would be destroyed. Small-scale shock waves and light waves were neutralized one by Jabba with his powerful domineering power and rich experience. This can't go on. Kyle's eyes flashed, and he seized a gap in Jabba's attack and plunged his naginata into the deck. An echo against the current. A strange sound wave instantly spread. Jabba froze in his tracks. He seemed to hear his own roar during the battle, the crack of his axe swinging through the air, and even his own heavy breathing. These sounds intertwined chaotically in his mind, causing him to lose consciousness for a moment. Now is the time. Kyle drew his naginata, and the tip of the blade condensed electromagnetic waves, turning into a lightning spear, piercing Jabba's chest. Thunderbolt Aurora Gun. However, just as the lightning gun was about to touch Jabba's body, Jabba bit his tongue hard, and the severe pain forced him to break free from the mental interference. His eyes regained clarity, and he let out a roar. He ignored the lightning spear that was stabbing at him and charged forward with his shoulder. At the same time, the axe in his hand swept across and hit Kyle's side hard. Bang! What? Iron Mountain! Kyle felt an irresistible force coming, and the whole person flew out like a kite with a broken string. He rolled several times on the deck before he stabilized his body, and the naginata in his hand also flew out of his hand. On the other side, Jabba's shoulder was grazed by the lightning gun, leaving a charred area and a large piece of his clothes torn, with smoke coming out. The winner is decided. The whole audience was silent, and then burst into even louder cheers. We won! Mr. Jabba won! Miller Pine waved his fist excitedly. Although Noston lost the money, he was convinced and shouted, "Kyle is so handsome too! Oh, if the knife had been a little more off, I would have become Baba, ha ha ha!" Jabba walked to Kyle and stretched out a hand. "What a cold joke, you damn Jabba, it hurts!" Kyle grinned and held his hand, then was pulled up. "Ka ha ha ha!" Roger walked over with a laugh, one arm around each of their shoulders. "Well done! You all fought well. Guys, keep drinking. Let's celebrate having two amazing monsters on our ship." The atmosphere of the banquet was once again pushed to a climax. Those who lost money were dejected, while those who won were loudly showing off. Rayleigh walked over to Jabba, pointed at the tattered clothes on his shoulders, and smiled and handed him a glass of wine. Jabba took the wine and drank it all. He looked at Kyle, who was being pestered by Noston not far away to ask about the details of the battle just now. His eyes were full of expectations for the future. Post views, 127. 028 One Piece, starting from the Veterans of Roger's Crew Chapter 028. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. 10 years is but a blink of an eye in the grand line, but it is enough for the young man to grow and for the legend to ferment. The decks of the Oro Jackson were busier and more crowded than they had been 10 years earlier. At this moment, a unique power conference is taking place. As the two largest men in the group, the blue Murloc, Sandbull, standing over 3 meters tall, was wrestling with Noston. Their muscular bodies bulged like mountains, and the deck beneath them groaned under the weight. Sandbull, a simple, powerful monster who had been picked up on Fishman Island 3 years ago, was a companion. Not far away, a man named Ui, wearing a high-collared black robe and hair that shot up like blazing flames, sat cross-legged in silence, oblivious to the clamor around him, as if cut off from the world. Next to him, a middle-aged man with a hairstyle resembling Godzilla's dorsal fin, eye dragon, meticulously polished his mace, taller than a man, with a coarse cloth. So, the essence of the bailee issued by the world government is the invisible exploitation of the labor force of the people of the member countries. This system is rotten from the foundation. Max, a burly man with a big beard and a face that looks like a thinker in Kyle's previous life book, was waving his arms and spitting as he popularized his theory to Spencer. Max, I admit that your point of view has some truth to it, but you ignore the stability of money as a measure of value and a means of circulation. Spencer actually pushed his glasses seriously and started an academic discussion with him. Dollinger, a dwarf with devil wings on his back, took advantage of the chaos to steal a large piece of roast meat from the kitchen, deftly dodging the chef's pursuit and scolding, and flew to the beam of the mainmast to devour it. Gillan, a strong man wearing ancient Greek-style brass armor, performed a one-handed handstand at the side of the ship, sweat soaking the deck beneath his feet. The crew has nearly 30 members, including Loengu, Elio, Consino. Each of them is a monster with distinct personality and powerful strength recruited from all over the world. Over the past 10 years, this ship has carried too many stories of laughter and tears, and witnessed the establishment of countless deep bonds. Kyle leaned on the railing at the stern, quietly watching the familiar hustle and bustle, with a faint smile on his lips. Nearing 20, he had long since shed his youthful innocence. His jet-black, medium-length hair was tied back with a simple headband, with a few strands draping across his face, giving him a casual and unrestrained look. Those golden pupils sparkled in the sunlight, appearing even deeper than they had been 10 years ago. He is still the youngest veteran on the ship, but now, both the new companions and the old crew members know clearly that this young man with a personality as easygoing as the spring breeze is a super monster who ranks among the top in strength on the ship. Sometimes, his calm judgment and strong strength can even bring more peace of mind to his companions than the hot-blooded fool Captain Roger who only knows how to charge and take risks. Kyle. New crew member Elio ran over, a look of admiration on his face. Can you tell me more about how you used the blue tornado to carry everyone up in the waters of the Seven Waters? Ahaha. A true man never brags about his past achievements. Kyle put his hands on his hips and laughed, with a look of great meaning, and, forget, shape testing. If you want to hear the story, why not go to Noston? He can tell you 100 versions of it. Shoo. Just then, a newsbird descended from the sky and dropped the latest newspaper and a stack of brand new reward notices onto the deck. Oh! Here it comes! The noise on the deck suddenly found a new outlet. Everyone, including Max who was debating and Gillan who was doing a handstand, swarmed over. Roger grabbed the top few and, after seeing the numbers on them, he let out his signature loud laugh. Ka-ha-ha-ha, 1.5 billion berries. Those world government guys are finally willing to give a decent price. Rayleigh took his own card, calmly glanced at the 8 zeros after 12, smiled faintly, and was not surprised by the result at all. 101 billion, not bad. Jabba picked up the axe, wiped it, grinned, and was quite satisfied with the bounty that was second only to the captain and the deputy captain. The crew's attention finally focused on the remaining high-value bounty. Kyle, 1 billion Baileys. Pancro took a breath of cold air. The number made him feel dizzy. Kyle walked through the crowd and picked up the wanted poster that belonged to him. The photo of himself, with sharp eyes, was captured at the moment when he was brandishing a naginata in battle. And beneath that young yet oppressive face was a number that was so eye-catching it was a bit glaring: 1,000,000,000,000. He became the fourth person on the ship to have a 10-digit bounty. As expected of Mr. Kyle. So cool! The new crew members cried out in wonder and admiration. Kyle just smiled, folded the bounty order and put it in his pocket, then looked out at the endless blue sea. While his companions were still cheering, bragging, and playing around for the new bounty, Roger was already clamoring to have a party to celebrate. Kyle's thoughts drifted back to that afternoon more than 10 years ago. He remembered his first bounty order. On that newly printed piece of paper was a young face and an amount that seemed stingy to him at the time: 1.5 million Baileys. From 1.5 million to 1 billion, there were 10 years in between, countless life-or-death battles, powerful enemies that they left behind, and a ship full of companions who were worthy of their trust. A sea breeze blew, ruffling the hairband behind his head. Kyle exhaled lightly, and in his golden eyes, there was a hint of regret for the past, but more of it was endless anticipation for the future. The Roger Pirates are already one of the strongest pirate groups in this ocean. The real journey has just begun. Post views, 133. 029 One Piece, starting from the Veterans of Roger's Crew Chapter 029. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. Under the blue sky, there is an unnamed deserted island with lush greenery. A clear stream meanders out from the depths of the jungle and flows into the white sand bea. The Oro Jackson was quietly anchored in the bay, and the crew were carrying buckets of fresh water onto the ship in groups of 3 or 4. Hey! Hurry up, you guys! Roger will start yelling that he has no wine to drink. Jabba carried 2 huge buckets, walked quickly, and spoke in a loud voice. I know. Mr. Jabba is the most anxious one. Nosden joked as he and Samble worked together to carry an extra-large bucket, walking unsteadily. Kyle did not participate in the transportation. He walked alone to a high rock on the island, closed his eyes, and let the sea breeze blow his black hair tied behind his head. His waves spread silently, sensing the pulse of the island, the flow of the wind, the whisper of the water, the breathing of the creatures in the forest. However, this tranquility was soon broken by a familiar, headache-inducing fluctuation. Kyle's golden eyes snapped open, and he gazed toward where the sea and sky met. A black dot was rapidly growing larger, and the iconic, grinning figurehead of a dog was clearly visible even from miles away. It's really a ghost that's still haunting me. Kyle sighed helplessly, but the corners of his mouth unconsciously curled up. Almost at the same time, Rayleigh on the deck put down his glass, his eyes sharp. Attention everyone! An old friend is here. The crew members immediately stopped what they were doing and looked in the direction Rayleigh indicated. When the newly joined crew members, such as Elio, saw the warship, their faces instantly became solemn. It's the Navy. And that person on the bow is Vice Admiral Garp. Are you kidding me? Bumping into him in a place like this. Unlike the nervousness of the newcomers, Jabba, Spencer, and other old crew members showed a subtle expression of awe, here we go again on their faces. Before anyone could react, a figure on the doghead warship soared into the sky, cutting through the air and heading straight for the island with unparalleled momentum. Before anyone arrived, that powerful roar had already swept through the entire venue like thunder. Roger! I finally caught you, you bastard! Roger, who was standing with one foot on a bucket and directing everyone to work, heard the sound. Instead of being nervous, he grinned and revealed his signature heroic smile. Ka-ha-ha-ha! Garb! You guys always have such a unique way of greeting people. Before he finished speaking, Garp in midair had already clenched his fists, and the dark armament domineering aura spread like ink, and a terrifying force that could destroy the world gathered in the palm of his fist. The fist is not an apology, but a 5-finger fist heart sword, crossed out, galaxy impact. Kyle calmly watched the show, starting with a big move. Is it to show respect? Hakika, you bastard! Stop talking nonsense! I'm going to bring you back to Impel Down today. Galaxy attack! An extremely huge spherical shock wave flew out of his hand, and the air along the way was completely compressed and torn apart, like an invisible meteorite, which was about to wipe the entire island and the Roger Pirates off the map. Oh! How ruthless! Roger laughed, but he didn't seem panicked at all. He casually drew out the sword ace from his waist, with surging domineering aura wrapped around it, and black and red lightning crackled on the blade. Want to catch me? Wait another 100 years. God, stay away! The moment the two extreme forces collided, the surrounding space seemed to freeze for a moment. Immediately afterwards, a silent destructive force spread out in all directions. The shock wave was split by the divine power and turned into two violent air currents that brushed against the two sides of the island and rushed towards the sky, tearing two huge holes in the clouds in the sky. Boom! Garp landed heavily on the beach, creating a large crater. Without even glancing at the surrounding pirates, he fixed his gaze on Roger, grinning widely, revealing his white teeth. Not bad, Roger, your domineering aura has improved again. You're not bad either, Garp. Your fists are still as strong as ever. Roger was carrying a knife, also full of fighting spirit. The next second, the two disappeared from their original positions at the same time, turning into two blurry shadows that collided violently with each other. A terrifying impact erupted with them as the center. The entire island shook violently, startled countless birds, and caused trees to fall down in large numbers. Their battlefield quickly moved deeper into the island, leaving behind only a series of deafening roars and the occasional laughter of the two men. On the beach, the pirates and the Navy soldiers who came ashore one after another looked at each other, and the atmosphere was a little awkward for a while. Especially the new crew members and young Marines, they were at a loss, not knowing whether to draw their swords and fight or to stay where they were. Mr. Rayleigh, Elio swallowed nervously, shouldn't we go help? The captain. Rayleigh calmly withdrew his gaze, dusted himself off, and said to Spencer beside him, all right, stop looking. They won't stop for 3 days and 3 nights. Spencer, go get some people to bring down all the best rum on the ship. Hey! Elio and several other newcomers were collectively petrified. On the other side, a naval officer who looked experienced and held the rank of captain also gave similar orders to his subordinates. Everyone! Dock and land! Get all the spare food, grills, and medical kits off the boat. Hurry! Before those two idiots destroy every place where we can start a fire. Yes! The veterans responded loudly and quickly. The young Marines who had just come out of the recruit camp were completely dumbfounded, with the 3 philosophical questions of who am I, where am I, and what am I doing written on their faces, and the justice in their hearts was put to a huge test. Thus, an absurd scene took place on the beach, one that the world government would never publish in the newspapers. On the other side of the island, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked, with mountains roaring and seas roaring. The battle between Roger and Garp almost completely changed the terrain of half of the island, with black and red lightning constantly colliding with pure violent impacts. On the beach here, a bonfire was lit, and the aroma of barbecue mixed with the aroma of wine wafted everywhere. The pirates and the Navy, 2 groups that should have been at war with each other, were now sitting around the campfire with their arms around each other's shoulders. So, you'll just get used to it. Spencer pushed his glasses up and explained to the stunned newcomers, just as he had for over a decade. The relationship between the captain and Vice Admiral Garp is, well, special. Their battles are both duels between sworn enemies and greetings between friends. It would be counterproductive for us to interfere. Not far away, a veteran Marine patted a new recruit on the shoulder and said with a thick tongue, "Hickey. Listen up, kid. Vice Admiral Garp said that before we capture Roger personally, we must not let that bastard starve to death on the way. So, feed me. Only when you're full will you have the strength to catch pirates." "Yes, yes." The new recruit tremblingly picked up a piece of barbecue, glanced at the pirate with a bounty of 80 million berries who was clinking glasses with him, and felt that his worldview was shattering. Jabba was arm wrestling with an equally burly rear admiral, while the pirates and navy officers around him cheered for their own men, their roars deafening. Max grabbed a naval clerk and argued with saliva flying about the superstructure relationship between hegemony and the economic base. The clerk's eyes widened and he almost fainted. Kyle found a quiet wooden box to sit on, holding a glass of orange juice in his hand, and watched this chaotic yet harmonious scene with interest. "How can you repair it, my family? You have been set up by the 5 elders. I have been drinking orangey juice for more than 10 years and I can't live without it anymore." He raised his head and looked at the sky in the distance that was dyed black and red by the domineering aura, feeling the rhythm coming from the earth under his feet. "Really?" he muttered to himself, his tone filled with a helpless smile. "They always make such a big noise. Who should I ask to reimburse the maintenance costs of this island?" He shook his head, turned his gaze back to the banquet in front of him, and shouted to Noston, who was drinking with others, "Hey! Noston! Don't drink all my orange juice, leave some for me." Post views, 125. 031 piece, starting from the Veterans of Roger's Crew Chapter 030. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. 3 days later, this earth-shaking showdown finally came to an end. The ending was that the other half of the island was completely sunk by the aftermath of the battle between the two and turned into a handful of dust on the bottom of the Grand Line. The instigators, Garp and Roger, were like 2 bulls that had exhausted all their strength, sitting breathlessly on the beach, and the fight ended in a draw. Then, under the helpless yet familiar gazes of their respective crew members, the 2 of them wolfed down the food, and almost at the same time, they tilted their heads, snored loudly, and fell into a deep sleep. "Okay, time to call it a day." Rayleigh clapped his hands. "It's the same process again," Spencer sighed and skillfully directed the newcomer, "Carry the captain aboard, and be careful not to let him roll into the sea." On the other side, the Navy also used the same skilled posture to hurriedly lift their Vice Admiral Garp onto the Doghead warship. The 2 ships parted ways in the bay, and the crews stood on the deck, waving goodbye tacitly. There was a strange atmosphere between the pirates and the Navy, like saying goodbye to old friends. "Next time we meet, we'll be enemies," Jabba yelled at the departing warship. "Next time I will definitely arrest you all," a rear admiral shouted back. After seeing off the Navy, the deck of the Oro Jackson finally returned to peace for a moment. However, this tranquility did not last long. When the afterglow of the setting sun dyed the sea surface golden red, a small boat appeared on the sea level. A tall figure stood alone at the bow, exuding a suffocating sense of oppression just by standing there. You can tell from the way he stands that this person is incredibly strong. He has brilliant blonde hair and a signature white crescent-shaped beard. Edward Newgate. The future strongest man in the world, Whitebeard. "No, Goman, you are only in your 30s now, how did you get the beard in this play?" He jumped directly onto the deck of the Oro Jackson alone, and the heavy sound of his landing made the whole ship tremble. "Where is Roger?" Newgate's voice was deep and resonant. He looked around at everyone on the deck, his gaze finally landing on Rayleigh, Jabba, and Kyle, who were the most composed. "I heard he was here, so I came to seek his advice." The man in front of them was a famous pirate on the sea, on par with Roger, Golden Lion, and others. Some crew members instantly became nervous and grabbed their weapons. "I'm sorry, Newgate." Kyle crossed his arms and walked out calmly, even with a hint of apologetic smile on his face. "Our captain just finished an intense pre-meal workout and is currently trying to catch up on his sleep. I'm afraid he's temporarily unable to respond to your challenge." Newgate raised his brow slightly, obviously surprised by the answer. Kyle pointed at the naginata on his back, a pure fighting spirit igniting in his golden eyes. "But now that we're here, it would be too boring to return empty-handed. We both use naginata, so why don't I be your opponent?" When these words were spoken, everyone in the room was shocked. "Be careful, Kelson." Elio frowned. "Hey, that's Newgate!" Noston exclaimed in a low voice. Newgate stared at the young man before him, who was much younger than himself but no less imposing. He suddenly grinned. A smile full of the confidence and heroism of a strong man. "Gulala, all right. Let me see just how powerful the monsters on Roger's ship are." He drew out the huge naginata behind him Murakumokiri. Kyle also took off his long shawl, and the two of them faced each other in the middle of the deck. There is no clash of fruit abilities, no fancy moves, this is the purest duel between naginata users. The next second, the two figures disappeared at the same time. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out, and the blades of the two naginata collided fiercely, and the sparks that burst out were like brilliant fireworks. The invisible domineering auras collided with each other, and the stirred-up air currents made the surrounding crew members somewhat unstable. Fast. Too fast. The long weapons in the hands of the two men seemed to have become extensions of their arms. Every swing, block, and thrust was so fast that only after images remained. The blade cut through the air, making a sharp whistling sound, and the deck cracked inch by inch under their feet. Newgate's power is extremely domineering. Every blow seems to be able to split mountains and crack rocks. The opening and closing of his moves show his kingly demeanor. Kyle, on the other hand, was more agile. He incorporated the popo fruit's understanding of vibration into his footwork and swordsmanship. His body was erratic, and he could always use the most tricky angles to unload the opponent's huge force and launch a swift counterattack. Kyle seized the opportunity and exerted force suddenly, slashing the black-gold naginata diagonally upwards, and the air in the path of the slash instantly exploded. Newgate did not dodge or evade. He growled and covered the Kusugakumo knife in his hand with a more condensed armed color domineering aura. He slashed vertically with the knife and actually stopped the slash. Nice move! Newgate exclaimed in admiration, but his attack only intensified. He took a sudden step forward, shaking the entire ship, and brought the Kusugawa Chris down with immense force. Kyle's pupils shrank and he blocked with his sword. Boom! An unimaginable force came from the blade. Kyle felt his arms go numb and was forced to kneel on one knee by this force. Two deep pits were dug in the deck under his feet. One move away from victory. In the competition of pure strength and dominance, the current me is ultimately inferior to this future legend. Kahahaha! Good fight! Newgate! Just then, a familiar loud laugh came from the cabin. Roger had woken up at some point and was watching the battle on the field with great interest, with his upper body naked. Kyle took the opportunity to withdraw, shaking his numb arm with a wry smile. Roger strode forward and put his arm around Newgate's shoulders. A tonic fight! A tonic fight! It's a rare occasion to meet, let's have a party. Newgate put away Kanjai Unki, glanced at Roger, then at Kyle, and shook his head. Forget about the banquet, I'm still trying to figure out the meaning of going to sea. He looked at Kyle deeply and said, You are very strong, young man. I look forward to our next fight. After saying this, he turned around and jumped, landing steadily back on his boat and sailing away. The members of Roger's pirate group looked at Whitebeard's receding back in silence for a long time. Kyle put away his naginata, but his mind was rapidly reviewing the situation. He did not use the power of the fruit in the previous fight. It was just a simple competition of swordsmanship, strength, and domineering. If he used the power of the popo fruit, he had absolute confidence that he could defeat Whitebeard, who had not yet eaten the tremor fruit. But what about the future? Once he eats the so-called strongest para-human fruit, the outcome is uncertain. But, Kyle's mouth corners slightly raised. He also has one biggest advantage: he is young, and he still has plenty of time to grow and accumulate combat experience. In the future, my strength will definitely surpass these legends today. Thinking of this, Kyle was suddenly stunned. When did Whitebeard obtain the tremor fruit? A word that was buried deep in memory suddenly jumped out: Valley of the Gods. In a few years, the God Valley incident that shocked the world would happen, the Rock's pirates would be destroyed, Roger and Garp would join forces, and Whitebeard was a member of Rock's ship at the time. Could it be that he obtained the tremor fruit after the incident in the Valley of Gods? Then he found the meaning of traveling, going to sea, and began to adopt sons all over the world and build his big family. A bold and crazy idea took root and sprouted uncontrollably in Kyle's heart. The Valley of the Gods, that is the stage where legends gather, the end of the old era and the beginning of the new era. How can I be missing? Kyle raised his head and looked at the ever-changing sea, his golden pupils flashing with an unprecedented light. He licked his lips and whispered to himself, his tone full of anticipation and excitement. That day, there has to be a huge uproar. Post views, 129. 031 One Piece, starting from the Veterans of Roger's Crew Chapter 031. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. After the friendly exchange with Cap and the polite greetings with Newgate, the Oro Jackson finally had a few days of truly peaceful sailing. The aftermath of the battle with Whitebeard lingered on the Oro Jackson for several days. The crew, especially newcomers like Elio, still shone with shock and awe as they spoke of that thrilling confrontation. In his room, Kyle carefully wiped the black gold naginata that had accompanied him for many years, and replayed every detail of the fight with Newgate in his mind. Pure domineering and strength, that is a kind of straightforward power that is completely different from the ability of the fruit. It's not enough, Kyle said to himself, stroking the cold blade. On this day, the sky was cloudless and the sea and sky were one color, which was a rare good weather on the great voyage. A fleet has been spotted ahead. 5 ships. They are approaching us at high speed. Dollinger on the watchtower issued a rapid alarm. 5. Jabba put down the dumbbell in his hand, walked to the side of the ship, and narrowed his eyes. Who is so grand? Rayleigh walked to the bow and raised the telescope. After a moment, his expression became a little amused, so it was him. Everyone stopped what they were doing and looked toward the 5 black dots appearing at the edge of the ocean. As the distance closed in, the fleet's features became clearer. 5 huge pirate ships were surrounding them, with a conspicuous, angry lion head flag hanging on their sails. There was a figure standing at the bow of the leading ship. Even from a distance, one could feel the undisguised arrogance and ambition that was overwhelming. He has arrogant long golden hair, which is spread out like a lion's mane. He holds 2 famous swords Yingju and Kumyu in his hands, and the arc of his mouth is full of aggression. Golden Lion, Shiki. Another maritime overlord of this era, a legend as famous as Roger and Whitebeard. Kyle crossed his arms and complained madly in his mind. Here we go, One Piece's legendary, die-hard fan, the golden-haired loser. Now he's calling for war, but in a few years, he'll be begging Roger to come aboard and rule the world together. When Roger is executed, he single-handedly storms into Marine headquarters to demand an explanation, bringing heartbreak and tears to everyone who hears. What a touching friendship! Tsundere, never back down. Hakushi, the contrast between your current murderous look and your future lost love image is too great, isn't it? If this were made into a movie, it would definitely be the best tragic love story of the year, ahem. Oh? Another visitor. Roger came out of the cabin, a half-empty bottle of wine in his hand. Seeing the menacing fleet, his smile grew even brighter. That's quite a scene. Before Roger could finish his words, the roar of the golden lion Shiki rolled over like thunder. Chihahaha, Roger! I finally found you. Shiki's voice was unbridled, filled with a sense of egocentrism and dominance. Stop playing those boring adventure games. Your crew and your treasure will become the foundation of my world domination. By stepping on your corpses, I will become the sole king of this sea. Ha ha ha. What's wrong, Roger? Are you scared of my fleet? Seeing that there was no response from the other side, Ski laughed even more wildly. Roger took a big gulp of wine, threw the bottle into the sea, and drew the sword ace from his waist. What a rowdy fellow you are, Lionhead! He grinned, his laughter no less heartfelt than the others. Want to be king? Then come and see if you have what it takes. Everyone, prepare for battle. Rayleigh drew out his sword and gave the order in a deep voice. The crew members of Roger's group drew their weapons and were eager to fight. Even when facing an enemy 5 times their size, the word retreat has never appeared in the dictionary of Roger's pirate group. Just what I want. Shiki laughed wildly, stuck his 2 swords into the deck, and pressed his hands down suddenly, Lion's Might Earth Scroll. In an instant, an invisible force spread out with Shiki as the center, and the surrounding sea water began to churn violently, as if stirred by an invisible giant hand. The next second, the sea water around the Shiki fleet was torn apart and rolled up, turning into 5 huge lions made of sea water, roaring and pouncing towards the Oro Jackson. "This is the power of a devil fruit!" Elio exclaimed. "Are you kidding me? You can even control the ocean. Don't panic!" Kyle shouted, taking a step forward, opening his arms and aiming at the 5 roaring sea lions. Tide roaring wave. Invisible waves spread out and collided head-on with the 5 giant sea lions. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only strange ripples on the sea. Immediately afterwards, the 5 ferocious sea lions seemed to have their bones pulled out, and they collapsed in mid-air, turning into a huge amount of sea water again. They fell back into the sea with a splash, and set off huge waves. "Little lion, if you're not good at it, practice more." "Oh." Shiki's smile faded for a moment. He looked with interest at the black-haired young man who easily deflected his attack. "Interesting, but the game has only just begun." He pressed his hands on the deck again, and this time, the entire space seemed to shake. "Jihahaha! Let me show you what true hegemony is." Floating. As everyone watched in disbelief, the 5 giant ships of the Golden Lion fleet, along with several small islands around them that were affected by his ability, slowly broke away from the sea and floated into the air. 5 aerospace warships covered the sky, and the oppressive feeling of descending from the sky was 100 times more terrifying than the confrontation on the sea. "Roger! Did you see that?" Sky stood on the bow of the flagship flying at the front, looking down at the Oro Jackson from above, with his arms outstretched as if embracing a god in the sky. "This sky will also be my territory." The floating fleet, with its shadow covering the sky and the sun, completely enveloped the tiny Oro Jackson below. The boat is flying," Elio's voice was trembling. The newcomers on the deck all had solemn expressions. Such unreasonable ability was simply unheard of. "Ha ha ha! This guy still likes to play these fancy tricks." Roger laughed loudly towards the sky. Not only was he not afraid at all, but an even stronger fire burned in his eyes. "This is really troublesome. It's not easy to fight in the sky." Jabba flexed his wrists, carrying the huge double axes on his shoulders, his brows furrowed. "Then let's go up too." A calm voice sounded. Kyle took a step forward and stood at the front of the bow, facing the 5 warships that were floating in the air like mountains. He closed his eyes, and the golden pupils disappeared, replaced by a deeper perception, which rippled vertically downwards, deep into the boundless blue beneath his feet. The sea responded to him. Rayleigh's eyes flashed, and he immediately understood Kyle's intention. He shouted in a deep voice, "Everyone! Hold on to the side of the ship and the ropes." Seeing this, Shiki thought that the other party had given up resistance, and the smile on his face became more arrogant. "What? Are you ready to surrender, Roger? Kneel down now, and I may let you." His words stopped abruptly. Because the sea surface beneath his feet began to bulge in an extremely unnatural way. Not a wave, not a tide. Instead, the entire sea area seemed to be lifted up from the bottom of the sea by an invisible giant hand, forming a sloping, continuously rising blue mountain wall. The tide roars and the sky tilts. Kyle's eyes snapped open and he thrust his hands forward. Boom boom! With a deafening roar, the massive, lifted seawall transformed into an unprecedented, monstrous wave. The wave's height even surpassed the altitude of the Shiki fleet's flight, and its crest was as sharp as a blade swung by a god. Driven by this huge wave, the Oro Jackson rode on the crest of the tsunami and dived towards the fleet in the air in a devastating manner. What? The wild laughter on Shikey's face froze. He never dreamed that the enemy could actually use this method to attack the enemy in the sky. Using the sea to attack the sky. You can search! Shiki roared, pushing the power of the floating fruit to the extreme. The 5 giant ships floating in the air immediately began to climb urgently, trying to avoid the tsunami that was coming against the sky. However, the sky-shattering wave that Kyle created was too swift and too huge, and the 2 ships at the rear of the fleet formation were ultimately a step slower. Crash! The huge waves hit the bottoms of the 2 ships hard, and the violent water currents instantly wrapped around the hulls. Countless members of the Golden Lion pirates screamed in terror and were washed into the whirlpool below like dumplings. The hull groaned under the impact of the huge waves, the mast broke, and the sails were torn to pieces. Although it did not fall immediately, it was severely damaged and was on the verge of collapsing. A huge gap was instantly torn in Shikey's fleet formation. The Oro Jackson had already reached the highest point of the waves, and its hull was almost at the same level as the remaining 3 ships of Ski. Now! Roger's laughter resounded through the sky. He bent his legs slightly and soared into the sky. The ace at his waist had been unsheathed at some point, with dark domineering aura wrapped around it and black and red lightning crackling. God avoid! An unparalleled black and red slash swept out, aiming directly at the flagship where Shiki was. Don't even think about succeeding! Shiki roared, drew out his 2 swords, Yingzhu and Muku, crossed them in front of his chest, and also wrapped them with armed color domineering, and faced the devastating slash. Clang! 2 domineering impacts exploded in the air, and the sky seemed to be torn apart. At the same time, the Roger pirates' counterattack has just begun. It's our turn. Rayleigh's figure was light and swift. With a light touch of his toes on the side of the ship, he crossed a distance of dozens of meters and landed accurately on the deck of one of the enemy ships. The sword flashed so fast that people could not see its trajectory. Wherever it passed, the enemies fell to the ground without even seeing how they were defeated. Ola ola ola! Jabba threw the copper axe in his hand like a boomerang. The huge axe whistled through the wind and plowed a destructive track on the deck of another enemy ship, wiping out all the artillery and pirates along the way. Panglo had several black balls in his hands at some point. He threw them at the enemy ship in an exaggerated throwing posture. The balls exploded in mid-air, emitting a pungent fog. The pirates in the fog instantly fell to the ground and lost their combat effectiveness. Sound/explosive phoenix roar. Kyle was not idle. He drew out the black gold naginata behind him and swung it fiercely at an enemy ship. A phoenix-shaped sonic shockwave flew out of his hand, and the air along its path exploded layer by layer. A large hole was blown in the side of the ship, and countless pirates were blown away by the shockwave. The Roger pirates, who took the elite route, showed their terrifying individual combat power at this moment. On the other hand, the Golden Lion pirates, despite their superior numbers, were completely wiped out by this monstrous foe. Their proud fleet had become a cage that bound them, being divided and devoured. Bastard! Bastard! While resisting Roger's violent attack, Shiki watched his fleet being slaughtered with bloodshot eyes. He originally wanted to launch a crushing campaign from a god's perspective and declare his hegemony to the world. But in the blink of an eye, the sky army that they were proud of was suddenly attacked by the enemy from the sea and was beaten to pieces. This was simply a great humiliation. Roger! Nishina! Lion-like Chikiri Danny! Shiki was enraged, swinging his 2 swords and slashing out countless flying slashes like lion's fangs, temporarily forcing Roger back. He glanced at the chaotic battlefield and the black-haired young man standing at the bow of the Oro Jackson with a naginata in hand, and the anger and humiliation in his heart reached its peak. He had lost this battle today. He had lost due to intelligence, due to underestimating the enemy, and even more so due to that incredible devil fruit ability. Roger! Shiki's voice was filled with resentment. Don't think this is the end. The next time we meet, I will bury you along with this ocean. After making such harsh remarks, Shiki stopped fighting and decisively activated his ability. The only 3 remaining floating warships, including the 2 severely damaged ones, began to evacuate to high altitudes at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, they turned into black spots on the horizon and fled in panic. All that was left on the sea was a mess of shipwreckage and hundreds of members of the Golden Lion pirates struggling in the water and calling for help. The Oro Jackson landed smoothly back on the sea surface, and the surrounding sea water gradually returned to calm, as if the earth-shaking sea and air battle just now had never happened. There was silence on deck. Elio and the other newcomers stared at it all with their mouths open, their minds blank. Is this the end? That is Shiki, the Golden Lion who is feared in the South China Sea, leading a huge fleet. Roger landed on the deck, sheathed his knife, and looked at the direction where Shiki fled. He said tisk in dissatisfaction, how boring. He runs faster than a seabird. He looked around at the trophies splashing in the water and suddenly grinned. All right. He clapped his hands and shouted vigorously, guys, don't just stand there. Pull all these guys out, keep the valuable ones, tie up the worthless ones and throw them at the gate of the nearest naval base. And then, have a party. Ah! Post views, 131. 032 One Piece, starting from the Veterans of Roger's Crew Chapter 032. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. The Golden Lion fleet's embarrassing defeat brought an unprecedented trophy party to the Roger pirates. On the deck, captured rum barrels were piled up like mountains, and the aroma of barbecue mixed with the sea breeze drifted far away. Cheers to Kyle's sky-tilting wave! Cheers to the captain's divine avoidance! The crew members linked their arms and sang loudly to celebrate this glorious victory of defeating the enemy with fewer troops. Kyle leaned against the mast, holding a glass of orange juice, looking at the noisy group of companions in front of him, a smile unconsciously appearing on the corners of his mouth. He was still thinking about what happened a few days ago when Whitebeard was in his youthful period, and just now when Golden Lion was in his tsundere period. He had fought with both of these legendary figures. Dipped beans, so cool. This feeling is like when playing a game, triggering the hidden boss plots at the end of 2 versions in a row in the novice village. It is exciting and outrageous. What are you thinking about? Rayleigh sat next to him and handed him a skewer of grilled fish. I'm wondering if we got the wrong logbook, Kyle mumbled, taking a bite of grilled fish. Other adventures are treasure hunts and monster hunts, but ours is all about capturing legendary pirates and naming them one by one. That's a bit too broad. Rayleigh laughed and shook his head. They came to us on their own initiative, especially that guy Ski. He's too ambitious. Sooner or later, he'll come up against Roger. He looked over to Roger, who was arm wrestling with Jabba in the distance, grinning like a fool. But this is what makes it fun, isn't it? Kyle looked at Roger's innocent smile and agreed with him deeply. Yeah, that's interesting. After the banquet, the Oro Jackson set sail again. This time, the destination was crystal clear. The recording needle's magnetic force remained remarkably steady, pointing straight ahead, its unwavering posture akin to announcing that the journey's end was within REA. The atmosphere on board was growing more and more exciting day by day. Hey! When we get to the last island, the first thing I'm going to do is announce to the world that we are the first pirate group to circle the world. Noston stood at the bow of the ship with his arms open, as if embracing the glory of the future. I want to find the most beautiful girl and tell her that I'm a member of the Pirate King's crew. Elio's face was full of longing. Pirate King? Jabba grinned, carrying his axe. That's a good title. When we get here, let the captain use it. Ha ha ha. That sounds pretty impressive. Roger accepted it without any scruples. Amid the noise, Kyle just leaned against the side of the boat quietly, feeling the wind brushing against his cheeks. He knew that the destination pointed by the pointer was not the real destination, but he did not say it out loud. He just let himself be infected by the pure and heartfelt joy of his companions. Isn't being able to witness this historic moment one of the greatest pleasures of this new life? Weeks later, when Dollinger in the watchtower uttered that almost broken cry, the entire ship erupted in excitement. See! It's an island! The island where the record pointer ends. Everyone rushed to the bow, looking at the silhouette emerging where the sea and the sky met. It was an island of breathtaking beauty, with countless waterways weaving across it like blue ribbons, shimmering in the sunlight. A massive natural fountain shot skyward in the center, its mist reflecting off a brilliant rainbow. Shuxiangxing Island. Rayleigh looked at the nautical chart and read out the name. What a nice name! Land! Land! Let's have a party! Roger was waving his arms impatiently. The Oro Jackson slowly approached the shore, and the crew cheered as they jumped onto the solid land. Some kissed the ground excitedly, while others had already started to prepare to carry wine barrels and food ingredients. They succeeded. They conquered this great route that was regarded as a nightmare by countless people. Roger laughed loudly, drew out his sword ace, and proudly inserted it into the highest point of the shore, announcing their arrival. However, in this ocean of joy, a discordant voice quietly rang out. Captain, Mr. Rayleigh, look at this. Elio on the boat pointed at the recording pointer with a hint of confusion on his face. When everyone heard the sound and looked, they saw that the pointer, which had been firm and unwavering just now, was now spinning and jumping wildly and irregularly like a drunkard. The cheers on the deck stopped abruptly. What's going on? Jabba frowned. Rayleigh quickly stepped forward and pulled out his spare pointer, finding the exact same result. The air seemed to freeze, the atmosphere, previously heated, plummeting to freezing point. Everyone understands what this means. The record pointer will fail, which only means one thing: there is an island ahead. This is not the end. Are you kidding? The smile on Nostin's face froze. Then where should we go next? The greatest support they relied on for navigation had failed, and the sea ahead was completely unknown. Ka-ha-ha-ha. A sudden laugh broke the silence. Everyone looked at Roger in astonishment, only to see that their captain, far from being depressed, looked at the unknown sea with an unprecedented light in his eyes. Hey, what's with that look on your face? Roger lifted Ace from the ground, hoisted him onto his shoulder, and grinned. The adventure isn't over yet. Isn't this going to be even more fun? The crew members were stunned, and then the loss and confusion were swept away by the powerful infectious energy emanating from Roger. Yes, they are the Roger Pirates, and they are following the freest man in the world to the sea. What does it matter if the adventure has no end? That's right. Jabba was the first to laugh. Then keep looking. Oh. The crew's enthusiasm was ignited again. Kyle looked at this scene, feeling a lot of emotions in his heart. This is Gold Roger. To him, any desperate situation and unknown is just the beginning of a new adventure. This kind of courage is the fundamental reason why he can become the Pirate King. Just as everyone was about to explore this strange island again, Roger's attention was attracted by an ancient ruin covered with vines not far away. Oh! There seems to be something there. He was the first to run over like a child who had found a new toy. Everyone had no choice but to follow. Pushing aside the thick vines, they found the entrance to a deep cave. At the far end of the cave stood a massive, ominous, red cube of rock. Is this a historical text? Rayleigh recognized it immediately. But his expression quickly turned to uncertainty. No, the color is different. I've never seen a historical text in red. Kyle's heart skipped a beat. Here it comes. Road sign historical text. This stone will guide them to a unique route to the end of the world. The crew members curiously gathered around the huge red stone tablet. The ancient text on it was like a heavenly book to them. However, when Roger walked forward, reached out his hand and gently touched the cold and rough stone surface, he froze. His expression became more serious than ever, his eyes slightly closed, as if he was listening to something. Roger. Jabba noticed something was wrong with him. Roger did not answer. After a long time, he slowly opened his eyes filled with shock and ecstasy. "I heard it," he murmured, his voice trembling slightly, "this stone is talking. Say. It told me that this island is indeed the endpoint of the record pointer, but it is not the endpoint of the grand route." Roger's voice gradually became louder. He looked around at his companions and said word by word. "To reach the true final island, we need to find 4 of these red signpost historical texts. Each one records a location. Connect these 4 locations, and the center point is the location of the final island that no one has ever reached." You can hear a pin drop in the entire cave. Everyone was shocked beyond words by this astonishing fact. It turns out that conquering the grand route is not as simple as sailing along the way relying on a compass, it also requires interpreting these ancient signposts. This is a more grand and more difficult treasure hunt game. After a brief silence, Roger laughed out loud, his laughter echoing in the cave, filled with uncontrollable pride and joy. "Ka-ha-ha-ha. I see. So that's how it is." He pulled out Ace from his waist and pointed at the deep sea. "This world still hides such a big secret waiting for us. Young men." Roger turned around and looked at everyone with his eyes that seemed to ignite the soul. "The adventure has just begun. Our goal is to find the remaining 4 historical landmarks and reach the final island. Are you willing to accompany me to witness the end of this world?" "Ah!" A fire burned brighter than ever before in everyone's eyes. Confusion and bewilderment vanished, replaced by a clearer, greater purpose. Kyle stood in the crowd, looking at Roger, who was surrounded by his companions and smiling brightly in the center, and he couldn't help laughing. He raised his head and looked at the blue sky and the boundless sea outside the cave. "Go find the final island. Go witness the birth of One Piece. The true prologue of this magnificent age of exploration will be opened by them." Post views, 125. 033 One Piece, starting from the Veterans of Roger's Crew Chapter 033. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. After leaving Shuxiangxing Island, the crew members no longer had the confusion of reaching the destination in their eyes, but were replaced by a desire to uncover the world's greatest secret. A renewed energy permeated the decks of the Oro Jackson. No longer content with basic physical training, newcomers like Noston and Elio began pestering Jabba and Rayleigh for advice on more advanced combat techniques. Even the ship's chef was figuring out how to make a lucky treasure hunting bento, though the taste was hard to describe. Kyle did not stop there. The battle with Whitebeard made him realize the horror of pure domineering power. The battle with Golden Lion made him realize the important role of top-level fruit abilities in subverting the situation of battle. Only children make choices, Kyle wants it all. He has both domineering and fruit power. However, this peaceful and positive atmosphere was shattered one morning by the wings of a messenger seagull. "It's the news. Today's paper is here." Elio excitedly took the newspaper from the seagull's feet. This has become the most anticipated entertainment activity for the newcomers every day. However, when he unfolded the newspaper and saw the shocking headline on the front page, the smile on his face froze instantly. How is this possible?" His voice was filled with astonishment, attracting the attention of his companions. "What's wrong, Elio? Has the world government announced its surrender and is going to ask our captain to be the king of the world?" Noston came over and made an unfunny joke. When he saw the content in the newspaper, he also froze in place. The noise on the deck gradually died down, and everyone gathered around, their eyes focused on the thin newspaper. The headline on the front page was printed in the largest font, full of incitement and fear. The tyrant of the sea, Rox D. Jibek, has added another demonic wing. Edward Newgate, the Whitebeard, Shiki, the Golden Lion, Wang Ji, many legendary pirates have announced that they will join the Rox Pirates. Below the title is a huge photo. In the center of the photo, a figure is shrouded in shadows, and only a vague and hideous outline can be seen. That is Rox. Beneath Rox's photo, a row of famous faces stood out. The iconic white crescent beard, the unruly blonde hair like a lion's mane, and many notorious faces you'd only see on black market bounty notices. Silver Axe, Captain John. The main text of the newspaper was extremely exaggerated, portraying Rox D. Jibek as an incarnation of Satan who was evil, cruel, and ambitious, and saying that he intended to overthrow the world government and become the king of the world. The article described his pirate group as the most evil terrorist organization in human history and warned the world that an unprecedented dark age was about to come. Newgate, and that Lionhead, have they joined someone else's army? Jabba's voice was low, and he tightly gripped the battle axe beside him. You're kidding me. Each of these people is a monster capable of dominating an area. How could they willingly submit to being inferior to others? The crew members were talking about it. Each of these names represented the pinnacle of an area of the sea, but now they were gathered in the same pirate group. Just thinking about it was suffocating. Kyle crossed his arms, looking at the newspaper, but he was complaining wildly in his heart. A fascinating moment of journalism. I'd love to see those Byang Wanyi listen to Rox. Oh my! Newgate, Big Mom, Kaido, Shiki, all got MVPs. Rox won without any effort. Just kidding. After the God Valley incident, everyone's clothes were slightly dirty, only Rox was dead. So you guys have been slacking off? It seems that the sea is going to become more lively than ever before. Rail had walked to Kyle's side without him noticing. The man named Rox, who was able to make those unruly guys bow down temporarily, is probably a real monster. Kyle nodded. Rox's strength was unquestionable, otherwise it wouldn't take Roger and Garp to join forces to defeat him. He was a pure ambitious man and a tyrant who could suppress all the troublemakers on the ship with absolute power. At this moment, a heroic laugh broke the solemn atmosphere on the deck. Ka-ha-ha-ha. Interesting. Roger walked out of the cabin. Instead of any worry on his face was filled with the excitement of meeting a worthy opponent. Captain! Elio looked at him in confusion. What's with all those faces? Roger looked around at his crew, all of whom had varying expressions, and grinned. Isn't this perfect? We don't have to bother them one by one. Now they've gathered together. How convenient. He tilted his head back and took a big gulp of wine, wiped the wine stains from the corners of his mouth with his thumb, and looked intently at the ever-changing sea in the distance. Want to be the king of the world? That guy named Rox is even more arrogant than Shiki. Roger's eyes were burning with fire. The confidence and pride that came from the bones instantly dispelled the haze that shrouded everyone's hearts. Yes, what are they afraid of? They were Gold Roger's crew. That's right. Jabba slammed his battle axe down on the deck, making a dull thud. Who cares if he's Rox? If he dares to stand in our way, we'll chop him off. Oh! The crew's enthusiasm was ignited again, and their anxiety and shock turned into a soaring fighting spirit. However, Rayleigh's expression turned serious again. The Rox Pirates base is located on the Hive Island of Pirates, a lawless place where pirates gather in a mix of good and bad. They have gathered such a huge force, they will definitely not hold a party peacefully. I'm afraid the world government will have a headache. Kyle's heart skipped a beat. The God Valley incident that shocked the world was the battle that destroyed the Rox Pirates. The fuse of that battle was that Rox turned his attention to the Celestial Dragons. The newspaper said that Rox wanted to become the king of the world, which is not groundless. His target is the Celestial Dragons at the pinnacle of power and the world government behind them. Well, Rox is a character. And now, this strongest pirate group in history has been assembled, and the legendary war is not far away. If the endpoint of the Grand Line is Raftel, then the Valley of the Gods is the intersection of the destinies of all the powerful people of that era. How could I miss such a stage? Lyle-san, Kyle suddenly spoke, his voice not loud but clearly heard by everyone. Should we also prepare some special dishes for this upcoming feast? Rayleigh looked at him and read the undisguised fighting spirit in the young man's eyes, and couldn't help but grin. Ah! It's a deadly seer. Roger walked over with a big laugh and slapped Kyle on the back, causing him to stagger. Kahahaha! Well said, Kyle. Let the whole world see who is the freest man on this ocean. Post views, 132. 034 One Piece, starting from the Veterans of Roger's Crew Chapter 034. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. The news of the Rock's pirates' growing strength was like a huge rock hitting the sea, and the aftermath it caused lasted for a long time. But for the Oro Jackson, life seemed to be back on track. Sailing, training, and banquets formed a simple trilogy that was unique to them. On this day, the sea was calm and the sun was warm, as if even the sea was taking a nap. A fleet has been spotted ahead. Dollinger on the watchtower suddenly sounded the alarm. The leisurely atmosphere on the deck was instantly broken, and everyone immediately entered combat mode. Kyle squinted and saw a huge fleet breaking through the waves at the end of the horizon. The ships had different shapes, but all of them exuded a fierce aura. Hanging on the sails was the hideous skull flag that had recently made headlines in the newspapers. Rock's pirates. The fleet did not surround or fire. The leading ship sailed straight ahead and stopped 100 meters away from the Oro Jackson. The leader on the deck was his old friend Shiki the Golden Lion. Beside him stood a tall woman with long pink hair and a pretty face, who was impatiently stuffing a huge piece of cake into her mouth. Next to them was a man wearing full armor and carrying a huge silver axe, and a man dressed in fancy clothes with 2 swords on his waist. Golden Lion Shiki, Charlotte Linlin, Silver Axe, Captain John. Each of them is a legend on the bounty order that is enough to terrify the Navy. Ha ha ha! Roger, long time no see. Shiki opened his arms arrogantly, as if he was not the one who fled in a panic last time. It seems that your boat has not fallen apart yet. Roger carried the knife and grinned. Shiki, your head is still like a pineapple. What? Last time you didn't teach me a lesson enough, so you brought helpers to fight back this time. Mama, Charlotte Lingling swallowed the last bite of cake, licked her lips, and looked greedily at Roger's boat. Stop talking nonsense, Shiki. Shiki ignored her and looked directly at Roger with a kind of arrogance that was like giving alms. Roger, Rox has taken a fancy to you. He admires your strength and has decided to give you a chance to join us and become the cornerstone of his world domination. The entire deck was silent. Pfft! Roger seemed to have heard the funniest joke in the world. He held it back at first, then burst into earth-shaking laughter. Kahahaha! Being someone's subordinate? Me? You must be joking. I didn't go out to sea to take orders from others. The smile on Shiki's face disappeared instantly, replaced by a gloomy look. So, you refuse? What do you think? Roger took his sword ace from his shoulder and pointed the tip of the sword at the other party. That's not up to you. Before he finished speaking, Shiki drew out his twin swords, Yingshi and Muku, and 2 huge lion heads suddenly rose from the sea beneath his feet, roaring and biting towards the Oro Jackson. Want to fight? I'll fight you to the end. Roger laughed loudly, and his figure disappeared in an instant. The next second, he appeared in mid-air. Ace, who was surrounded by the domineering aura, slashed down at Shiki's blade. God avoid! Boom! Black and red lightning exploded in the air, and the terrifying shock wave pressed a huge dent in the sea surface. Guys! Let's search! Jabba picked up his battle axe, roared, and jumped towards the opposite ship. Meeting the silent silver axe, Rayleigh drew his sword, swept across the sea, and accurately stopped Captain John, who was about to draw his double swords. The two men's swords crossed each other so quickly that only afterimages were left. And in front of Kyle stood the future 4 emperors, Charlotte Linlin. "Mama, mama, how dare a stranger stand in front of me?" Lingling's left hand ignited a ball of soul flame, and her right hand grasped a ball of thundercloud. Kyle looked at the tall but well-proportioned woman in front of him. Although he was prepared, he had only one thought in his mind that kept scrolling through the screen. Is this Charlotte Linlin? The future 4 emperors' big mom, whose size rivals that of the mountain demon Hago. Damn you old thief Oda! Boy, what are you daydreaming about? Lingling became furious when she saw him distracted. The flame in her left hand turned into a fireball called Prometheus and smashed down on him. Sorry, I was wondering about the difference between a bus and a private car, Heatwave. Kyle came to his senses, aimed his right hand at the fireball, and released a circle of invisible infrared waves. 2 scorching forces collided in the air, and the heat waves burned and distorted the surrounding air. Thundercloud heavenly punishment. Lingling waved her right hand, and the thundercloud Zeus dropped thick lightning. I avoided her sharp edge? You guys can't understand physics. Kyle did not retreat but advanced, releasing strong electromagnetic waves from his palms to confront the lightning head-on. The 2 energies intertwined, making a harsh sizzling sound, and eventually cancelled each other out. Interesting. Lingling grinned, drew out the long sword Napoleon wearing a captain's hat, and chopped it down with a powerful sweep. Kyle didn't dodge or evade. The moment the blades touched, a ring-shaped sonic boom cloud suddenly exploded. The huge reaction force made the 2 men retreat several steps. The battle became intense in an instant. The clash of Roger and Sky's domineering colors tore the sky apart, the sword duel between Rayleigh and John stirred the sea, and the power contest between Jabba and Silver Axe made the ship wail continuously. The battlefield between Kyle and Charlotte Linlin became a battle of powers. The fire spit out by Prometheus could melt steel, and the thunder sent down by Zeus could tear the sky apart, but Kyle's pop fruit could always find a way to restrain them. However, with every collision, Kyle felt like he was hitting a mountain wrapped in domineering aura. Charlotte Linlin's defense is simply unreasonable. Her body seems to be born to withstand damage, and her armed color domineering is as condensed as substance. Damn, this level of tankiness, is it even playable without nerfing? Kyle's sonic punch sonic blast hit her, only making her retreat half a step. The ring-shaped sonic boom cloud couldn't even mess up her arrogant pink hair. Mama, kid, you have a lot of abilities, but unfortunately they're just tickling me. Lingling grinned, brandishing the long sword Napoleon. The blade was wrapped in lightning and fire, and every chopped movement carried the momentum to destroy the world. Kyle kept using light mirage to dodge, his figure moving left and right on the deck, leaving a trail of afterimages. Did the password grow up eating sea stone? To confront her head-on would be like going against one's own bones. Kyle's gaze swept across the chaotic battlefield. Roger and Sky were engaged in a fierce mid-air battle, with black and red lightning flashing from time to time. Rayleigh and Captain John were engaged in a sword duel of the utmost intensity, the blades flashing at a blinding speed. On the other side, Jabba was having a real man's duel with the man named Silver Axe. Jabba's axe was so powerful that every blow could split mountains and rocks, but the Silver Axe was wrapped in heavy armor, like an airtight tin can. Kyle suddenly had an idea and came up with a plan. He dodged Lingling's powerful Wagyu awkwardly and yelled at Jabba at the top of his lungs, "Jabba!" Jabba, who was wrestling with Tin Can, heard this and took a moment to look back. Seeing Kyle being chased all over the field by Lingling, he couldn't help but burst out laughing, "Ha! Kyle, are you any good? You can't even handle a woman." His laugh was loud and full of undisguised teasing. Yeah, you're right," Kyle retorted, unwilling to be outdone. Then why don't you try it? Don't hurt your back. Interesting. I'll go meet her. Jabba's fighting spirit was completely ignited. He forced Silver Axe back with a fierce axe, and his huge body rushed towards Charlotte Linling like a cannonball. Mama mama! Another one coming to die. Lingling saw this and immediately shifted her target from Kyle and excitedly went to meet Jabba. Boom! The giant axe and the long sword wrapped in lightning and fire collided violently, and the impact force that erupted was several times greater than the movement caused by Kyle just now. Jabba's explosive muscles wrestled with Lingling's monstrous body, and they were evenly matched for a while. You're quite capable, Jabba-san. Kyle took the opportunity to escape, and with a shock step instant he came in front of Silver Axe. Looking at the opponent in front of him who was covered in armor from head to toe, a smile of success appeared on his face. A tin can, right? Kyle flexed his wrist. I love opening cans. Silver Axe said nothing, but silently raised the silver giant axe in his hand. It was obvious that he did not take the boy in front of him who looked like a thin dog seriously. He took heavy steps and charged towards Kyle, leaving a deep footprint on the deck with each step. Kyle didn't dodge or evade, but just stood there quietly, even closing his eyes, as if listening to the sound in the wind. An invisible, strange frequency emanated from him. Just as Silver Axe's axe was about to fall, Kyle slowly raised his hand, facing the oncoming tin can with his palm, and opened his lips slightly, uttering the name of the move. Resonance collapse. There were no earth-shattering explosions, no dazzling light effects. All I heard was a teeth-grinding crackling sound. Silver Axe suddenly stopped while charging. He lowered his head in disbelief, only to see spiderweb-like cracks appearing without warning on his specially made, indestructible armor that he was so proud of. The cracks spread at a speed visible to the naked eye, from the breastplate to the arm armor, and then to the leg armor, making a crunching sound. How is it possible? A hoarse and shocked voice came from under the helmet for the first time. Did you hear that? Kyle opened his eyes, his golden pupils gleaming with a playful light. He snapped his fingers, the melody of destruction. As soon as the words fell. Crash! With a loud and crisp sound, the sturdy armor on Silver Axe's body instantly shattered and disintegrated like a broken eggshell, turning into countless fragments that scattered all over the ground, making a series of tinkling sounds. The smoke and dust cleared, revealing a burly, stern-faced man beneath his armor. His face was filled with astonishment and confusion, completely unable to comprehend how his strongest defense could be so vulnerable. Kyle shook his hands, as if he had done something insignificant, and hooked his finger at his stunned opponent. Come on, Mr. Kin, let's play fair. This sudden encounter was more like a test between top powerhouses. Ha ha ha. Stop it. Shiki forced Roger back with a knife, then took the lead and withdrew, hovering in the air. Interesting. Roger, you have some good guys on your ship. Hakushi, it would be better if you could wipe the blood off your forehead before saying this. Charlotte Lingling also took back Prometheus and Zeus, and licked her lips with satisfaction. Jabba and Rayleigh also stopped and returned to the Oro Jackson. This is just a greeting. Shiki looked down at the Roger pirates from above. Rox is waiting for the strongest men from all over the world in the hive. Roger, think about it carefully and don't rush to refuse. The next time we meet, it won't be so easy. After saying that, the Rox pirates' fleet turned around and sailed away, as if they really came here just to talk a few words and have a fight. Ha ha ha. Roger sheathed his sword and laughed out loud. What an interesting bunch of guys. Post views, 131. 035 One Piece, starting from the Veterans of Roger's Crew Chapter 035. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. Compared to the turbulent sea, the pinnacle of world power, the holy land of Mary Gosa, was immersed in a strange clamor. There was no rocking of the sea, no battle cry, only a sickening frenzy cloaked in a veneer of platitude. Inside the palace, the gorgeous carpet was piled with all kinds of luggage. Servants were kneeling on the ground, carefully stuffing diamond-encrusted hunting rifles, gold goblets, and silk pajamas into special leather trunks. "Father, did you bring my little cutie?" A 10-year-old celestial dragon boy named Marcos Saint, with his signature rocket-propelled hairstyle, was excitedly pulling at the corner of his father's clothes. "The little cutie he mentioned is a specially customized small pistol made entirely of sea stone and ivory." "Of course I did, my dear Marcus." His father, Top Saint, with his fat belly and an indulgent smile on his face, said, "You must win the first prize in this year's competition. You can't lose to that slug from the Muscarud family again." "Don't worry, father." San Marcos waved his fleshy fist. "This time I'm going to hunt the fastest one. I'll make him the most beautiful specimen for my bedroom." Their conversation was brisk and matter-of-fact, as if they were discussing an upcoming outing rather than a bloody hunt. The servants and slaves around them lowered their heads even lower, their bodies trembling slightly with fear, but they dared not make the slightest sound. To them, the word competition spoken by the celestial dragons is a word more terrifying than hell. This is a grand gathering held every 3 years by the world's noble celestial dragons. They will randomly select a lucky country from among the non-member countries of the world government as the venue for their entertainment competition. This year's lucky winner is a country called Valley of the Gods located in the second half of the Grand Route. Soon, a fleet of unprecedented scale slowly left the port of the Red Earth continent. Dozens of the Navy's most elite warships formed an iron barrier, guarding a row of ships decorated with gold and jade, like moving palaces, in the center. On the boat, the Tianlong people, wearing transparent bubble hoods to isolate themselves from the dirty air, pointed at the sea below with great enthusiasm. The escort was a luxury. The Sea Peace elite agents were scattered like shadows in every corner, their eyes sharp as knives. And at the forefront of the team was an imposing force, the Knights of God. Their leader, a man with a unique crescent-shaped hairstyle, a stern face and eyes without a trace of emotion, just silently performed his duties. The fleet broke through the clouds, crossed the doldrums, and finally arrived at the valley favored by God. Valley of the Gods. This is a beautiful country that is away from the world. The island is full of greenery, waterfalls cascade like the Milky Way, and residents in the town lead a simple and peaceful life. They never imagined that disaster would strike from the sky in such a brutal way. When the fleet that covered the sky and the sun appeared on the sea level, the residents of the island came out of their homes and watched curiously. However, what they waited for was not the gospel of God, but the judgment of the end of the world. To ensure the fairness and fun of the competition, "Please clean up the venue first." The next moment, the Knights of God and CP agents swooped down from the sky like hawks. Without warning or mercy, a one-sided massacre began. The quiet street was instantly engulfed in explosions and flames. A sharp sword flashed, and a child, running and calling for his parents, fell in a pool of blood alongside his father who had come to protect him. The soldiers of God Valley took up arms and tried to resist, but their proud swords were as fragile as rotten wood in front of those battle-hardened monsters. The Tianlong people sat comfortably on the boat, holding their wine glasses and watching the fireworks show below with great interest. "Look, Marcus!" Top pointed to a raised village and smiled at his son. "What an interesting game!" Saint Marcos nodded vigorously, his little face full of enthusiasm and excitement that was inconsistent with his age. He held his small pistol tightly, and couldn't wait to go out and shoot the targets that were running around. The massacre did not last long. When the last rebel was beheaded by the leader of the Knights of God with a single sword, the entire island fell into deathly silence. The once beautiful country is now in ruins, with thick smoke billowing and the air filled with the pungent smell of blood and burnt things. The site has been cleared. A cold report came back to the flagship. Only then did the celestial dragons contentedly ride the bubble cable car and slowly descend to the blood-soaked land. Their gorgeous shoes stepped on the charred corpses, but they didn't even frown, as if they were just stepping on a piece of insignificant mud. The slaves were driven to quickly build luxurious tents beside the ruins and set out exquisite food and fine wine. A feast centered around death and destruction is about to begin. Top Saint handed the pistol to his son Marcos Saint and touched his head affectionately. "Go, my child." His voice was as gentle as a loving father, but his words were as vicious as a snake and scorpion. "The game hasn't started yet, so you can practice before that." "Yes, Father." Marcos Saint responded excitedly, holding his gun, and ran towards the depths of the destroyed forest, like a child looking for Easter eggs. Behind him is the god toasting each other in a weeping valley. No one knew that outside this hellish scene, a pair of eyes were taking in all of this through a high-powered telescope. Ha 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 ha. The celestial dragons are still as disgusting as ever. Shiki the golden lion stood on a ship far away from the battlefield, a cruel grin on his face. But this is what makes it interesting. Rox wants more than just this small island. And in the waters of Beehive Island, Rox D. Jibek himself stood at the bow of his flagship, shadows obscuring his face, only his eyes gleaming with ambitions darker than the abyss. He stared in the direction of the Valley of Gods, as if he could penetrate space and see those idiots who claimed to be gods. "Let's have fun." His low voice drifted away on the wind. "Because your throne will soon be passed to a new owner." Post views, 126. 036 One Piece, starting from the Veterans of Roger's Crew Chapter 036. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. Atop the ruins of the Valley of the Gods, a temporary viewing platform made of gold and velvet stood out. A celestial dragon wearing a bubble mask and complicated clothes, Top Saint, was standing on the platform, announcing the rules of the grand event. "Dear fellow citizens, welcome to the triennial traditional event, the Big Cleaning Competition." The Tianlong people in the audience raised their glasses and cheered sparsely. "This year's venue, God's Valley, has been cleared for us. Next, it's time for the much-anticipated hunting." Top Saint opened his arms and pointed to the rows of huge iron cages on the plain not far away. "The rules are as simple as in previous years." His voice became sharp and seductive. "Everything that moves in this venue is our rabbit. We've specially prepared 150 rare rabbits for you, each worth 500 points. And 13 super rare rabbits, carefully selected from around the world. Each one worth 10,000 points." He paused, enjoying the greedy exclamations of his compatriots. "Not only that. To encourage everyone to show off their incredible marksmanship, any kill with one shot will earn double points. The competition will last for 3 days. We've prepared generous prizes for the highest scoring hunter." "Well then," Top Saint said in a long tone, with a twisted smile on his face, "I declare that the game begins." At a command, the gate of the iron cage rose up with a bang. Thousands of ragged, desperate slaves and the surviving residents of the Valley of the Gods rushed out in a daze like livestock driven from their nests. I don't know who was the first to react, but he let out a shrill scream and ran desperately towards the forest and ruins in the distance. The crowd exploded instantly, and panic spread like a plague. Bang! The first gunshot came from the excited Marcos Saint. The ivory pistol in his hand spewed out flames, and a slave running in front fell to the ground. "I hit it! Father! I hit it!" He jumped excitedly. "Well done, my son! But aim for the head, that way you get double points." Top Saint encouraged lovingly. The Tianlong people excitedly raised all kinds of weapons and fired at the fleeing crowd at random. They don't care about accuracy, they just enjoy the pleasure of seeing life end in their hands. Bullets flew through the crowd, blood splattered everywhere, and screams rang out one after another. Unlike the celestial dragons who were enjoying the game, the members of the Knights of God turned into the most efficient killing machines. They moved through the crowd like ghosts, and every swing of their swords accurately took away one or several lives. On a higher cliff, one of the 5 elder stars, Saint Jagalusha Satan, was sitting upright on a chair and did not participate in the carnival. He had no gun or wine glass in his hand, but was just leaning on a cane, staring at everything below with indifference. There was no expression on his face, neither joy nor compassion, as if he was observing a nest of ants, analyzing their struggles and deaths, but it was all in vain. Deep in the chaotic forest, a group of slaves were lying in a muddy ravine, holding their breath tightly. An unusually large young man, young Bartholomew Kuma, was protecting the 2 of them with his broad back. Vha! This mud is terrible. My carefully styled hairstyle is completely ruined. A young man with a huge head and thick lips complained in a low voice. He was Ivankov, one of the future captains of the Revolutionary Army. Shut up, Ivan. Do you want to be discovered? A girl with short pink hair and glasses whispered. She was Ginny, the backbone of this group of slaves. Ginny looked over Bear's shoulder, gazing at the hell on earth where gunfire and screams intertwined, her eyes burning with unyielding fire. The plan must succeed. Are you sure the news has spread, Ginny? Ivankov put away his cynicism and turned serious. Those guys, would they really come here for an illusory treasure? They will. Ginny's tone was firm. For those desperados, the combination of the words treasure and Draco is the most irresistible bait. They will come, they will. This is their only chance of survival. Instead of being hunted like rabbits, it is better to attract a group of more ferocious jackals and completely muddy this stagnant water. Xiong nodded silently. He just wanted to save more innocent people from this catastrophe. Marine Headquarters, Marine Ford. Cyborg Sora frowned, his temples throbbing with pain as he looked at the top-secret information about the Valley of God in his hand. All members of the Rocks Pirates are dispatched, heading directly for the Valley of the Gods. We must stop them. Sora put down the documents, rubbed his brows, and picked up the emergency Den Mushi on the table. Den Mushi imitated his expression and made a bula dial tone with a serious face. At the same time, on an unknown tropical island, the sun baked the beach golden, and the sea breeze was salty and moist, with a hint of lazy warmth. Crack, crack. Monkey D. Garp was lying on his back on a beach chair, eating senbei comfortably. As a vice-admiral of the Marine Headquarters, he was only wearing a pair of fancy beach shorts, and his bronze muscles were shining in the sun. Bulu. The Den Mushi on the stone table next to him suddenly rang, imitating the serious square face of Cyborg Sora. Garp didn't even bother to raise his eyelids and leisurely picked up the Den Mushi. Yo, Sora, what happened? There was silence on the other end of the Den Mushi. Garp, Cyborg Sora's deep voice came, end your vacation immediately and head to the Valley of the Gods. Hey! Garp picked his nose, looking unhappy. God's Valley? Isn't it just a school trip for those idiot celestial dragons? With the Knights of God and CP guarding it, it's safer than Marine Ford. Do they really need me to babysit them? He hated having anything to do with the celestial dragons the most. In his opinion, those guys who claimed to be gods were more troublesome than pirates. This isn't a request, it's an order. Cyborg Sora's voice became more serious. There's been unusual activity from the Rocks Pirates. We suspect their target is the Valley of the Gods. Rocks. Garp paused, finally sitting up a bit straighter, but his tone remained nonchalant. Those guys are pretty strong, but the guards the celestial dragons bring are no pushovers either. Let them fight each other, it's none of my business. There was another long silence on the Den Mushi side, so long that Garp thought the signal was cut off. Just as he was about to hang up the phone and continue sunbathing, Cyborg Kong spoke softly. His voice was not loud, but it was like a depth charge. According to the latest intelligence analysis, the Roger Pirates are also heading in that direction. Where's Roger? I'm leaving. Garp jumped up from the beach chair, snatched the den mushy and put it to his mouth, his eyes wide as bells, and his voice was so loud that the coconut trees on the beach trembled. The excited look on his face as he sat up in shock from his dying illness was completely different from the lazy look he had just a second ago. On the other end of the den mushy, Cyborg Sora seemed to have anticipated this outcome. The corners of his mouth twitched imperceptibly as he calmly replied, "The coordinates have been sent to the permanent pointer on your ship. Garp, remember your mission. The primary goal is..." I know. The first priority is to arrest Gold Roger." Garp didn't even finish listening. He hung up the den mushy and threw it on the BEA. He put on the cloak of justice in no time, his movements so fast that they created a gust of wind. "Dad, what happened?" A young man in a brand new Navy uniform, with slightly curly black hair and clear eyes, ran over quickly. He was about 17 or 18 years old, with a sunny smile on his face, looking full of energy. It was Monkey D. Dragon, a new Navy recruit who followed his father to sea for training. "Oh, a dragon." Garp glanced back at his son and grinned, "Don't just stand there like an idiot. It's time for the activity." "Activities?" Long was a little confused. Garp grabbed the back of Long's collar, completely ignoring his son's protests, and strode towards the dog-headed warship anchored on the shore. "Bogart! Don't sleep!" Garp yelled to the ship, "Set sail! Set sail! Full speed ahead!" Standing on the deck, Bogart, wearing sunglasses, calmly pushed his glasses up. He was already accustomed to this and immediately began to give orders. Long was being held up by his father, his feet off the ground, dangling in the air. The sunny and cheerful smile on his face froze, leaving only confusion. "Dad! Where are we going?" "Go get the freest bastard in the world." Garp's laughter echoed across the sea, filled with undisguised joy. The warship cut through the blue waves and sailed away at an astonishing speed, leaving behind only a field of turbulent waves and the forgotten den mushy on the beach, which was still imitating the serious expression of Cyborg Sora. Den mushy, feed me peanuts." Just as the Valley of Gods was turning into a trembling hell, the distant Beehive Island was presenting a completely different scene. The entire island was like boiling water. Countless pirates were brandishing swords and guns, roaring deafeningly. The air was filled with the smell of alcohol, sweat, and gunpowder. At the port, hundreds of pirate ships with ferocious shapes and various flags are ready to go, densely covering the entire bay. Leading the way was a giant ship the size of a mobile fortress, which was the main ship of the Rocks pirates. On the deck, the future masters of the sea gathered together. "Gulala! Going to rob the celestial dragons? Interesting." Edward Newgate was wiping his beloved Naginata Kurokyumokiri. He. "I hope those guys can be more durable." Kaido, a young man with a mace and twin horns on his head, was pouring a whole barrel of liquor into his throat. Charlotte Lingling, Golden Lion Shiki, Captain John, Silver Axe, Wang Ji. Names that will shock the world in the future are all gathered on this ship, with the same light of ambition flashing in their eyes. In front of them, a figure stood silently, his face shrouded in shadow, revealing only his signature wild hair that flared to the sides like flames, and eyes darker than the abyss. Rox D. Beck. He slowly raised his hand and pointed in the direction of the Valley of Gods, drowning out all the noise. "Little ones!" All the pirates fell silent instantly, their eyes fixed on their tyrant with fanatical intent. "The gods are holding a banquet, but they didn't invite us." Rox grinned with an extremely arrogant arc. "In that case, we'll just overturn their tables and take everything they have." "Ah!" A roar like a tsunami responded to him, and countless pirate ships raised their sails, carrying the ambition and power to subvert the world, and sailed away fiercely through the waves. An unprecedented storm is about to come. Post Views, 123. 037 One Piece, starting from the Veterans of Roger's Crew Chapter 037. In the waters outside the Valley of Gods, dozens of naval warships built a seemingly unbreakable steel defense line. Seagulls circled above the masts, the sea breeze was steady, and everything was shrouded in an unsettling silence. Boom! Without any warning, a violent explosion was heard from the eastern sea. A frigate was torn in half amidst the flames rising into the sky and sank helplessly into the deep sea. Enemy attack! It's an enemy attack! On the eastern defense line. The naval soldier on the lookout tower screamed at the top of his lungs. How is this possible? Isn't this top-secret information? Before the fleet could react, the dense black spots on the sea surface quickly enlarged. There were countless pirate ships, and each skull flag represented a legend that was notorious on the sea. Leading the way was a terrifying giant ship that looked like a moving island. The wild and unruly logo on the bow made all the naval soldiers who saw it feel like they were falling into an icy cave. Rocks Pirates! Report to headquarters. It's Rocks. All the members of the Rocks Pirates have appeared. Frightened reports came one after another through the den mushy. Not only that. There's also Golden Lion, Charlotte Linlin, Edward Newgate. Almost all the legendary pirates are here. On the deck, Rocks D. Jybeck issued a domineering declaration, "Rocks Pirates, follow me." Gulala, Edward Newgate, holding a naginata, laughed heartily, then curled his lips. "Wait a minute, who are your men?" "Idiots. Mama. Of course I'll take all the treasures." Charlotte Lingling was licking the corners of her mouth, her eyes full of greed. Beside her stood a young man with a mace and twin horns on his head. Kaidu. He snorted disdainfully, "You're useless there, aren't you?" Linling. "What did you say, brat? Ha ha ha. Stop making noise. Whoever gets the thing wins." The Golden Lion Shiki floated in the air, laughing wildly. In the crowd, two women with completely different temperaments were also confronting each other. "Really? A bunch of rude men, can't they be a little more elegant?" Stussy stroked the ends of his hair, with a hint of lazy complaint in his tone. "Shut up, little girl, and just don't get scared to pee your pants later." Amazon Lily Emperor Gloriosa responded bluntly. "Captain John, Wang Ji, Silver Axe, names that are enough to keep the world government awake at night are all gathered here at this moment. They are a group of monsters bound together by desires and ambitions, and their internal fire may burst into flames at any time, but at this moment they all point their fangs at the Valley of God." On the island, the celestial dragon's revelry was interrupted by the sudden sound of gunfire. They were not panicked, but angry. "What's the navy for? Why are there pirates breaking in here?" Top Saint angrily smashed the golden wine glass in his hand. "What a bunch of rubbish! Our game has been interrupted." Other celestial dragons also began to complain, their words full of rebukes to the navy and dissatisfaction with the disruption of their own divine authority. On the high cliff, Saint Satan still sat motionless. He just shifted his gaze from the hunting ground below to the distant sea, his eyes calm. The leader of the Knights of God, the man with the crescent-shaped hairstyle ancient Saint Figallan Green slowly stood up. "Let the navy take over." The voice was not loud, but it carried an authority that left no room for questioning. Then he drew the sword from his waist, and the sword reflected a cold light in the sunlight. "God's Knights, all members attack." Meanwhile, on the west coast of the Valley of Gods. "Let's go, brothers." Roger was the first to jump off the boat. "Haha, we can have a big fight today." Rayleigh, who followed closely behind, pushed his glasses with an expectant smile on his face. "Roger, you don't get any captain's privileges with this treasure." Jabba joked with Roger while carrying two axes. The crew members landed one after another, and everyone's face was filled with excitement and confidence about to do a big job, with only one exception. Kyle stood at the back of the crowd. Beneath his black hair, his golden eyes didn't show the excitement of a big scene. Instead, they were filled with a deep, almost tangible gloom. This wasn't war, but a one-sided game where slaughter was the main source of pleasure. The fleeing civilians, the laughter of gunfire, the lives counted as trophies, all of this reminded him of the darkest and ugliest chapters in his past life. The arrogance of treating the suffering of others as entertainment and trampling on life wantonly, the behavior of claiming to be a god and taking it for granted to deprive people of everything, accurately touched the chord that Kyle hated the most in his heart. "Fuck you, Tian Long Pig, I really want to kill someone now." Kyle's grip on the black gold naginata tightened unconsciously, his knuckles turning slightly white from the force. A cold rage was silently burning from his chest, hotter than any move and more deadly than any wave. Roger sensed the strange atmosphere. He turned around and looked at Kyle with a grin. "What's wrong, Kyle? Are you seasick?" Kyle raised his head, and the gloom on his face disappeared, replaced by an equally bright smile, but the smile did not reach his eyes. "No, Roger." He gently turned the naginata in his hand, his golden pupils looking far into the depths of the island. "I just suddenly felt that, it's a bit too noisy here. The battlefield of God Valley has turned into a meat grinder, and the Navy's defense line is as fragile as paper in front of these legendary monsters. Hold on! Hold on!" a naval captain roared at the top of his lungs, his face a mixture of blood and sweat. "Our mission is to protect the celestial dragons. We must not retreat. Report to headquarters. Requesting support. The eastern defense line has collapsed. The Rocks pirates have penetrated deep into the enemy. Enemies appeared on the west coast too. It's the Roger pirates. They've broken through the CP blockade. No. There are too many enemies. We can't hold on any longer." The sounds coming from the Den Den Mushi were filled with desperate wails. "We can't hold on any longer. We really can't hold on any longer." Inside the Navy's temporary headquarters, an officer slammed the table in despair. "Rocks, Roger, Golden Lion. Monsters from all over the world have come here. Our people are being slaughtered. Hold on. Reinforcements are here." The equally anxious voice of Cyborg Sora came from the other end of the Den Den Mushi. "Reinforcements?" The general laughed bitterly. "Who can?" Boom! A loud noise interrupted his words. On the distant sea surface, a dog-head-shaped warship broke through the flank of the pirate fleet, knocking down several pirate ships that had no time to dodge along the way. On the deck, a burly man wearing a justice cloak didn't even have the patience to wait for the warship to dock, and jumped directly. Garp's face was filled with eager excitement, and he shouted in a deafening voice. "Where's Roger? Tell me where that bastard is." Monkey D. Dragon, who was dragged all the way to the warship by his father, looked at the hellish scene in front of him and his father, who was completely confused about the situation, and silently raised his hands to cover his face. Post Views, 118. 038 One Piece, starting from the Veterans of Roger's Crew Chapter 038. Compared with the Navy's defeat, another battle inside the island was more like a hunt in a dark forest. The members of the Knights of God shuttled between the ruins and the forest, swords flashing, and every attack was accompanied by the loss of the pirate's life. There was no expression on their faces, as if they were just carrying out a very ordinary task. The Roger pirates were like a sharp knife, piercing straight into the heart of the chaos. "Guys, the treasure is just ahead." Roger took the lead and blew away several CP agents who were blocking the way, along with the buildings behind them, with a divine evasion. "Roger, be careful, don't smash the treasure," Rayleigh reminded with a smile, and the long sword in his hand easily blocked the slash of a CP agent, and with a backhand sword, he left a deep scar on the opponent's chest that could be seen to the bone. Everyone was making great progress, except Kyle, whose steps were becoming heavier and heavier. His fluctuations had already covered the entire area, and the intermittent images that came in made the anger in his chest burn more and more. He saw the young Saint Marcos playfully chasing a slave girl about his own age with his ivory pistol. The girl screamed in terror and ran desperately, but was hit in the leg by a bullet the next second and fell to the ground screaming. Marcos Saint clapped his hands excitedly, as if he had accomplished a great feat, and slowly walked forward, pointing the gun at the girl's head. "It's too noisy," Kyle murmured softly. Roger heard it and turned around to ask something, but he found that Kyle's golden pupils were filled with a cold murderous intent that he had never seen before. "Kyle." Kyle didn't answer. He just slowly raised the black gold naginata in his hand, with the tip of the blade pointing diagonally at the ground. The end of silence. In an instant, the world within a radius of 100 meters centered on Kyle suddenly died. The sound of the wind disappeared. The roar of artillery fire died away. The pirates' wild laughter, the navy's roars, the slaves' screams in the distance, everything disappeared. Marcos Saint, who was about to pull the trigger, froze in excitement. He found that no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't make any sound. When the gun in his hand fired, there was only a slight vibration, and the gunshot that was enough to burst his eardrums was nowhere to be seen. The Roger group and the CP agents who were fighting each other couldn't help but slow down their movements. Without the support of one of their five senses, there were subtle deviations in their predictions of each other's attacks. The entire battlefield seemed to have turned into a strange silent comedy. The CP agent who was about to kill looked at the sword he swung in astonishment. The blade cut through the air but did not make a sound. He opened his mouth to yell, his throat vibrating, but he couldn't get any sound out. Absolute silence brings an unknown and panic that is more terrifying than any noise. Kyle's figure flashed past everyone's sight. The next moment, he appeared in front of Saint Marcos. Before the astonishment on the celestial dragon boy's face faded, a big hand grabbed his neck and lifted him into the air. Those golden pupils were so close, there was no anger or mercy in them, only a cold emptiness. As if they were looking at a piece of garbage. "You," Marcus Saint struggled in fear, but found that he couldn't even utter a syllable for help. "Kyle." Roger's mouth seemed a little shocked. Kyle slowly turned his head and grinned at Roger. The smile was still bright, but it was chilling. "Don't worry, Captain Roger." He applied a little force with his 5 fingers, and St. Marcus's head drooped weakly, but unfortunately no crisp sound of bones breaking could be heard. "I'm just helping to clean up the trash here." He threw the body to the ground, and the smile on Kyle's face disappeared instantly, replaced by indifference. He looked around at the celestial dragons and CP agents who were frozen in fear and whispered a few words, his lips clearly forming the words next. Marcus Saint is dead." A CP agent pointed at the small corpse on the ground, the blood draining from his face. To them, the killing of the celestial dragons was 10,000 times more serious than the collapse of the Navy's defenses. This is a direct blasphemy against the world's highest authority and a heinous crime that is enough to anger the entire world government. Kill him. Kill him at all costs. Catch him. Make sure he gets the most brutal punishment in the world. Amidst silent roars, all the remaining CP agents, eyes red, rushed towards Kyle from all directions. In the chaos, some pirates who had not yet been affected also saw an opportunity. "That guy killed a celestial dragon. Ha ha ha. Kill him, he might have some good treasure. Go ahead. It's time to fish in troubled waters." The pirates' logic is simple and pure. They only know that the man in front of them has become the target of public criticism, and chaos is the best soil for them to gain benefits. For a moment, the enemies of the Navy and the enemies of the pirates, these forces that should have been fighting to the death, now had a common goal. Kyle stood in the center of the storm, quietly watching the enemies rushing towards him from all directions. Black uniforms, ferocious faces, gleaming swords. The smile on his face didn't change at all, but the last hint of teasing in his golden pupils quietly disappeared, replaced by a kind of indifference as if he was dominating the world. Just as the first CP agent's finger gun was about to touch his body, Kyle's eyes suddenly fixed. An invisible yet extremely domineering will erupted with him as the center. Buzz. The air seemed to freeze for a moment. Immediately afterwards, pure white electric light suddenly appeared out of nowhere, like a furious lightning snake, wrapping around Kyle's body and bursting out, sweeping in all directions. This is not the ability of the popo fruit. This is an innate quality that belongs only to the king, the domineering aura. Plop. Goo. The ferocious expressions on the faces of the pirates and CP agents rushing in the front froze in an instant, and then their eyes rolled up, foamed at the mouth, and they fell backwards in groups, hitting the ground with a dull sound. Wherever the domineering power goes, people and horses fall to the ground. In just a breath, the ground around Kyle was filled with unconscious enemies, forming a strange vacuum zone. Only a few strong people with strong willpower were able to gain a foothold. But they all had pale faces, cold sweats, and their hands holding their weapons trembled constantly. As if they were using all their strength to resist the tremendous pressure coming from the depths of their souls. Not far away, Roger, who had just cleared a battlefield with a divine avoidance move, noticed the abnormality here. Hey! He stopped and looked back, just in time to see the scene of the domineering outburst. Kahahaha! Look! Really! Roger's mouth stretched from ear to ear, and he let out his signature hearty laugh. That kid is hiding well enough. Rayleigh beside him also stopped the sword in his hand, pushed his glasses on the bridge of his nose, and a rare look of surprise flashed in his eyes behind the lenses. This domineering aura. Rayleigh's thoughts seemed to go back to a few years ago, when during a brawl with a powerful enemy, the young Kyle lost control in a rage and accidentally released his domineering color. But his arrogance at that time was like a small flame that could go out at any time, tender and weak, and only coaxed a few soldiers around him to sleep. But the scene before him was no longer a flame, it was a raging fire that could start a whole prairie fire. In just a few years, it has grown to this point. Really? Rayleigh shook his head helplessly, but the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. The ship is full of troublesome monsters. Roger's smile widened. He picked up his long sword, his eyes full of admiration and fighting spirit. This is interesting. You are worthy of being my chosen partner. At the other end of the battlefield, Garp, who was clashing fiercely with the golden lion Shiki, suddenly stopped and swept his sharp eyes in the direction of Kyle. Such a boldness, Garp frowned. Besides Roger and Rox, are there other guys of this level on the island? Golden Lion Shiki also stopped for a moment, floating in mid-air, a look of interest on his defiant face. Tisk. That guy on Roger's ship? He's really lucky. Kyle slowly withdrew his gaze and gently moved his neck, making a crisp click sound. He looked around at the few remaining enemies who were still struggling, tilted his head, and put that unfathomable smile on his face again. Chaos is the best cover. Taking advantage of the chaos among the various parties, two figures quickly moved through the shadows of the ruins. Vha! It's right here. Ivankov lowered his unique voice, poked his huge head out, and pointed to a temporary warehouse. The prizes for the competition are all stored in there. Beside him, the burly young man Bartholomew Siong did not say a word, but used his broad body to push open the door of the warehouse. The warehouse's glittering and luxurious decorations formed a stark contrast to the hellish scene outside. The two men had no time to pay attention to the gold and jewelry, and their eyes went straight to the gorgeous wooden boxes on the central platform. That's them. Ginny's information is correct. The two men walked forward and opened the two boxes. There was no gold or silver in the boxes, only two strangely shaped devil fruits lying quietly on the velvet cushion. One is blue all over, covered with dragon scale patterns, exuding an ancient and noble aura, the other is flesh pink, with a cute cat paw pattern on the surface, looking harmless. Which one is the fleshy fruit? Ivankov pinched his chin, a little hesitant. Whatever. Eat it. Ivankov made a quick decision and reached out to grab the more majestic-looking blue fruit. Rather than being hunted like a rabbit, it was better to take a gamble. Mama mama! A greedy laugh suddenly sounded behind the two of them. Boom! The walls of the warehouse exploded like paper. It was Charlotte Lingling. She saw the two fruits at a glance, and her eyes instantly flashed with greed. Little mice, that's mine. Lingling's speed was completely inconsistent with her huge body. She directly grabbed the neck of Ivankov, who was closest to her, and lifted him into the air. Ah! Ivankov kicked his legs and his face turned purple. Run! Bear! He roared with his last bit of strength, go and save them. Even if we only save one person, it will be our victory. A trace of struggle flashed in the bear's eyes, but when he saw Ivankov being lifted high, he knew that if he stayed, he would just be another corpse. He suddenly grabbed the fruit with the fleshy ball pattern and turned and ran. Charlotte Lingling snatched the green dragon scale fruit, not even bothering to look at it, and stuffed it directly into her arms. She tossed Ivankov aside like garbage and chased after the bear with a sly grin. Want to run? Stay with me. Just when Xiang felt that the terrifying aura behind him was about to swallow him up, a black shadow fell from the sky and hit him heavily between him and Lingling, stirring up a cloud of dust. Hello, this lady. When the smoke and dust cleared, Kyle blocked Lingling's way with a black and gold naginata in his hand, a lazy smile on his face. Bullying children is not a hobby worth boasting about. He had just taken care of two other Tianlong pigs who were shooting for fun in his sight, and also cleaned up the CP agents and night guards around them. As long as I kill everyone, no one will know that I did it, Bushy. Kyle, who was still unsatisfied, heard the huge commotion here and immediately rushed over. Oh? Another one looking for death. Charlotte Lingling narrowed her eyes, sizing up the man who suddenly appeared. It's you? The kid from Roger's group. You got the answer right, but unfortunately there's no prize. Kyle shrugged, then turned his head to the still dazed bear and Ivankov, who was struggling to get up, and urged, What are you still standing there for? Are you waiting to get killed? Get out of here, kids! The bear and Ivankov woke up as if from a dream, supported each other, and fled into the depths of the forest without looking back. While escaping, the bear looked at the meatball fruit in his hand, then turned back to look at the back of the person who blocked the monster for them, and stuffed the fruit into his mouth without hesitation. Pfft! It tastes so bad. Charlotte Lingling didn't chase after him immediately, her eyes were fixed on Kyle. This man had become stronger than last time, and the aura he exuded even made her feel threatened. Get out of the way, boy. That won't do. Kyle slung his naginata over his shoulder and said in a joking tone, I just finished cleaning up, and the place is spotless. If you run away now, won't it make me look unprofessional? Before he finished speaking, he had disappeared from the spot. Lingling didn't even have time to react before the naginata wrapped in a ring-shaped sonic boom cloud had already chopped down at her face. She subconsciously raised her sword to meet the attack. Clang! A violent shock wave erupted, and Lingling's huge body had to retreat half a step. You guy! Lingling's eyes changed completely, anger and solemnity intertwined. Kyle threw his hands up and grinned. Hard, so fucking hard, worthy of being the future 4 emperors. But now he could feel that several powerful auras were approaching here at high speed in the distance, and one of them was very familiar to him. Roger. Tisk. Charlotte Lingling had obviously noticed it too. She glanced at the bear and Ivankov, who had disappeared into the forest, then at the azure dragon fruit in her hand, and finally at Kyle. Weighing the pros and cons only takes a moment. Mama, she suddenly laughed again, boy, you're lucky this time. I'll take this fruit. After saying this, she no longer wanted to fight, and her huge body turned into a whirlwind and rushed in another direction. For her, since she had already obtained the top-level loot, there was no need to fight another monster here and then be surrounded by the Navy and Roger's gang. Seeing Ling Ling leave, Kyle did not chase after her. He turned his head and looked towards the center of the chaotic battlefield. The desire for killing in his golden pupils gradually subsided, and reason took over again. Okay, venting is over. Next, it's time to have some fun. Post views, 124. 039 One Piece, starting from the Veterans of Roger's Crew Chapter 039. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. Deep in the forest, two figures stumbled through the bushes and finally collapsed powerlessly under a giant tree. Ha, ha, I'm saved, Ivankov gasped, his huge head leaning weakly against the tree trunk. That old lady is a real monster. Bartholomew Kuma said nothing, he just looked down at his palm. Just now, it was this hand that had stuffed the meatball fruit into his mouth. An indescribable taste still lingered in his mouth, but an unprecedented strange power surged in his body. Vha! We survived, Bear. Ivankov regained some strength and patted Bear on the shoulder. Thanks to that black-haired guy just now. Who is he? What a handsome guy. Xiang's mind flashed with the image of the man holding a naginata, standing alone in front of Charlotte Linlin. Yet. Xiang responded softly, and in his eyes there was not only fear, but also a ray of ignited flame. We have to hurry and rescue Ginny and the others. Ivankov struggled to his feet. Now that there's chaos outside, this is a good opportunity. With your strength, we can definitely. His words stopped abruptly. The sky darkened without me noticing. A huge pentagram magic circle flashing an ominous red light appeared out of thin air in the sky above their heads. The complex runes flowed slowly, emitting a soul-shaking sense of oppression. What is that? Ivankov's voice trembled with fear. The next second, a figure wrapped in black lightning and ominous flames slowly descended from the center of the magic circle. He wore a black suit, had a strange turban and a mustache, but the most striking thing about him were his eyes that looked down upon everyone without any emotion, and his lower body had spider-like limbs. Boom! The moment his figure landed, an invisible shockwave exploded from him. The ground cracked, trees fell, and even the air seemed to solidify. Ivankov didn't even have time to scream. Faced with this domineering aura, his consciousness was instantly crushed. His eyes rolled back and he fainted. Only Kuma, relying on the innate toughness in his Baconian bloodline and the changes in his body after swallowing the devil fruit, managed to avoid fainting on the spot. But all the bones in his body were groaning, and he was pinned to the ground, unable to move. The visitor was none other than one of the 5 elder stars, the god of scientific defense, Saint Jigarsha Satan. Satan Saint did not look at Ivankov, who was unconscious on the ground. His eyes were completely locked on the bear. The little devil of the Baconiya tribe. He spoke, his voice was not loud, but every syllable was extremely cold. From the moment your race was born, you had only 2 choices. Saint Satan approached slowly, cane in hand. Become a slave, or face death. These 2 words pierced the bear's mind like 2 cold awls. He remembered the story about the sun god Nika that his father had told him with his life in chains, a legend that would bring laughter and liberation to everyone. He also thought of the black-haired man from before. He was obviously a powerful pirate, but he was willing to fight against a monster like Charlotte Linlin for them, whom he had never met before. Why? Why can some people judge the life and death of others like gods? Why are some people willing to save others like heroes? And us, why are we born to be slaves? An unprecedented anger and unwillingness overwhelmed the severe pain in the body and the fear in the soul. The bear used all his strength, supporting himself on the cracked ground with his hands, bit by bit, trying to straighten his crushed body. Grandpa, his voice was hoarse with pain, but surprisingly clear. Are you very powerful? The bear raised his head with difficulty, and his eyes, covered in blood, burned with an unyielding fire. If we are born to be slaves, then why are we born? This doesn't make any sense at all. He thought of his companions who, like him, were fleeing in fear and being shot like prey. He thought of Ginny, Ivankov, and the big brother who had stopped the monster to save them. Xiong's chest heaved violently, and he almost roared, if I had enough strength now, I would do my best to save those pitiful people like me, just like Nika did. The boy's declaration echoed in the dead forest, full of naivety and yet with a heart-shaking determination. Saint Satan remained unmoved and said coldly, this is why your clan must completely disappear from history. As he finished speaking, he slowly raised his staff, and a ball of dark energy gathered at the tip, pointing it at the bear's head. In the face of absolute power, the will to resist is itself the greatest original sin. Just before the ball of destructive energy was about to be shot out, a black shadow appeared behind Saint Satan without any warning, and the tip of the black gold naginata turned into an extreme black line, silently piercing the back of Saint Satan's neck. There is no price tag on the bounty, and the 5 elders are at stake. Just close to your face and turn it up. Silence, Cloud Piercer. Clang. A sharp sound of metal clashing seemed particularly abrupt and loud after the absolute silence of the attack. Kyle's pupils shrank suddenly. He thrust with all his strength, and the attack that silenced all sound was accurately blocked by a limb that Saint Satan raised seemingly casually. The tip of the limbs touched the tip of the naginata, emitting dazzling sparks. A huge force came from the blade, and Kyle felt his arm go numb. He was pushed back dozens of meters by the recoil force, plowing 2 deep grooves on the ground before he could barely stabilize his body. What a hard old wall lamp! Harder than that old bitch Lingling. Kyle shook his numb wrist, and the cynical smile on his face disappeared, replaced by a solemn look. Saint Satan slowly turned around, and for the first time his emotionless eyes moved away from the bear and fell on Kyle's face. He glanced at the almost negligible white spot at the tip of his limb, and for the first time, there was a hint of emotion in his tone. A strange devil fruit, and this level of domineering power. He seemed to be stating a fact. Are you a pirate? Won't and die. There was no anger in Saint Satan's eyes, only a kind of superior indifference. It doesn't matter. He said softly, there's no difference between cleaning up 1 bug and cleaning up 2 bugs. Kelbai made an international friendly gesture, he too, silly. Post views, 125. 041 piece, starting from the Veterans of Roger's Crew Chapter 040. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. At the same time, Saint Satan's figure also disappeared from the spot. No way, are you so anxious? The next moment, the tip of his spider-like limbs pierced Kyle's forehead with a scream. It is extremely fast and extremely cruel. However, at the same moment he launched the attack, Kyle's figure did not retreat but advanced, the black gold naginata in his hand changed direction, and the heavy handle slammed into the ground. Mountain shocking earth wave. Boom! With Kyle as the center, the earth was no longer a solid plain, but turned into a raging wave. The ground violently surged and cracked in a fan shape, raising smoke and earth waves tens of meters high, like a giant beast with its mouth wide open to devour everything. The sudden earthquake caused Saint Satan's determined stab to falter. Now is the time. The air was filled with smoke and dust, completely obscuring the view. Saint Satan didn't care at all. He could clearly sense Kyle's presence in front of him. The limbs accelerated again, penetrated the smoke and dust unhindered, and pierced the chest of the figure accurately. No blood, no screams. The pierced body of Kyle was like a wisp of green smoke blown away by the wind, turning into countless points of light and slowly dissipating. It's an illusion. Kyle, mud greases the road. For the first time, a hint of surprise appeared in Saint Satan's pupils. His invincible observation Haki had actually been deceived? Was it the sudden earthquake that disrupted him, or was it that the opponent's fruit ability itself had the ability to deceive perception? He slowly retracted his limbs and looked around. The thick smoke and dust gradually dissipated, and the forest returned to silence. There was no trace of Kyle. Not only Kyle, but also Bartholomew Bear and the unconscious big head on the ground disappeared without a trace. Ran away. Not only did he escape unscathed from the presence of one of the 5 elders, he also took his target away with him. Saint Satan's face was so gloomy that water seemed to drip out of it. He stood there quietly, and the murderous intent in his eyes almost solidified. He remembered the pirate. After making sure they were out of danger, Kyle threw the unconscious Ivankov to the ground, sat down against a tree, and took a few deep breaths. What happened just now seemed cool, but it was actually extremely dangerous. From the moment he saw the pentagram formation of Saint Satan, he knew that this old man was definitely not someone he could fight head-on at his current stage. His own conqueror's haki has not yet been trained to the point where it can break the opponent's immortality. Ordinary armament haki is not even enough to scratch this kind of monster. No seats. The silent cloud-piercing stab just now was blocked by the opponent's body, and the recoil force still makes the tiger's mouth hurt slightly. This is enough to explain everything. Simple bad breath, ultimate enjoyment, isn't this also considered breaking the defense? So from the first second of his attack, his goal was not to kill the enemy, but to save people and escape. Zixi material Wei Junja, if you can't beat him, then running away is not shameful. Does old Bidden dare to give him a few more years? By then, I'll twist his head off. You. A raspy voice interrupted Kyle's thoughts. The bear was looking at him with a very complicated look, which contained gratitude, awe, and deep confusion. Who are you? Kyle raised his head, and the tense and solemn expression on his face disappeared, returning to his cynical look, grinning and showing his white teeth. Nice to meet you again. I'm Kyle, just a righteous little pirate passing by. Xiong obviously didn't believe this, but he didn't know how to ask further. This man first saved them from Charlotte Lingling, and then saved them again from that terrifying monster that was completely incomprehensible. Why did you save us? Bear asked the deepest question in his heart. We are just slaves. Hearing the word slave, the smile on Kyle's face slowly faded. He looked at Bartholomew Bear, a man of great stature but with a childish face, and recalled his rough, tragic life, which was even tampered with to make him a tyrant. A man who is extremely gentle and willing to bear pain for everyone, a man who should be evil but is kind all his life. Kyle was silent for a moment. Instead of answering his question directly, he asked, You said you wanted to be a hero like Nika and save others. Xiong was stunned for a moment, then nodded heavily. Very good. Kyle stood up, walked in front of the bear, and looked down at him. But what if I told you that there is no savior in this world, and Nika is just a legend, a hope? No. Xiong paused slightly, his eyes wandering. The only one who can truly save you is yourself. Or rather, everyone can be Nika. Kyle's voice became unusually serious, a certain light flickering in his golden pupils. You just asked me why I wanted to save you, and I'm going to answer you now. Because I see in you a reluctance to accept life as a slave, a reluctance to be slaughtered, and a reluctance to accept this shitty world. So, run, bear. Kyle stretched out his finger and gently tapped the bear's chest. Don't stop. Use your feet to measure the earth, use your eyes to see the world, and use your strength to blow away all pain and sorrow. Run, drive, and resist. Go fight for all the beauty and happiness in this world that is still worth protecting. Kyle's words were like a heavy hammer, hitting Bear's heart hard. He remembered his father's last words, Ginny's smile, and the desperate pleading eyes of his companions. It turns out that the meaning of resistance is not to become someone else, but to become yourself. It turns out that the so-called power is not for destruction, but for protection. Xiong slowly raised his head, and for the first time, a flame called faith ignited in his eyes, which had always been shrouded in inferiority and fear. "I understand," he whispered, his voice quiet but firm. He stood up, walked to the unconscious Ivankov, and carried him up like Kyle did. Then he stretched out his right hand, and a cute pink ball appeared on his palm. A wonderful feeling surged from the palm of my hand. "He seems able to do a lot of things. Thank you, big brother." The bear turned around and looked at Kyle deeply, as if he wanted to carve this face into his soul. "I should go save my companions." Kyle leaned against the wall and waved his hand lazily. "Go ahead, remember to run fast." Xiong said no more. He pointed his palm at himself and Ivankov and patted his paw lightly. Whoosh! The two figures turned into a stream of light and disappeared from the cave in an instant. What a convenient ability! Kyle looked at the empty cave and smiled. He picked up the black gold naginata again, stretched himself, and his joints made a crackling sound. Post views, 117. 041 One Piece, starting from the Veterans of Roger's Crew Chapter 041. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. He stood up and kicked the 4 empty boxes aside, feeling annoyed. According to the news, the treasure house of God Valley contains countless rare treasures and at least 6 devil fruits. As a result, after working for a long time, he watched helplessly as the fish fruit and the meatball fruit were taken away, and he didn't get anything else. Damn! Where are the other 4 devil fruits? Are you kidding me with 4 empty boxes? This business is a huge loss. Just as he was planning to go for a walk somewhere else, an indescribable throbbing came from deep in the earth. Boom! It was not an earthquake, but it was worse than an earthquake. The entire God Valley Island seemed to be groaning in pain. The ground beneath Kyle's feet shook violently. He quickly steadied himself, his golden pupils suddenly shrinking as he looked towards the distant sky. There is the center of the storm. The originally clear weather now turned dark and gloomy, and the black and red lightning intertwined into a hideous giant net, madly slashing the earth. That was not the thunder of nature, but the collision of pure will, the embodiment of the domineering aura. 3 completely different, yet equally terrifying auras collided, tore, and crushed in the center of the island, causing the sky to darken and the weather to change color. Even though he was several kilometers away, Kyle could still feel the pressure that made his soul tremble. Oh shit, no! This is going to poke a hole in the sky. Kyle smacked his lips. Instead of fear, there was a hint of excitement on his face. Apart from those few people, there is no one else on the sea who can make such a big noise. Rox D. Jaibeck. Gold Roger. Monkey D. Cap. Hey, guess what? The D clan is having a party. Hey, the show's finally starting. Kyle shouldered his black gold naginata and strode out of the cave. For a fight of this magnitude, not charging admission is a truly conscientious act. I have to go and join in the fun. As he spoke, a shockwave shook his feet, and he turned into a black shadow, rushing towards the battlefield where thunder and lightning were raging and it looked like the end of the world was coming. The closer you get to the center of the battlefield, the more horrifying the scene becomes. The once lush forest has long since disappeared, replaced by a barren expanse of scorched earth and ruins. The earth was torn into bottomless canyons, and huge rocks were pulled out of the ground by some powerful force and then smashed to pieces. Kyle found a relatively intact cliff top, carefully concealed his breath, and looked out. The moment he saw the scene below clearly, he couldn't help but gasp. The area within a radius of several thousand meters has turned into a hell on earth. In the center of the battlefield, a tall man with a hairstyle as flamboyant as flames stood proudly. He held a simple style longsword in his hand, but he exuded an aura more terrifying than that of a demon. Just by standing there, the space around him seemed to be slightly distorted. He is the overlord of this ocean, captain of the Rox Pirates, Rox D. Zebek. Opposite him were 2 figures who were equally powerful. Their captain Roger was grinning widely, and the long sword ace in his hand was wrapped in dark-armed color domineering. Every time he swung it, he had the posture of a king who cut off fate. The supreme straw hat was completely unharmed. Another old acquaintance, Cap, was shirtless, his bronze muscles like cast steel, covered with crisscrossing scars. He had no weapons, his iron fists being his most powerful weapon. Every time he threw a punch, the air would emit a mournful wail of being overwhelmed, forming a visible shockwave. Fuck, Kyle couldn't help but swear as he looked at the battle below. This is no longer a battle, it is a natural disaster. Rocks laughed and punched the ground. Deep tide. The dark energy spread out from under his fist like a tide, and wherever it passed, whether it was rocks or land, it turned into nothingness. Don't get carried away, Rocks! Garp roared, without dodging or evading, and also rushed forward with a pun. Fistbone meteorite. Boom! Two fists, one devouring everything, the other shattering the stars, violently collided. After a moment of dead silence, a destructive shock wave spread out with the two of them as the center. The cliff beneath Kyle's feet instantly collapsed in half under the impact of the aftermath, and he was so scared that he quickly retreated hundreds of meters. Hey! Garb! Stop trying to look cool! Roger's voice was still clearly audible amidst the deafening roar. This guy's domineering aura can really suck people in. Before he finished speaking, he had already jumped high, and the sword ace in his hand slashed from top to bottom, drawing a huge black and red slash that pierced through the sky and the earth. God avoid! The black and red sword energy tore through Rock's dark domain, and went straight for his head with unrivaled kingly aura. Faced with this blow that was powerful enough to split an island in two, Rox simply grinned, and instead of retreating, he advanced, raising his hand and launching a black blow to meet the attack. Ba high! The Black Overlord lightning and the black and red sword energy collided and annihilated violently in mid-air, and the resulting energy storm stirred the clouds in the sky into a huge vortex. Kyle hid in the distance, watching with great interest and fascination. This is what a man should do. This is the true pinnacle of this ocean. He can replace him. Every action contained the power to destroy the world. They didn't even need to deliberately destroy the environment. The aftermath of the battle alone was enough to change the terrain and reshape the landform. Compared with Garp's fist that could split mountains and crack rocks, his own Jinayu earth-shaking wave was like a child playing with mud, and the sword energy of Guangren Tianhongduan was like the difference between a firefly and the bright moon in front of Roger's divine avoidance. Tisk tisk, is this the entanglement of top-level armament haki and domineering haki? Kyle stroked his chin, staring intently. Domineering haki entanglement, directly attacking the soul and internal organs. Got it, got it. He has absolutely no intention of intervening now. What a joke. If I rushed forward with my limited strength, I would probably be knocked unconscious on the spot by the aftermath of the three people's domineering aura. He even felt around in his arms, trying to find some snacks like peanuts or popcorn, but unfortunately there was nothing but hardship rations. Kyle looked at the three people fighting on the field, his eyes full of passion. Once upon a time, he thought that he had obtained the popo fruit and practiced the three-color domineering for several years, and was already considered a strong man in this ocean. But today, first he met the unreasonable monsters like the Five Elders, and then he witnessed the battle between these three legends. Moreover, there was an old silver coin Yim who had lived for hundreds of years in secret. But, so what? It is because the top of the mountain is high enough that the climbing process is interesting enough. Post Views, 121. 042 One Piece, starting from the Veterans of Roger's Crew Chapter 042. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. The battle in the center of the Valley of Gods has reached a fever pit. Rox, Roger, and Garp, these three men standing at the pinnacle of the era, their battles have completely exceeded common sense. Every collision is like two islands colliding with each other, and every outburst of domineering power makes the sky and the earth wail. God avoid. Bajiang. Fistbone starfall. 3 colors of domineering lightning entangled and tore apart in the air, and the aftermath turned into a substantial storm, razing everything within a radius of several kilometers to the ground. Kyle hid behind a half-cut rock and felt like an ant sitting next to the eye of a typhoon watching 3 Godzillas fighting each other. It was exciting, but if he was not careful, he might be blown away to some unknown corner. These 3 monsters, Kyle's eyelids twitched. Their fighting style seems simple and unpretentious. It is the purest swordsmanship, fists, and the ultimate use of domineering power. This is the true meaning of 1 force defeats 10 skills. No matter how well he played with his popo fruit, he seemed powerless in the face of such unreasonable absolute power. Just as Kyle was watching intently, a powerful black and red lightning bolt suddenly lost control and flew past the rock where he was hiding. Boom! A small hill 100 meters behind him disappeared out of thin air as if it had been erased by an eraser. A drop of cold sweat slid down Kyle's forehead. It is not advisable to stay here for long. If you continue to look at it, you will lose your life. He decisively gave up the idea of continuing to watch the fight, and with a shock wave under his feet, he prepared to escape. However, just as he was moving his position, a rough roar and chaotic fighting sounds came from not far away. Are there still some fish that slipped through the net? Kyle looked in the direction of the voice and saw an extremely burly young man with 2 horns on his head, brandishing a huge mace and charging among the pirates on the edge of the battlefield. His body was partially covered with green scales, and a trace of uncontrolled fire occasionally overflowed from the corner of his mouth. His eyes were fierce and crazy, full of beast-like aura. Woo ha ha ha! Get out of here, everyone! The young man swung his stick and smashed a pirate into a pulp along with his sword. He was extremely domineering. Kyle stopped and narrowed his golden eyes slightly as he looked at the young man. This iconic mace, these horns on the head, these half-baked dragon scales. You kid should have eaten the fish fruit. Kyle touched his chin, and the corners of his mouth rose uncontrollably. The future strongest creature in the world, Kaido. It was obvious that Cornetto had just eaten the fruit not long ago. His strength increased dramatically, but he was still unable to fully control it. The half-dragon form looked more like a strong man with a skin disease than majestic. The movements of waving the mace were wild and unsystematic, relying purely on brute force. Big Mom kindly took care of Kaido and even gave him the fish fruit. However, after the God Valley incident, Kaido disappeared without a word. Pirate's first lesson. Loyalty. Pirate lesson 2. Forgetting your roots. Teacher Kai is still too authoritative. But, beating up the future 4 emperors should be pretty fun, right? Anyway, I lost money on this deal, so I have to find some fun to make up for it. Hey, you horned one over there, are you a minotaur? Kyle swaggered over, carrying a black gold naginata, and said frivolously, "You're so limp, haven't you eaten yet?" Kaido, who was killing everyone, suddenly paused, turned his head abruptly, and stared at Kyle with his fierce eyes. "What did you say? Little devil?" "I say," Kyle scratched his ears and replied to the random reply, "I'm a pure love warrior, specializing in killing minotaurs." Woo ha ha ha! You're looking for death. Kaido was completely enraged by these nonsensical words. He roared and rushed towards Kyle, smashing the mace in his hand down on his head, tearing through the air. Facing this powerful blow, Kyle did not dodge or evade, but simply raised his right hand and made a pistol gesture. With a puff, an invisible compressed shock wave came from behind and arrived first, hitting Kaido's charging path accurately. Boom! The ground beneath Kaido's feet exploded instantly, and the violent airflow caused his huge body to stagger. The blow that had been fully charged suddenly deviated in direction and slammed heavily into the open space, stirring up a cloud of dust. What? A hint of surprise flashed in Kaido's eyes. Before he could react, Kyle's figure had turned into 3 in front of him. A mirage of light. 3 Kyles, 3 different positions, with the same but different sarcastic smiles on their faces. Which me are you hitting? Stop being so mysterious! Kaido roared, and without thinking twice, he swung his mace and swept it towards the illusion in the middle. The mace passed through the illusion unhindered, and the real Kyle appeared behind him like a ghost, the hilt of the naginata in his hand popping out like lightning and hitting his wrist accurately. Buzz! A high-frequency vibration was transmitted along the hilt, and Kaido's mace let out a whine as it could not bear the heavy burden. He felt his wrist go numb and the palm of his hand hurt so much that the heavy weapon flew out of his hand. The moment the weapon left his hand, Kaido instinctively sensed danger. He opened his mouth and a ball of blazing flame gathered in his throat. Hot! Before he could even utter the word rest, Kyle had already rushed forward and chopped the back of his neck with an armed knife. Don't make noise! Bang! The hot breath that would terrify countless powerful people in the future was slapped back like this, turning into a muffled burp. Kaido rolled his eyes, his huge body shook twice, and he fell to the ground with a bang, completely losing consciousness. From provocation to end, it took only a dozen seconds. Kyle blew away the non-existent dust on his hand knife, looked at the unconscious Kaido, and curled his lips. That's it? The strongest creature in the future? You still need to practice, brother. He kicked Kaido, but the other party did not react. Kyle rolled his eyes, chuckled, and a bolder idea came to his mind. He squatted down, stretched out his index finger, and a barely perceptible red light shone on his fingertip. Heatwave scorching breath. He focused the infrared waves into an extremely thin ray, and as if holding an invisible branding pen, he carefully began his artistic creation on Kaido's broad back. The lines are smooth, the composition is exquisite, and every stroke is full of soul. Sparacy! I'm such an artistic genius! After a few seconds, Kyle retracted his fingers with satisfaction and clapped his hands. On Kaido's solid back, there appeared a lifelike pattern imprinted with precision, a little turtle with its head tucked in. Perfect! Kyle looked at his masterpiece and nodded with satisfaction. You're welcome. This is art. After doing all this, he picked up his black gold naginata and took a last look at the battlefield in the distance where the fighting was still going on and the future 4 emperors lying dead on the ground. Although I didn't get any substantial treasures during this trip to the Valley of Gods, it seemed like I made more money. Kyle whistled happily, and his figure flashed and completely disappeared in the chaotic battlefield. Let's go kill the Tianlong pig. Post views, 130. 043 One Piece, starting from the Veterans of Roger's Crew Chapter 043. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. In the distance, gods were fighting, the sky was collapsing and the earth was breaking. In the near distance, there were ruins and wailing everywhere. This former god's pure land has now become the best hunting ground, and Kyle is the top hunter who has returned to his old profession. It feels like that, Kyle said, a nostalgic smile playing on his lips as he shuttled between the scorched woodlands and shattered buildings. I can't let the jungle skills I've honed from 3 years of surviving on a deserted island get rusty. Hi, the Jungle King is online again. His primary target, of course, is the Tianlong pigs, who are usually arrogant and treat human lives as worthless. As for treasures, you can just pick them up along the way. How can it be as interesting as hunting down the world's nobles? Hunting? Fun. In order to avoid being overly taken care of by the world government in the future, Kyle even added some information to himself to kill Pre. In a relatively intact manner, several CP agents in black suits were escorting a fat-bellied celestial dragon with half a roasted chicken leg in his mouth to evacuate in a hurry. Hurry! Protect me! You bunch of trash! The celestial dragon screamed, but his saliva sprayed on the bubble hood in front of him. Suddenly, a strange figure blocked their way. It was a yellow, square, porous creature wearing a white shirt and brown square pants, with 2 large buck teeth exposed and a smile that was so innocent that it was weird. Ah ha 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 ha, hello, do you want to eat a delicious crab burger? SpongeBob greeted in a voice so sharp it was piercing. The CP agents were stunned. What was this thing? Some unknown rare beast? Or perhaps a pirate group's mascot? Stop it! The leading agent was the first to react and drew the long knife from his waist. However, before they could charge, SpongeBob simply puffed up his cheeks and gently blew out a few colorful bubbles. The bubbles seemed light and airy, yet they were approaching at a speed difficult to detect with the naked eye. An agent subconsciously swung his knife, and the moment the blade made contact with the bubbles, boom! An invisible shock wave exploded, and the agent didn't even have time to scream. He was hit head-on by a battering ram and flew backwards, smashing 3 walls along the way before stopping. He was already unconscious. The remaining agents were horrified, but Kyle's attacks continued, and he blew more bubbles as if playing with them while making devilish giggles. He made great use of the compressed air cannon, and each shot accurately hit an agent's joints or chest or abdomen, making them lose their combat effectiveness instantly, but leaving them with a breath of despair. After clearing the area, Kyle, dressed in the illusion of SpongeBob SquarePants, walked step by step towards the celestial dragon who was sitting on the ground, crying with fear. This guy is obviously not smart, kill him. Kyle silently made a judgment in his heart, and with a flick of his finger, invisible waves crushed the other party's walnut-sized brain. After looting the manor of valuables, Kyle continued his hunting trip while humming a little tune. Soon, he locked onto another group of targets, this time with a new skin. A huge pink starfish, wearing a pair of green-patterned beach pants, drooling, with a dull look in his eyes, is none other than Patrick Star. This one looks brutal, kill him. Facing the female celestial dragon who was whipping a slave for fun, Kyle felt nothing in his heart. He controlled Patrick to walk forward with silly steps, and raised his hand to point to the sky under the vigilant gaze of the CP agents. Look, it's a starfish. The agents subconsciously looked up, but saw nothing. The moment they lowered their heads, a scorching ray shot out from Patrick's belly button. Heat wave scorching. The focused infrared waves instantly penetrated the bodies of several agents, and continued to melt through the female Tianlong along with the rockery behind her, leaving only a hole with a red edge. Kyle looked at his masterpiece and nodded with satisfaction. This feeling of targeted elimination was much more satisfying than directly crushing with domineering power. Playing around is one thing, but when he meets a real tough guy, his attitude becomes completely different. In a raised square, a celestial dragon wearing a bubble hood was protected by several strong men. The Knights of God. Kyle's eyes grew a little serious. Each of these people was very powerful and their aura was as steady as a mountain, far beyond the reach of the CP agents. Looks like I need to change my style. He lurked silently into the shadows, the light waves distorted, and the illusion of a thin octopus with a huge head and a long nose slowly emerged. Squidward, come on! He didn't rush to attack, but instead carefully observed the defensive formation of the Knights of God. It was impeccable, both offensive and defensive. This one looks, well, a little tricky. Kyle decided to try an assassination. He quietly grasped the naginata in his hand and pointed the tip of the blade at the knight who seemed to be the weakest in the defensive circle. Silence Cloud Piercer. There was no sound of breaking air, no energy fluctuations, and even the murderous aura was perfectly restrained. The tip of the naginata was like the fangs of a poisonous snake, silently piercing the knight's back. Phew! The tip of the knife successfully penetrated, and Kyle was delighted. But the next second, his expression changed. The tip of the knife felt wrong. It didn't feel like piercing flesh, but more like stabbing into a ball of tough rubber. The knight who was stabbed turned his head suddenly, frowned, and retreated rapidly, but his wound was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Found it, Peeper. The voice of the member of the group was emotionless. Tisk, is this what they call immortality? How disgusting! Kyle acted decisively, shook the blade, swung out several sword energies, used the force to draw the blade and retreat, and at the same time activated the light mirage with full force, causing dozens of illusions of Octopus Brother to flee in all directions, while his real body had already escaped into another shadow. The Knights of God are indeed worthy of their reputation. No good will come from a head-on confrontation. Kyle gave up this goal and continued looking for the next lucky one. Passing through a devastated residential area, he discovered a protected celestial dragon family, a man, a woman, and 2 young children. Kyle narrowed his eyes habitually, ready to begin his trial process. This one looks... Oh my god! His eyes fell on the adult male celestial dragon. And the word kill that was about to come out of his mouth was stuck in his throat. The man did not have the arrogance and brutality of other celestial dragons, and his face was full of fear and worry. He did not hide behind the guards, but opened his arms and used his not-so-strong body to protect his wife and 2 children behind him. One of the blonde kids was staring at the chaos outside with a defiant look on his face. Kyle was very familiar with the man's face. Don Quixote is the ancient saint. A unique outlier among the celestial dragons, the good man who voluntarily gave up his identity as a god and brought his family to the mortal world. The naginata that Kyle raised became a little heavy at this moment. He killed the celestial dragons because they were scum and the cancer of the world. But the man in front of me is a father worthy of respect, a man who is naive and foolish but has a conscience. Garlic bird. Everyone has the right to choose their own path, whether good or evil. The ending of the ancient saint homing is tragic, and Doflamingo's future is sinful, but that is their own choice. You can punish evil, but you have no right to judge a future that has not yet happened. Post views, 124. 044 One Piece, starting from the Veterans of Roger's Crew Chapter 044. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. The hunting game came to a temporary end, and Kyle turned his attention back to the distance. The energy storm there not only did not weaken, but became more and more intense, as if something more terrifying was brewing. He found the highest mountain peak, used the light mirage to merge himself with the rock, and once again became a diligent and responsible audience member. This time, he saw the beginning of the end. The battlefield was already in a state of disarray. Rox, Roger, and Garp were all covered with wounds. Blood soaked through their clothes, staining the ground beneath their feet red. Roger's captain's coat was already tattered, and the arm holding Ace was knotted with muscles and veins exposed. Garp's iron fist was covered in blood and flesh, and even the sharp bones of his fingers could be seen. Every breath he took brought out a burning white air. Rox was the most miserable. The wounds on his body were so deep that the bones were visible. His flamboyant hairstyle was stuck together with blood, but his eyes were as bright as 2 stars that were about to burn out. They all reached their limits, but also surpassed them. God avoid! Roger's roar was no longer loud, but a little hoarse, but the black and red slash was more condensed than before, as if all his will was concentrated in this sword, tearing the sky apart. Fistbone Galaxy Impact. Garp crushed the rock beneath his feet and turned into a meteor flying backwards. His scarred fist was filled with unparalleled armament haki. The dark energy even swallowed up the surrounding light. When he punched out, the space shook. Faced with the 2 people's joint attack that was risking everything, Rox smiled. It was a crazy, unbridled laugh, filled with resentment, anger, and a hint of relief. Ha 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 ha, well timed. Roger. Garp. He did not block or dodge, but opened his arms as if to embrace this devastating attack. Let all this disappear into nothingness. He roared loudly, and an unprecedented, extremely dark, and domineering aura gushed out from his body. The Overlord's territory. The end. The world stopped at this moment. The sound disappeared. The light disappeared. The wind stopped blowing and the clouds stopped rolling. Kyle's pupils shrank sharply. He felt as if he wasn't seeing but feeling. The ability of the wave fruit, of which he was so proud, was completely suppressed in that instant. He could not sense any waves of any kind. It was as if the entire world was being grasped by an invisible giant hand, draining away all energy and laws. With rocks as the center, an area of absolute nothingness began to expand wildly. The sky was no longer a sky, but turned into a pure black curtain, with no stars, no lightning, only deep void. The earth is no longer the earth. It is silently collapsing and decomposing. Rocks, soil, trees, everything is turning into the most primitive particles and being swept into the darkness. Roger's divine avoidance and Garp's galaxy impact rushed into the dark area, like two stones thrown into a black hole, only causing a tiny ripple before being completely swallowed up and annihilated. The entire God Valley Island, this God's pure land that has existed for who knows how many years, began to wail under the heavy burden. Huge cracks spread across the island like a spider web, bottomless canyons tore through the mountains. And turbid sea water poured in, making a deafening roar. Natural disaster, this is the real natural disaster. Rox is determined to bury this island and all its enemies at the cost of burning his own life and domineering power. The 1,000-meter-high mountaintop where Kyle was located began to collapse like a sand castle in this doomsday catastrophe, and the rocks under his feet shattered into pieces. He didn't even have time to exclaim in amazement before he turned into a streak of light and ran desperately towards the coastline. If you don't leave now, you will be buried with the legend of this sea. In the center of the dark area, Rock's figure has become blurred, as if he is about to merge into the nothingness. His attack destroyed everything, but also exposed himself. When power spreads to the extreme, its core will inevitably become extremely fragile. Now! Roger and Garp's voices rang out at the same time, and amidst the roar of the collapse of heaven and earth, they were clearly heard by each other. Roger's figure flashed in the darkness, and the ace in his hand drew a simple arc. All his dominance was restrained on the blade, and his target was directly aimed at the core of the most intense darkness. Garp poured all his strength into his right fist, stepped on the cracked ground, and rushed towards the same point with an unstoppable attitude. A knife, a pun. When the blade and the fist hit that point at the same time, the madly expanding territory of the Overlord suddenly stagnated. Snap! A shattering sound that seemed to come from the soul level was heard. The all-consuming darkness was like a shattered mirror, instantly covered with cracks. Then, light burst out from the cracks, and the sound returned to this world. Rock's tall body froze in place. He lowered his head and looked at the hole in his chest that was pierced by a blade and a fist. The madness on his face gradually faded away, replaced by calmness. He lost. The D-Clan is really interesting. He murmured softly, and his body began to turn into black specks of light and dissipated in the wind. The reign of an era has come to an end. But the consequences of his final blow are irreversible. The collapse of the Valley of the Gods continued, even accelerating. Huge land masses sank to the seafloor, sending up monstrous waves 100 meters high. Seawater rushed back crazily, forming a massive vortex capable of swallowing everything. Kyle had already fled to the coast. Without any hesitation, he pushed a small boat that had been prepared into the sea, and then threw several large sacks full of loot that he had collected along the way into the sea. It's about making money, not embarrassing. He jumped into the boat and looked back. The former island has disappeared, leaving only a huge bottomless whirlpool, madly swallowing up the clouds in the sky and everything on the sea. Countless pirate ships were caught up in it and dragged into the abyss along with their wailing. This is the end of Valley of the Gods. Kyle controlled the waves, allowing his boat to cleverly avoid the deadly undercurrents, like a nimble leaf, heading towards the distant where the Oro Jackson was anchored. When he jumped onto the deck of the Oro Jackson, soaking wet, he was greeted by the nervous and shocked gazes of the crew. Rayleigh, Jabba, Everyone stood at the side of the ship, silently gazing at the sea that was slowly calming down but leaving a permanent scar. Kyle threw several heavy sacks onto the deck, making a pleasant clanging sound as metal collided with gems. "Hey, I'm back." He wiped the seawater off his face and grinned. "I caught up with the finale performance and picked up some souvenirs." They witnessed the fall of one legend and the birth of another. Kyle said no more. He walked to the side of the boat, leaned on the railing, took out a cup from his arms and poured it into a glass of orange juice. He looked at the huge vortex and felt the three domineering auras lingering in the air. An era has ended. Post views, 118. 045 One Piece, starting from the Veterans of Roger's Crew Chapter 045. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. The huge vortex was slowly subsiding, the dark clouds in the sky dispersed, and the long-lost sunshine shone on the deck of the Oro Jackson, but it could not dispel the smell of blood and gunpowder in the air. On the sea, the remaining ships dragged their broken bodies away in all directions in a panic. Kyle leaned against the side of the boat, observing from a distance. He saw Shiki, the golden lion, standing on the bow of a floating ship, laughing wildly at the empty sea, his laughter filled with madness and unwillingness. He saw Charlotte Linlin looking around, calling Kaido's name, but there was no response. Her eyes were fierce as if she wanted to eat someone. He also saw Edward Newgate, standing silently at the bow of a small boat, his back as tall as a mountain. The Rocks Pirates, the behemoth that once suffocated the entire world, completely fell apart today. Well, at first glance, they are all actors. Everyone, human or ghost, is showing off, only Rocks is getting beaten. "Guys! I'm back!" A powerful voice, full of sunshine and heroism, broke the silence on the deck. Everyone turned around suddenly and saw Roger climbing onto the Oro Jackson from a wooden board, covered in blood. With a bang, Roger fell to the deck with his sword, but he climbed up without a care in the world, opened his arms, and smiled brighter than the sun. "Let's have a party." "Captain! Roger!" The crew members rushed over and helped him up. Rayleigh frowned and took out a bandage from his arms. "You guy, at least treat your wound first." "Forget it, just ignore what I said." He skillfully gave Roger an emergency bandage, while the latter couldn't wait to grab a barrel of rum and gulp it down. The fatigue and pain of the battle seemed to be swept away by the joy of victory at this moment. The deck was soon filled with wine barrels and barbecue. The injured crew members found a place to sit down, and while treating their wounds, they talked loudly about the thrilling battle that had just taken place. "Ha ha ha, you didn't see Rox's expression at the end. It was truly amazing. That old guy Garp's punch was really powerful. I felt the vibrations from the island reaching the ship. But who gained the most this time?" Jabba bandaged his arm and cast a mischievous glance at Kyle, who was leisurely drinking orange juice in the corner. "I think it's our hunting expert who should be chosen." Everyone's eyes instantly focused on Kyle and the mountain of sacks piled up behind him. Roger drained the wine from the barrel in one gulp, wiped his mouth, and laughed. "Ka ha 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 ha. You're right. Kyle, you did a great job. We're fighting so hard here, and you just wiped out the Celestial Dragon's hometown." Kyle shrugged, looking matter-of-fact. "Professional matters should be left to professionals. You do the fighting, and I'll take care of the money-making. That's called tactical division of labor." Well, Roger just has to kill Rocks, but Kyle has a lot to consider. "Don't give me that. Open it and see what good stuff you have." Jabba couldn't hold back any longer and came forward, rubbing his hands like a fly. "Yes. Open it and take a look. Let me see what's in the Celestial Dragon's treasure trove." Amid the crowd's jeers, Kyle laughed and kicked the sack. All right, whoever sees it gets a share." His companions cheered and immediately surrounded him. Golden Baileys, gorgeous jewels, diamond-studded artworks, all kinds of treasures were dumped on the deck like garbage, sparkling with alluring light in the sun, almost dazzling everyone's eyes. I'm rich. Now we can get new weapons. The crew excitedly pounced into the pile of treasure like a group of happy groundhogs. Kyle didn't bother to care about them, letting them divide the spoils. His eyes swept over the gorgeous boxes, most of which he had borrowed from the celestial dragons, and they were filled with gold and silver and other vulgar items. Kyle, I'm not interested in money. Pony voice. However, at this moment, Roger was trying to pry open a particularly luxurious-looking box inlaid with pearls and gold. Hey, why is this box so heavy? There must be something big inside, he shouted, attracting several companions to help. 1, 2, 3, go! Several people worked together to lift the heavy lid of the box. The expected mountain of gold did not appear. Instead, the box was covered with soft velvet, and in the center of this luxurious velvet, something lay quietly. It's not a gem, it's not a devil fruit, and it's not some historical text. It was a sleeping baby. The baby's face was rosy, his mouth was slightly open, and his bright, flame-red hair stood out in the luxurious treasure chest. The noise on deck suddenly stopped. Everyone was stunned, their eyes fixed on the box and the red-haired baby inside. Time seemed to stand still. Kyle. Rayleigh was the first to react, practically roaring Kyle's name, "You bastard, you even steal babies! You are slandering me! I didn't do this!" Kyle was also confused. He raised his hands with an innocent look on his face. "I didn't know. Who knew there would be a child stuffed in there?" He walked quickly to the box and looked down at the baby. When he saw the iconic red hair clearly, he was struck by lightning and his mind went blank. Wow, gold, red legend! He plundered the Valley of the Gods, hunted down the celestial dragons, emptied their treasures, witnessed the fall of rocks, and watched Roger's rise. But fate told him in the most outrageous way that he was not just a witness. He looked at the man in the box who would become one of the 4 emperors in the future, who would hand over the straw hat to Luffy, and who would end the war at the top with a look, and then looked at his own hands that were still covered in dust. Kyle won the MVP, and the rest of Roger's team won without any effort. Post views, 126. 046 One Piece, starting from the Veterans of Roger's Crew Chapter 046. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. Veins popped out on Rayleigh's forehead, and his fingers, which were pointing at Kyle, were shaking. He was about to blurt out a 10,000-word denunciation. Just then, a hearty laugh broke the deadlock. Ka-ha-ha-ha-ha. Far from being nervous, Roger pushed aside the onlookers and carefully but excitedly took the baby out of the box. He held the baby high in the air, as if showing off a rare Pokémon he had just captured. Look! He grinned, his smile even brighter than when he defeated Rox just now. This must be a fateful meeting. From today on, he is a member of our Roger Pirates. Ha! Times N. Except for Kyle, everyone on the deck screamed in unison. Jabba was the first to jump up, his sunglasses nearly falling to the ground. Roger! Are you serious? This is a baby. A kid who can't even walk. He pointed at the baby, then at the rough sea. We are pirates, not a kindergarten. So what? Roger said as if it was a matter of course. He lowered his head and teased the baby in his arms. The baby seemed to feel something, opened his big black eyes, and looked at everyone curiously. Instead of crying, he giggled. You see, he likes me very much. Roger proudly announced to everyone. This isn't a question of like or dislike. Rayleigh pressed his throbbing temple, feeling that sooner or later he'd be driven sick by this unreliable captain. Roger, we're a pirate ship. We're constantly fighting and killing, and we have to evade the navy. How are you going to raise a child? What's so difficult about this? Roger waved his hand, pointing at Kyle, who was standing in the corner with a look of "Don't look at me." Kyle was so young back then, but he got on the ship too, didn't he? Isn't he growing up pretty well now? Hey, why is this blame placed on me again? Kyle rolled his eyes and finally couldn't help but retort, Captain, please allow me to correct you. First, I was 6 years old when I came aboard. I could eat and go to the bathroom by myself, and occasionally even help you clean the deck. Second, age aside, who do you think is less troublesome, you or me? As soon as this question was asked, all the crew members, including Rayleigh who was just roaring, subconsciously turned their eyes to Roger. The look in his eyes clearly said, is this even a question? Rayleigh stood on Kyle's side without hesitation and nodded in agreement, Kyle is right. He made his bed on the first day on board. And you, Roger, still need me to remind you not to throw your socks around. Hey! Rayleigh! Roger protested dissatisfiedly. Captain, you used my nautical chart as a wine glass last time. And here's my whetstone, use it to sharpen the solace of your shoes. The crew members' complaints were mixed with laughter, and the tense atmosphere on the deck suddenly eased a lot. But the problem remains unsolved. Roger was determined to keep the child. He paced on the deck holding the baby, muttering to himself, we need to give him a name. Oh, there seems to be a label in the box. He pulled out a small cloth plaque embroidered with gold thread from the box and read out, Shanks. Well, what a good name. Let's call it Shanks. Unable to persuade their captain, everyone could only accept the fact helplessly. However, acceptance is one thing and practice is another. The Oro Jackson, the most powerful ship to conquer the Grand Line, was thrown into unprecedented chaos because of the addition of a little baby. Who can change a diaper? What's a diaper? Can I use this deck cloth? Idiot! It'll chafe your skin. Use my headscarf, it's softer. He's crying. Quick! Someone go make him laugh. A burly crew member came up to Shanks and made a face with his teeth bared, which made Shanks cry even harder. Get out of the way! Jabba said, holding a cigar in his mouth, looking experienced. They are just kids, just give them something delicious to eat. As he said this, he took out a piece of hard dried meat from his arms and was about to stuff it into Shanks' mouth. Stop! Kyle's quick eyes and hands sent the piece of dried meat flying with a gentle shockwave. Are you trying to choke him to death? He has no teeth. There was a commotion on the deck until Rayleigh, unable to bear it any longer, roared, everyone, be quiet. Those who are boiling water, go and boil some water. Those who are looking for clean cloth, go and find some. Roger watched from the side, grinning and winking at everyone, see, I told you it was easy. Everyone, including Kyle, looked at him with disdain. Kyle leaned against the mast with a look of despair, watching these pirates with an average bounty of over 100 million being beaten to a pulp by an unarmed baby. He sighed and held out his finger. A faint ray of light escaped from his fingertips, gathered and refracted in mid-air, and turned into colorful, slowly flying butterflies of light, hovering above Shanks's crib. Shanks, who had been crying just now, was instantly attracted by the beautiful light butterflies. His little hands were grabbing in the air, and soon he closed his eyes again and fell into a deep sleep. Oh! Kyle, you're really good at this. The crew members all looked at him with admiration. Kyle curled his lips and sent them away in a bad mood. He looked at the red-haired baby who was smacking his lips in his sleep, and felt mixed emotions. He looked at the box, the baby, and then at Roger who was grinning foolishly and peeking at the baby's sleeping face. By this account, it seems that I have become one of the adoptive fathers of Red Hair Shanks. Wow! Super generational! Kyle took out a cup from his arms, filled himself with orange juice, and drank it in one gulp. The cool sweetness slid down my throat, but it couldn't suppress the absurd and wonderful feeling in my heart. The ship rides the wind and waves, sailing towards the distance. On the deck, a group of legendary pirates gathered around a small cradle, quietly arguing about whether to feed goat milk or fish soup tomorrow. "Roger, how about feeding me some of your rum collection? Are you stupid?" Post views, 124. 047 One Piece, starting from the Veterans of Roger's Crew Chapter 047. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. 5 years are but a few ups and downs on the ocean. On the deck of the Oro Jackson, the sun was still shining brightly, but the source of the noise had changed. "Stupid Shanks! I told you the north is the end of the Grand Line. Don't you even know that? Bucky, you're the idiot." Captain Roger said that the end of the adventure can't be judged by common sense. Maybe it's just to the east. Two little kids, barely half the height of the railing, were arguing over a question that had no answer at all. One has red hair, the other has blue hair, like two little toucan with excess energy. Kyle leaned in the shadow of the mainmast, slowly wiping his beloved knife, the blade reflecting a cold light in the sunlight. Listening to the quarrel between the two little kids, the corners of his mouth unconsciously curled up. 5 years have passed, and Roger is almost 30 years old. He has grown his familiar mustache and changed into classic skin. After the Battle of God Valley, the world situation changed dramatically. Garp became a god in one battle, but stubbornly refused the commendation for promotion to admiral. The Navy headquarters finally awarded him the title of Navy Hero, a title that is now more deterrent on the sea than the admiral himself. And those remnants of rocks who fled from the Valley of Gods in a panic have now become famous monsters in the New World. Whitebeard, Golden Lion, Big Mom. They are recruiting soldiers frantically. The former defeated troops have transformed into the new kings of a certain area. The sea has become more chaotic and more interesting than ever. Rayleigh sat on the steps not far away, holding a copy of the latest newspaper in his hand, his brow furrowed. "That guy Zephyr, he's actually been relegated to the sidelines," he murmured to himself, a hint of regret in his tone. His family was killed by pirates. This blow was too great for him. Kyle paused while wiping his knife. It was really sad that the former admiral of the Navy, Black Arm Zephyr, a pure soldier, was eventually betrayed by the order he protected. He put down his naginata and leaned over to glance at the corner of the newspaper. In an inconspicuous piece of news, two names were mentioned: Sakaski and Borsellino, who were said to be the most outstanding monster rookies in this Navy training camp. "Oh my god, aren't you Chi Shui and my uncle?" The wheel of history is rolling forward slowly and steadily according to its predetermined trajectory. "Hey! Kyle! Come and judge for yourself." Red-haired Shanks ran over angrily. "This guy Buggy actually said that treasure is more important than the adventure itself." Following closely behind was the blue-haired imp Buggy, who also ran over and pointed at Shanks' nose and shouted, "What do you know? Without treasure, how can we buy food? How can we buy weapons? You are just a daydreamer." Kyle looked down at the two future four emperors, one of whom always talked about dreams and the other regarded treasure as his life. "I am an idealist and a realist." He stretched out two fingers and gave each of the two little ghosts a smack on the forehead. Bang! Bang! There were two muffled sounds, and the two little ghosts immediately squatted down with their heads covered. "If you have too much energy, go scrub the deck 100 times. 100 times. Bucky wailed. "It'll kill me. 200 times then." Buggy immediately shut up, pulled the reluctant Shanks, picked up the brush and bucket, and started their hard labor. Seeing the two of them, one brushing east and the other brushing west, and soon starting to quarrel over whose territory was invaded, the crew burst into laughter. Jabba leaned over to Kyle and teased, "You're quite good at dealing with those two. When you first came aboard, you were more capable than the two of them combined." "Ahem, is that so?" Kyle raised an eyebrow. "Why do I remember someone getting beaten up by Roger the first time they met me?" Jabba's face flushed, and he coughed dryly twice, changing the subject. "Come to think of it, where on earth did you find this kid, Bucky? I remember 2 years ago when we went to that abandoned port for supplies, you brought back this slug." Kyle's thoughts went back to 2 years ago. At that time, Bucky was just a homeless child who was looking for food in the garbage dump. He was thin and inconspicuous. Kyle just felt sorry for the child and took him on board. He never connected this blue-haired kid who kept talking about treasure with the future clown emperor who would be extremely lucky. Until an accident happened shortly after boarding the ship. That day, Roger brought back another large box of glittering treasure, and the crew members gathered together to divide the loot. Bucky was naturally the first to rush forward. He held a golden cup bigger than himself in both hands and laughed so hard that his saliva was almost dripping out. Shanks, on the other hand, disdained those vulgar things like gold and silver. He was more concerned about whether there were any weapons or clues to adventure under the box. One of them was moving it out while the other was trying to get in. Somehow, the heavy box lid fell down with a bang. All that could be heard on the deck was Bucky's heart-wrenching scream. When everyone hurriedly opened the lid of the box, they saw Bucky covering his nose with tears streaming down his face. His nose was pinched to make it big and round, and as red as a ripe cherry. It was at that moment, looking at that iconic red nose, that Kyle's brain seemed to be struck by lightning. Steamed German mud duck. God bakey. Hey! Buggy! Look what that is! On the deck, Shanks, who was brushing the ground, suddenly pointed to the sky and shouted. Bucky looked up subconsciously. At this moment, Shanks poured all the dirty water in his bucket onto Buggy with lightning speed. Crash! Buggy instantly became a drowned rat. After being stunned for 2 seconds, he let out a thunderous roar. Shanks! You bastard! I will fight you to the death! The two kids immediately started wrestling with each other, rolling around on the slippery deck. Ka-ha-ha-ha! Roger's hearty laughter came from the captain's room. Looking at the two children playing, he laughed so hard that he fell backwards. So energetic! That's great! Rayleigh sighed, put down the newspaper, and said as if he was not surprised, Roger, if you don't do anything about it, they will break up the ship. Kids fighting is a way to bond. Roger waved his hand nonchalantly, then his eyes lit up as he fixed his gaze on Kyle. Oh, right, Kyle. Come practice with me. I feel like my muscles are rusting. Are you a child too? Kyle stood up helplessly and picked up the naginata that he had nurtured for many years. In the past 5 years. In addition to witnessing the changes in the world and taking care of children, he has not been idle. He developed the ability of the popo fruit more and more skillfully, and his physical skills and domineering abilities were much better than before in his daily fights with monsters like Roger and Rayleigh. He hefted his naginata onto his shoulder, looked at Roger, who was full of fighting spirit, and said, Roger, if you lose this time, your precious barrel of rum will belong to me. Ka-ha-ha-ha. Wait until you win. And you don't drink. The two walked to the center of the deck, and Shanks and Buggy, who were playing around, also stopped and gathered in a circle excitedly with the other crew members, ready to watch the fight. Roger drew the sword ace from his waist and waved it casually. The invisible domineering aura spread out like ripples, making the air around him stagnate. Kyle slowly lowered his naginata, the tip of the blade touching the ground. He did not release his domineering aura, but instead infused a strange wave into the blade. Without any unnecessary movement, Kyle swung his sword forward. Wherever the blade passed, the air was not torn apart, but instead emitted an extremely sharp buzzing sound. Immediately afterwards, the air along the path of the slash vibrated and compressed violently like a water surface with a stone thrown into it, and finally exploded with a loud bang. A shock wave composed of pure sonic booms, shaped like a phoenix spreading its wings, roared towards Roger. Roger did not retreat but advanced, with the ace in his hand wrapped in a dark armed color, and he slashed down towards the invisible shock wave. God avoid! Boom! Two completely different forces collided violently in the center of the deck, and the erupting air waves blew the onlookers to and fro. Shanks and Buggy were blown like rolling gourds, and only stopped after hitting the mast. Give me! Shanks looked at the two people in the field with starry eyes, his face full of admiration, especially Captain Roger's famous skill God evasion, which fascinated him. Buggy rubbed his sore butt, looked at Kyle's handsome naginata and Roger's domineering posture, then looked at the mop in his hand. For the first time, there was a hint of yearning in his eyes for something other than treasure. Kyle grinned, gripping his numbed naginata. Sunshine, waves, reliable companions, noisy kids, and the strongest rivals. The band is not strong. Post views, 117. 048 One Piece, starting from the Veterans of Roger's Crew Chapter 048. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. The collision between Kyle and Roger left an invisible mark on the deck of the Oro Jackson. Those were not marks left by swords and knives, but a seed called yearning that was deeply planted in the hearts of the two little ghosts. After the battle, the crew drank and boasted, while Rayleigh grabbed Roger's ear and scolded him, saying that he shouldn't use the god avoidance move that could destroy the ship on the ship. Roger stubbornly argued that it was not a special move, but just a normal attack. The two little guys, Shanks and Buggy, were standing in front of Kyle, one on the left and one on the right, with their little faces tilted up and their eyes surprisingly bright. Kyle. Shanks spoke first. That move just now, was it an air explosion? So cool. Can I learn that too? Buggy stared at Kyle's naginata leaning against the railing, his abacus clacking loudly. He was not thinking about whether he looked handsome or not, but if he learned such a powerful move, when he was robbing treasure in the future, would he not even need to pry open the box? Wouldn't it be just a bang and the gold coins would fly out by themselves? Want to learn? Kyle wiped the handle of the knife without raising his eyelids. I do, they both said in unison, nodding their heads like pounding garlic. Kyle finally stopped, turned around, and looked at them both with a smile. His eyes were not as passionate as Roger's, nor as gentle and wise as Rayleigh's, but like an ancient well with no bottom, which made the two little ghosts feel guilty for no reason. Why do you want to become stronger? Kyle coaxed. Shanks puffed out his chest and practically shouted, I want to become as powerful as Captain Roger. Then I'll go in search of the greatest treasure in the world. No, I'll go on the greatest adventure. Kyle nodded and turned his gaze to the other one. What about you? Buggy licked his lips and without hesitation shouted out his lifelong ideal, I want to learn the most powerful moves, defeat everyone who stands in my way, and seize all the treasures in the world. Become the richest pirate. Very good. Very energetic. Very good. Kyle's lips curled up in an imperceptible arc, but Roger and Rayleigh won't teach you. Hey! Shanks was stunned. The captain will tell you ha, just do this and then that, and then drag you out for a drink. Rayleigh will tell you a lot of truths, and you won't understand a word. Kyle imitated the tones of the two men, very lifelike. Shanks and Buggy looked at each other in bewilderment, because what Kyle said was exactly the actual feedback they had received from their previous indirect attempts. So, you want me to teach you? The two nodded frantically again. It's time, leave it to me. Kyle agreed very readily. There must be something wrong when things are not normal, which made the two little guys feel a little uneasy. But, he changed the subject, a hint of danger in his smile, the way I teach is different from theirs. Kyle's mind flashed back to how he looked when he first boarded the ship. It would be too much to talk about it. At that time, I was still very thin. The unreliable Roger Riley came up with an inhumane training plan, but he actually survived it. Ah, that is my lost youth. I've been caught in the rain before, so I have to tear other people's umbrellas into pieces. Follow me and choose your weapons. Kyle led them into the armory in the cabin. Shanks walked straight to a row of western swords hanging on the wall without any hesitation and picked up a sword that was quite similar in length and style to Roger's ace. He waved it twice like Roger, his face full of longing. Oh, the successor of SASK Roger's mantle. Bucky walked around in the armory. He thought the long sword was too heavy and the axe was too brutal. Finally, his eyes were fixed on a row of short and powerful daggers. He picked up 2 handfuls and weighed them in his hands, a satisfied smile on his face. Daggers are easy to hide and quick to use, making them much more convenient than those big weapons whether for sneak attacks or threatening hostages. Oh, worthy of being called Lao Yin, cough cough. Have you chosen? Kyle confirmed. Very good. Kyle nodded. Starting tomorrow, your training will officially begin. Shanks and Buggy looked at each other and saw the blazing flames in each other's eyes. They thought that they would be greeted with handsome sword fighting instructions and cool moves. However, reality gave them a slap in the face. Before dawn the next day, the 2 little guys were still dreaming about becoming peerless masters, when a teeth-grinding buzzing sound rang directly in their ears. It wasn't a loud sound, but a resonance that went straight to the brain. What? The left brain was attacking the right brain. Who is it? Bucky covered his head and jumped up from the bed angrily. Shanks also opened his eyes drowsily, only to see Kyle standing in front of their bed, looking at them sinisterly. He, meet on deck in 5 minutes. If you're 1 second late, today's training will be doubled. After saying that, Kyle turned and left, leaving the 2 sleepy kids disheveled in the wind. When the 2 of them stumbled onto the deck, what greeted them was not the key points of swordsmanship, but Kyle's cold words. Well, let's run around the deck 100 times to warm up. How can such cold words come out of a mouth that is 37 degrees Celsius? 100 laps. Bucky's eyes nearly popped out of his head. He'll die. Kyle stretched out a finger and flicked it. Buzz. An imperceptible shock wave hit Bucky's butt accurately, and he rushed forward uncontrollably as if he had been kicked. Ah! My ass! Seeing this, Shanks did not dare to delay and immediately followed with his short legs. Thus, a strange scene appeared on the Oro Jackson in the early morning, with 2 little kids running desperately on the wide deck. Their chief instructor Kyle was sitting leisurely on a lounge chair under the mast, holding a glass of orange juice in his hand, and occasionally snapping his fingers at Bucky who was running slowly. Damn it, Kyle! You're a child abuser! Bucky cried as he ran. He was responded with another, stronger shockwave. Ha, I said the same thing to Roger back then, and he backhanded me with a divine dodge. The fact that he had the strength to shout means he hasn't reached his limit yet. Woo. Shanks, run slower. No, Bucky, if you stop you'll get spanked. The crew members came out of the cabin one after another and smiled as if they were used to this scene. Jabba walked up to Kyle and said, You really have the guts to do that to them. They're so small. So what? The ocean won't show mercy just because they're children. Kyle took a sip of orange juice and said calmly, Besides, this is how I got here. After running 100 laps, the 2 little guys were exhausted like 2 dehydrated salted fish. They collapsed on the deck and didn't move, not even having the energy to curse. They thought that was the end of it. Rest for 5 minutes. Kyle glanced at the hourglass. Then, do 50 frog jumps. Do 100 push-ups, and you won't be allowed to eat until you finish them. Go, hold the anchor for me and hold it for 10 minutes. Throughout the day, Shanks and Buggy experienced the darkest day of their short lives. Kyle perfectly demonstrated to them what inhumane meant through his actions, and used his elusive ability of the popo fruit to ensure that they could not be lazy. In the evening, when the sun sank below the sea level, the 2 little guys were finally allowed to rest. Kyle, be thankful. Back then, I was training my fruit abilities at night. They slumped on the chairs in the cafeteria, their hands shaking even as they held the spoons. With tears in his eyes, Bucky shoveled food into his mouth. With each bite, he glared fiercely at Kyle, who was playing chess with Rayleigh not far away. Shanks ate silently. Although his body was exhausted to the limit, his eyes were not dim, but instead had a hint of tenacity that he had never had before. He could feel a force in his little body struggling to break out amidst painful howls. "How do you feel?" Roger sat casually between them, carrying a large plate of barbecue. "Kyle is a monster," Bucky accuses vaguely. Roger, instead of sympathizing, burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha! Where are we now? It's nowhere near the exclusive training plan Rayleigh and I designed for him back then." He grabbed the largest piece of barbecue and stuffed it into Shanks' mouth, patting his head. "Boy, it's not that easy to catch up with me. If you can't even bear this little hardship, how can you talk about adventure?" Shanks chewed the barbecue hard, as if chewing through the pain and fatigue of the day. He looked up at Roger and nodded heavily. While Kyle seemed to be concentrating on playing chess, he was always keeping an eye on the two little kids out of the corner of his eye. He placed his chess piece down to checkmate Rayleigh, picked up the orange juice beside him, and said softly, "Tomorrow morning, we'll run with weights." In the distance, the spoon in Bucky's hand fell onto the plate with a clang. No, snowflakes fluttering, north wind howling. Post views, 118. 049 One Piece, starting from the Veterans of Roger's Crew Chapter 049. Access limited. Please complete verification to view this content. Kyle's devilish training lasted for several months in a flash. The deck of the Oro Jackson was no longer a purgatory where the two little devils wailed, but instead a paradise for them to sweat. The body that was once broken down by running 100 laps can now still be full of energy after running 200 laps with weights. The arms that once couldn't even lift an anchor can now carry entire boxes of shells with ease. The changes were visible to the naked eye. Shanks's figure had grown taller, his muscles beginning to show, and the longing in his eyes had settled into a firmness. Although Bucky is still thin, his movements are more sharp like a cheetah. His eyes, which are always staring at the treasure, will flash with cunning brilliance during battle. The sun was shining brightly that afternoon. Shanks and Bucky had just finished a full set of sword-swinging and stabbing exercises. Sweat soaked their hair and slid down their cheeks. "Hey, you two!" Jabba shouted at them, leaning against the side of the ship. "What's the point of training all day? Take it out for a walk, mule or horse. Do you dare to have a fight in front of everyone?" As soon as these words were spoken, the deck suddenly exploded. Noston, who was wiping the cannon, stopped. Dollinger on the lookout tower stuck his head out, and even Rayleigh, who was at the helm, looked over with interest. "Ah! Fight! Fight! I bet Shanks will win. He's the one who inherited Captain Roger's skills. I bet on Bucky. That kid has a lot of tricks up his sleeve, he'll definitely not suffer any loss." The crew members cheered one after another, and some even started making odds on the spot. When Bucky heard about the bet, his eyes lit up instantly. He tapped his palm with the end of his dagger and raised his chin provocatively at Shanks. "Hey, redhead, do you dare to play a game with me? Whoever loses gets the other person's pocket money for the next month. Who's afraid of who? Red nose." Shanks took his sword from his shoulder, pointed the tip of the blade at Bucky, and said with a fighting spirit, "This is a good opportunity for you to see the results of my training over the past few months." The two little guys quickly got into position, and the watching crew members consciously stepped back, forming a natural arena. Roger appeared out of nowhere, holding a large barrel of wine in his arms, and sat on a wooden box beside him with great interest. "Ka-ha-ha-ha! Let them fight! Let them fight!" Kyle was still leaning in the shadow of the mainmast, holding his eternal glass of orange juice. The battle is about to begin. Shanks was the first to attack. He exerted force on his feet and rushed out like an arrow from a bow. The long knife in his hand drew a standard chopping trajectory and went straight to the middle of Bucky. Each and every move carries the shadow of Roger's bold and courageous spirit. Although immature, it has already taken shape. Too naive. Bucky didn't choose to take it head-on. He lowered his body and slid sideways at an extremely tricky angle, narrowly avoiding the slash. At the same time, the dagger in his hand stabbed towards Shank's wrist, holding the knife like a poisonous snake spitting out its tongue. When Shanks reacted extremely quickly, flipping his wrist and swinging the blade horizontally, accurately blocking the insidious stab. After missing the target, the two men quickly separated. The crew cheered. After just one encounter, the fighting skills displayed by the two little guys far exceeded their expectations. Oh wow, this kid Bucky is very agile. Shank's swordsmanship is getting better and better. On the field, the battle became more and more intense. Shanks' attack was like a tide. Although his swordsmanship was simple, each strike was powerful and full of oppression. Bucky, on the other hand, is like a slippery sea fish. He always avoids direct confrontation at the most critical moment and uses the flexibility of his dagger to constantly look for flaws. His fighting style is pragmatic, efficient, and even a bit cunning. During a confrontation, Bucky deliberately exposed a flaw, luring Shanks to chop him with all his strength. Just as the blade was about to hit him, he suddenly kicked up a pile of dust on the deck and blinded Shanks' eyes. Despicable. Shanks subconsciously closed his eyes and turned his head. It's this moment. Bucky's eyes flashed, and he ducked forward, crossing his daggers and locking onto Shanks' neck like scissors. It's over. Your pocket money belongs to me, Bucky shouted in his heart. However, Shanks made an unexpected move. Instead of stepping back, he relied on his muscle memory to take a step forward, lowered his body, and slammed his shoulder into Bucky's chest. Bang! This attack was so powerful that both sides would suffer losses. Bucky was knocked back several steps, and his chokehold attack naturally collapsed, while Shanks was also unstable due to the impact on his shoulder. This idiot! Bucky rubbed his stuffy chest and cursed inwardly. It's not over yet. Shanks steadied himself, a fire of unwillingness burning in his eyes. He took a deep breath and made a starting move that was very similar to Roger's. Seeing this, Roger laughed even louder, "Ha ha ha ha. Just like my old style." Bucky's expression also became solemn. This was the blow that would decide the outcome. He bent his legs slightly, held the dagger across his chest, and watched his opponent's every move intently. Drink! This strike of the sword poured all of Shanks' faith and strength into it. Bucky didn't dare to delay. He crossed his daggers in front of him and concentrated all his strength on this point, preparing to meet the strongest blow. Clang! The long sword and dagger collided violently, causing dazzling sparks to fly. The stalemate lasted only a second. Bucky only felt a huge force coming from the dagger, and his knuckles were instantly cracked. The dagger he relied on for defense was bent backwards by the huge force, and eventually the defense was completely torn apart. Shanks' long sword continued to move forward and finally stopped in front of Bucky's nose. The sharp wind from the sword blew his blue hair into disarray. Eliminate Ali. The winner has been decided. The whole audience was silent for a moment, and then broke into thunderous cheers. We win! Shanks wins! Well done! Bucky stared blankly at the tip of the knife so close to him, then looked at his trembling hands, made an unwilling tisk sound, and sat down on the ground, but there was not much frustration in his eyes, but more of a kind of regret of damn it, it was so close. Shanks retracted the knife, breathing heavily, his cheeks flushed with the joy of victory. Kyle leaned against the mast, looking at the two small figures in the field. The corners of his mouth, which usually always had a hint of playfulness, unconsciously raised slightly at this moment. Good, good, Shanks' strength is improving rapidly, and Bucky is not far behind. I wonder if I can compare to a genius who works 200 times harder? Bushy. Under Master Kai's training, if Buggy does those bad things in the East China Sea in the future, I will be like this. Orange juice in the sun seems sweeter than usual. The rain that I got wet in was not in vain because these two little kids got wet too. Watching them grow from sniveling slugs to fully fledged warriors, the development gameplay is awesome. Kahahaha. Well done. You two are great. Roger walked forward with a big laugh, picked up Shanks and Buggy, one in each hand. Hey, Captain! Let me go. I lost, damn it. Bucky was still being stubborn. You all played very well. Rayleigh also walked over with a smile, his eyes full of satisfaction. Immediately afterwards, the crew members rushed forward. Celebrating that we have 2 more qualified pirates on board. Jabba shouted. The next second, Shanks and Buggy were thrown high into the air by the excited crew members. Wah-ay-ay-ay-ay-ay-ay-ay. Put me down. I'm afraid of heights. Under the azure sky, the figures of the 2 imps rose and fell in the air, and the deck was filled with the hearty laughter of the legendary pirates. Kyle looked at this scene, smiled and shook his head, then drank the last sip of orange juice in the glass. Post views, 114. 051 piece, starting from the Veterans of Roger's Crew Chapter 050. The days passed by with the sound of swords clashing, hearty laughter and the endless sound of waves. The Oro Jackson carries the freest guys in the world and rides the waves in the waters of the New World. Every adventure is novel and interesting, and the crew members' faces are always filled with curiosity about the unknown and the joy of conquering the unknown. However, in this ocean of joy, only in Kyle's heart is there a reef area that cannot be illuminated by the sun. He stood at the bow, the sea breeze blowing his black hair, his golden eyes reflecting the magnificent sunset in the distance, but the glass of orange juice in his hand took a long time to reach his lips. On the deck, Roger was wrestling with Jabba with his upper body naked, while the crew members around him were making loud bets and making a mess. Roger's signature kahahaha laugh cut through the noise and reached Kyle's ears clearly. Once upon a time, this laughter was the most reassuring background sound for Kyle on this ocean. There is nothing that can't be solved by saying, "Captain, save me." If that doesn't work, then say it twice. But now it was like an invisible needle, pricking Kyle's tense nerves from time to time. Nearly 30 years. From a One Piece fan who knew the world of One Piece like the back of his hand to a pirate who truly lived on this sea, the torrent of time mercilessly washed away Kyle's memory. He also tried to record some future events in detail, but no matter what method he used, the records would be accidentally lost, as if they had been corrected by a mysterious force. Those plot details that were once so clear are now just a vague outline. He remembered that Roger would get an incurable disease, that he would surrender himself, and that he would usher in the great age of pirates, but the key details had long been covered up by the real adventures day after day, becoming vague. This unknown hangs over Kyle's heart like a sword of Damocles. Hey! Roger! Are you being lazy? You have so little strength. Jabba's face flushed, the veins on his arms bulged, but he was not forgiving in his words. Kahahaha! You're getting old, Jabba. Roger laughed even more happily, and with a sudden force of his arm, he pressed Jabba's hand on the wine barrel in an instant. Ooh! The captain wins. Amid the cheers, Kyle put down his cup and walked over inconspicuously. He walked around behind Roger, pretending to want to watch the fun, and put one hand on Roger's shoulder seemingly casually. Captain, you seem to have quite a bit of energy. Do you want to try it with me? Kyle had his usual sinister smile on his face. Oh? Kyle? Come on. Let me show you how powerful I am. Roger didn't care and turned around excitedly. At the moment their eyes met, an invisible ripple quietly spread from the depths of Kyle's golden pupil. Faint penetrating electromagnetic waves emanated from Kyle's palms and eyes, silently scanning Roger's body like the most sophisticated instruments. This isn't the first time he's done this. Every once in a while, he would find various excuses to give Roger a physical examination in this way. Of course Roger could sense Kyle's little movements, but he just thought he was looking for his own flaws. Flaw: burn frozen chicken wings. In Kyle's vision, Roger's anatomy is clearly visible. It's incredibly explicit, and truly revealing. The strong heart beats as vigorously as a war drum, and each contraction pumps fresh blood throughout the body. The lungs open and close smoothly, filled with the salty and humid air of the sea. The bones are tough, and the muscle fibers are as tight as the finest steel cables. Every cell in the body is overflowing with a vitality that is so vigorous that it is almost savage. Healthy, scary healthy. There were no lesions, no signs of weakness, not even a hidden injury. The one standing in front of Kyle now is undoubtedly Roger in his prime, a rival in the entire seafood world. Hey, Kyle, why are you silent? Roger looked at the suddenly silent Kyle and shook his head in surprise. Are you scared by my domineering aura? Ha ha ha. Kyle's tense shoulders relaxed quietly, he retracted his power, and his face returned to that cynical expression. Nothing, just trying to confirm whether the structure of single-celled organisms like the captain is really different from ours. Asshole! Who are you calling a single-celled organism? Can't you tell the difference between a big king and a small king? Roger pretended to hit him, and the two rolled into a ball with laughter. Rayleigh, who was standing aside, was holding a wine glass, his eyes deep behind his glasses. He looked at the two people playing around and took a sip of wine thoughtfully. Kyle has been staring at Roger a little too much lately. It's not like he's looking at a companion, but more like he's checking some fragile treasure. It was late at night and the waves were gently lapping against the boat. Kyle sat alone on the observation deck, gazing up at the starry sky. Really, no? He checked more than once, and the results were always the same. There was no sign of plot killing in Roger's body. Is it because of me? This thought popped up uncontrollably. A butterfly flapping its wings in South America can cause a tornado in Texas. He was just a huge variable who broke into the world of One Piece. For 30 years, he had lived and died with Roger's pirate group, and participated in countless battles and adventures where he should not have existed. Could it be that he really changed the trajectory of Roger's fate inadvertently? The thought made Kyle's heart skip a beat, and an indescribable ecstasy almost burst through his chest. If Roger didn't die, did that mean the ship could sail forever? They could go to Raftel together, witness the truth of history together, and then, what then? Kyle imagined that future, a future without regrets, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise wildly. But reason soon poured cold water on him. Maybe, the time has just not come yet. The timeline in the original novel is vague, so Roger's illness may have suddenly flared up at some point in the future. Current health doesn't guarantee eternal health. The two possibilities kept fighting in Kyle's mind, making him feel like he was in the clouds and on the edge of the abyss. This feeling is more torturous than controlling hundreds of waves of different frequencies at the same time. What are you thinking about? You're just standing here grinning like an idiot. Rayleigh's voice came from below. He had climbed up to the observation deck at some point and sat down next to Kyle. Thinking about the mystery of life, the true meaning of life. Kyle said nonsense. Rayleigh smiled, not exposing his clumsy lie. He handed Kyle a bottle of rum and opened one for himself. Sometimes, if you think too much, you'll miss the scenery right in front of you. Rayleigh looked at the starry sky and said slowly, "We are pirates, Kyle. Living freely in the present is our creed, isn't it?" Kyle was silent. He took the bottle, tilted his head back and took a big gulp. The spicy liquid slid down my throat into my stomach, bringing a fiery warmth. It's not as good as orange juice, but... Yes, live in the present. What's the point of worrying about nothing and being anxious about gains and losses? No matter what the future holds, it's not something he can control right now. All he can do is cherish every day he spends with these bastards and become stronger, strong enough to become one of the masts that supports this ship whenever a storm hits. After figuring this out, Kyle felt relieved that the huge rock that had been hanging in his heart for a long time finally fell to the ground. Although the fog of the future is still thick, his eyes have become clear and firm again. Right, really? Kyle grinned, revealing his white teeth. Instead of thinking about useless things, it's better to think about where to grab the next meal. No, it's more practical to think about where to restock supplies. Ha ha ha. I'm not sleepy anymore when you talk about this. Roger's loud voice suddenly came from below. He had come over at some point and was clinging to the edge of the observation deck. I heard there's a gourmet island up ahead, where all the ingredients fight each other. Sounds interesting, right? Hey, Captain. That place sounds very dangerous. Buggy's frightened voice also rang out. It would be fun if there were fighting. Shanks agreed excitedly. The deck became noisy again. Kyle looked at the group of energetic companions below, listening to them noisily planning their next adventure, and a long-lost, heartfelt smile appeared on his face. Forget it, never mind. At least now this troublesome captain and these hopeless idiots are still alive and well by his side. That's enough. He raised the bottle of wine, raised it to the night sky and to his own heart, and toasted from afar. Cheers to this damn freedom. Post views, 120.